feels like a family.
And what we found is when we turn to Henley & Partners is we get the answers right away, and it's straightforward, and the timelines are condensed dramatically, and that gives us very much a sense of comfort that we're in good hands and we're with people who know what they're doing. It's a fantastic kind of all-encompassing service that you get when you come to Henley & Partners.
They know what they're doing. They're professional, efficient, courteous.
They are providing a true service to these global high net worth individuals that are concerned about taxes, concerned about their freedom, concerned about the safety of their families.
And that's what Henley & Partners offers our clients, and that's what Henley & Partners helps create and construct for governments.
The fact that they have so much experience actually working with governments to set up these investor schemes means, A, that they understand them back to front, because they've designed many of them themselves. I mean, they're there working with the governments to create them.
Henley & Partners is really the firm that created this industry, pioneering many of these programs.
I'm not aware of any other company that has the knowledge of both sides of the equation so deeply, so intimately, that they can really claim to be experts on both sides.
That's what Henley & Partners does, and we do it very well.
Από την πρώτη μέρα, η Ελληνικός Χρυσός άσκησε μια μεταλλευτική δραστηριότητα υπεύθυνη και πολλαπλά ωφέλιμη για τον τόπο μας. Σήμερα ήρθε η στιγμή για την πλήρη ανάπτυξη μιας επένδυσης ορόσημο για την Ελλάδα. Τα μεταλλεία Κασάνδρας γυρίζουν σελίδα με ένα σύγχρονο επενδυτικό σχέδιο που μεγιστοποιεί τα ωφέλη για την εθνική οικονομία, την απασχόληση, την τοπική κοινωνία, το περιβάλλον. Με το νέο επενδυτικό σχέδιο της Ελληνικός Χρυσός, η υπεύθυνη αξιοποίηση του ορυκτού πλούτου γίνεται πηγή ευημερίας για όλους. Ελληνικός Χρυσός. Ο ορυκτός μας πλούτος, ανάπτυξη για όλους.
Successfully navigating digital transformation initiatives towards value creation is never a clear path. For many, the road ahead is often riddled with unexpected detours, speed bumps, and bottlenecks. The good news is Iron Mountain can help, regardless of where you are on your transformation journey. We've partnered with thousands of customers around the globe to advance their digital initiatives. We've been protecting what matters most to our customers for 70 years, including 95% of the Fortune 1000 companies. And today, our mission has expanded to support over 225,000 customers worldwide to protect and unlock value from their information, regardless of whether it was born on paper, media, or digital files. Through improving information governance practices, automating more efficient workflows, and integrating information across disparate systems and formats, our customers advance their digital journeys to yield quantifiable value. They save time and money, and they increase their ability to meet their overall business objectives. By applying purpose-built information governance practices and driving automated AI and machine learning processes against all your information, what once took customers weeks or months of manually intensive work to classify, access, or drive insights is now reduced to hours and minutes. Thanks to our powerful content services capabilities, our customers now have the key to bring together, analyze, and protect both paper and digital assets in one platform. With a few mouse clicks, they can unlock value through information workflows and gain meaningful insights from data stored across multiple formats, all the while governing that data to comply with regulations. We're helping our customers transform with a measurable return on their time, cost, and even sustainability investments. Our integrated solutions enhance your existing systems and can provide a complete end-to-end solution with intelligent content management. It's time to rethink the value Iron Mountain can bring to your business. Let's continue our journey together today.
EcomBX boasts some of the best global tech gurus, experienced bankers, and finance specialists who created a platform to rule them all. Designed to provide solutions to meet your expectations, the platform provides you with access to your accounts, enabling you to execute instant and fast payments all over the world with the use of intelligence, giving you absolute control, freedom, and power to convert your money to multiple currencies and perform your transactions wherever you are, however you want. We believe in building trusting relationships that enable our customers to utilize our services to the maximum while working towards the future to enhance our offering with more trustworthy connections that provide safety and security. Our devotion to quality service and alignment with regulation enabled us to become a member of SWIFT and SEPA and helped us provide ideal and timeless solutions as well as enhanced protection for your funds. FinTech we are.
Οραματιστήκαμε ένα από τα μεγαλύτερα έργα ανάπλασης στην Ευρώπη. Εμπνευστήκαμε ένα από τα μεγαλύτερα παράκτια πάρκα στον κόσμο. Η Lambda Development ξεκινάει το ελληνικό. Το σύμβολο της επόμενης ημέρας για τη χώρα. Ένα έργο εθνικής σημασίας γίνεται πραγματικότητα. Το ελληνικό ξεκινάει.
Hey you, what do you want?
I want to see the sun.
I want an escape.
You there?
An office with a beach view.
I want a natural town.
You?
I I want to taste real food.
Something well-aged. And you? I want to relax.
I want peace.
All you want.
Yeah. So what are we waiting for? So what are we waiting for now?
The mic comes up.
Okay.
So that he can start speaking.
But can I carry on now? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second day of our 25th Economist Roundtable with the Government of Greece. We're starting today with a very important session. We're focusing on an often neglected region of Europe, Southeast Europe. And we have a very distinguished panel to focus on the issues for the region. And I'd like to ask all the participants to come up to the stage one by one. Just to say that Edi Rama, the Prime Minister of Albania, will be joining us by a video connection. So I'd like to welcome, first of all, welcome back Zoran Zaev, the Prime Minister of North Macedonia. Great to have you with us again, and welcome. Please. I'd like to welcome next Albin Kurti, the Prime Minister of Kosovo. Please join me on the stage and welcome. Next, I would like to call to the stage Kolinda Grabar-Kitarovic, the former President of Croatia. Please, Kolinda, nice to see you again.
Nice to see you too.
Have a seat.
Dobro jutro ponovno.
Next, I'd like to welcome Anna Diamantopoulou, the President of Dicteo Network for Reform in Greece and Europe and former European Commissioner. Welcome. Welcome, Anna. Next, please, delighted to have you back on the stage again this morning, George Katroukalos, member of the Hellenic Parliament, Syriza, and former Minister of Foreign Affairs. Welcome. And last but not least, Reince Priebus, the former Republican National Committee Chairman and former White House Chief of Staff. Welcome. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning.
Okay, we've got a very packed agenda this morning with a focus on geopolitics, and defense, some very important discussions to come, and I hope this one is going to set up many questions to be continued in our discussions today. We've got a very tight schedule, so I'm going to ask all our speakers, if they can, not to exceed the 6-7 minutes that you've been allocated. If you can speak in 5 minutes or less, that's even better, because it will give us more time for the questions, and we have many questions for you. I'm sure. So let's kick off then, and I'm going to hand over. I don't think Edi Rama is connected with us yet, so we're going to carry on, and Edi Rama will speak at some point in the schedule once he's joined us by connection. So I'm going to start with you, Prime Minister Zoran Zaev. Welcome, and looking forward to hear what you've got to say.
First of all, thank you for the invitation. It's really important to find a way how to meet each other, talk about cooperation in those days and months for solidarity. Pandemic show us that really there is no country like isolated island on self, and we was in front of decisions how it's important to help each other and how it's important to cooperate it during the difficult times. Not only sharing experience in the health system between the medical doctors and nurses, and of course it's very important how to cooperate economically, how to survive all these times and months, and now hoping that pandemic expire, even this new variants, Delta, is present still, but we are aware that economic growth need to continuing, taking care about young people, opening jobs, restart the economies is very important if we want to have a good future. In this occasion, a lot of things happen, and having that in mind, I want to share that here in the Western Balkans, we develop a lot of practical tools how to help each other, together with the Balkans countries who are members of European Union. And solidarity was one of the very visible things what's happened even more than before the pandemic. In these times, really, we help each other even with vaccines. As you know, the Balkans, and especially Western Balkan countries who are candidate countries for European Union doesn't have enough vaccines. And we receive first vaccines from European Union countries, after that from our neighboring countries normally, and that help us to take a step together with another countries. But in that way, really economic cooperation is something what is main focus for everybody, especially in the times of pandemic. And this economic cooperation, I believe very much will have the good basis for growth, but also with a new impetus inside better cooperation inside of the region. We saw how important is the region to stay together, and especially in front of other regions in the European continent, and especially in other regions in the worldwide. But in this direction, I want to share that Western Balkan, through Berlin process and through our regional cooperation, invent a lot of tools of cooperation, like regional economic cooperation in the Balkans, green corridors. Now we try to open new green corridors with our neighboring country. I'm very happy because Greece is the first country who opened these green lines with us, like European Union member country, because we are surrounded from European Union member countries. We are like island inside. And I'm very grateful because Prime Minister Mitsotakis take first step to open first green corridor and encourage the other European Union countries to continuing and to follow his example and the example of Greece, because really we are connected and depend of each other. In this direction, North Macedonia and the whole Western Balkan countries follow the European Union agenda. That means climate change is obligation for everybody, and we follow the investment in the green energy, renewables, what is very important, having in mind that really that is some of the main focus what we need to do in the future if we want to have better protected people and to keep quality of air and of course ecology completely for everybody. In this direction, all developing plans, what's happening in the European Union, are always connected with us candidate countries, and we are very grateful because European Union find a way how to share with us €9 billion European economic investment plan for the Balkans, and that means to help us to develop another economic activities, because through this €9 billion there is acceleration of minimum €20 million very soft loans from EBRD, from EIB, European Investment Bank, and from other banks, what will help very much to strengthen the economy after pandemic in the all Western Balkan countries. In this direction, we're continuing to accelerate investment, And always we find a way how to use the need of balancing in the region. So the less developing countries are still very attractive for those who are more developing country. So there is investment who coming from the European Union countries in our Western Balkan region in variety of way, not only renewables, but also pharmacy, it's very modern, but also agriculture and other facilities. In this direction, we develop a lot of tools, how to attract investment, and especially attraction of the investment during the pandemic. This intervention plan for investment is very famous now in North Macedonia, and through this plan we go with a package of measures how to support investment, to make it profitable for them, enough attractive, because through that they will open jobs for our people, to help to grow our economy, and of course to help to grow our export. I want to share with the people who are here that recovery in North Macedonia, but in general in Western Balkan, Albin will confirm that it's very visible now in these days. Finally, we bring back in positive rates of growth. We expected to have growth in the first half of 2021 between 5.5 and 6.5, what is something even more than the average of the European Union countries, and that encourages us very much to continuing to attract as much as possible investment. So every investor who came in North Macedonia in our technological industrial zones have very good conditions. That mean first 10 years is zero corporate tax, first 10 years is zero personal income tax, direct subsidies of 10% from our budget, and the next 10% depend from the few criteria, how many jobs are open, if it's export oriented, if there is ecological cover projects for investment, what kind of salary they give, what kind of regional cooperation is connected with the project. I mentioned that because we became aware that how much we need to be more connected in the region, because that helps to our economy. In this direction, I want to also emphasize that everything what's happened in North Macedonia, especially after Prespa agreement, is very visible. Increase a lot of visibility, but also attractiveness of investors from Greece, who are very often in Skopje and all around North Macedonia, trying to find a way how to invest. I'm very happy to announce that we are today also to sign agreement between National Energetic Resources of North Macedonia and DESTVA from Greece for one very big project, around 100 million euro. 54 million euro is in North Macedonia. That is interconnector for natural gas, what open huge opportunity not only for North Macedonia but also for Kosovo, Serbia, Western Balkan and other countries, what will bring diversification of natural gas finally, after all these decades what we use only a monopoly from Gazprom, what is not very pleasant situation, especially not pleasant for those who want to invest in the southeastern Europe. In this direction, I want to share that in our country happened more than 5 new investments during the pandemic from Greece, 15 together, up to 100 million euro is connected only with these 15 new direct investment in our industry, and we are very happy, and we are in the end stage of a new agreement of investment from Greek businesses and Greek business economy, what show to us that agreements, what we achieve, bring benefit directly felt by the citizens. They have more jobs, normally better salaries, businessmen have more profit and more opportunities, and the states have achievement of the goals like growing of GDP, increasing unemployment rate, etc. In the country, we achieve a lot lately during the pandemic also, and we are very happy of that because the continuing growth of salary is very visible. minimum salary growth 65% in the last 3 years. Also, average salary growth 45%. The percentage of unemployment in the last 3.5 years decreased from 24%, now it's 16%, and we are very happy. But all of that is because of regional cooperation, help of European Union countries who are all around us, helping us with a lot of tools, and we want to continue in this direction because the benefits are very visible, not only for us politicians, but it's even more important, very visible for our citizens. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Yes, I think that message was loud and clear then, the benefits of cooperation within the region and with your neighbours who are members already of the EU. So really good to hear what progress has been made on that score since the Prespa agreement. So let me turn now to the congratulations, new Prime Minister of Kosovo, and over to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation and for this opportunity to address and discuss at these important times. It has been very challenging for our government. I was Prime Minister for 51 days, spring last year, and now we are back in office after a landslide victory. When I first took office, it was on my 37th day that I had to combat with a global pandemic due to COVID-19 virus, something which was unseen, unimaginable, and we did quite well back then with early lockdown and with gradual opening. And we even managed that in May last year to have only 1 newly infected per day. And we managed to have 0 deaths as well, but then we had to leave office. And the situation deteriorated very fast. But now, since we have been in office a bit more than 100 days, I am very happy and proud to say that again we did well. So since 22nd of March this year, when I became Prime Minister again, hospitalization went down by 86% in the Republic of Kosovo, then newly infected by 99%, and active cases by 97%. We managed to ensure 2 million vaccines for our citizens, Pfizer and AstraZeneca, and we didn't take any vaccines from Russian Federation and from China. Of course, this was not done simply because of the state mechanisms. This was done by cooperation of the citizens of our country who have trust in our institutions and who cooperate with us. All the instructions of health experts were put in place and implemented on the ground throughout the municipalities of our country. On the other hand, there has been some positive externalities of democratic process and result out of last elections. So exports are up in these first 5 months of this year by 66%. Turnover, economic activity is up by 15%, and tax collection, government revenues are up by 30%. We have a prospect of 7.9% of GDP as annual growth for 2021. On the other hand, we are fully aware that we won on this ticket of jobs and justice. So in parallel to encouraging labor-intensive investments in our economy, combining social justice with economic growth, we are hitting hard on corruption and organized crime. So for the first 100 days, we had 101 police operations, ending up with 221 raids, 933 arrested persons, and 7 million euros of sequestrated money. In this way, our new culture of good governance, where corruption will never anywhere be tolerated, is being exercised practically on the ground. We want to continue with the vetting process, which is going to render our prosecution active and our judiciary efficient. Likewise, we want to strengthen the health sector, because this pandemic has shown that you need strong health service, because when you're poor, you get very easily ill, and when you're ill, you get poorer. Therefore, it's very important public sector in health service to get stronger. We want to elevate CEFTA agreement into CEFTA, Southeast European Free Trade Agreement, on the model of EFTA EEA, because we think that Western Balkan 6, as Prime Minister Zaev said, we're not neighbors of EU, we are surrounded by EU. We are neighbors to each other. But together, the Western Balkan 6 should be joining EU as soon as possible. And I look forward that also Greece joins countries who do recognize us. Let us not forget that 22 out of 27 EU members do recognize the Republic of Kosovo, and likewise 26 out of 30 NATO members. I think that recognition of our country, cooperation in the region, inclusion of it sooner rather than later into EU is the right way forward for long-term peace, stability, and security.
Thank you very much indeed. We'll come back to some of those questions about the dialogue with Serbia and so on, I'm sure, in the discussion. Next up, let me welcome again Kolinda Grabar-Kitarovic. Over to you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Yesterday morning in one of the panels, the renowned scholar Francis Fukuyama compared EU membership to the state of heaven, non-EU as hell, and he said that there was no purgatory, that we needed one. Well, unfortunately, one has existed for more than 2 decades, and that's the Western Balkans. 22 years after the establishment of the Stabilization and Association process, and 18 years since the Thessaloniki Agenda from 2003, only Croatia has become a member state of the European Union. Meanwhile, most of the states in our region have been in some sort of limbo, which creates dangerous vacuums that are being filled by third forces who do not necessarily have European integration and the best interests of the countries in mind. And in my opinion, the only future for Southeast Europe, for the Western Balkans, is full integration in the EU as a prerequisite for lasting peace and stability. So let me underline the key features or the key points that I see here. First of all, the EU needs to find some kind of a common language and proceed with what everybody calls enlargement, and I actually call it consolidation. Because this area, or the Western Balkans, is not the backyard of the EU, as people often call it. It's not even the front yard, it's a natural part of the European Union, and it needs to be consolidated in the European Union. And in that sense, when we talk about long-term or even medium-term future, there are 2 capabilities, very strong capabilities of this region. One is to do great things in a very short period of time, and the other one is to descend into turmoil very quickly. So let us not forget about that, and let us mitigate all the forces that could contribute to potential stabilization. Secondly, the vacuum that is being created by lack of European integration needs to be filled with meaningful initiatives that are aimed at the progress of the region. The Brdo-Bruni process, which is the political process aimed at integration, and the Berlin process are simply not enough. We need more investment to provide alternatives for Russian or Chinese attempts. We've seen the case in Montenegro with the highway from nowhere to nowhere. And so viable investment, including from the United States, is one of the prerequisites to ensure for the connectivity, for the cohesion and the competitiveness of the economies in this region. And investment today needs to be looked at not just in monetary terms of the return that you get, but as a geopolitical, geo-economic tool in order to provide for stability and the resilience of societies, economies, and countries in the region. And thirdly, last but not least, is the homework, as we call it, that the candidate countries have to do themselves, focusing not just on the past, resolving the open issues, but focusing mostly on today and tomorrow, and working towards the necessary reforms. Of course, we will all be emerging from the pandemic, dealing with economic, social, and other circumstances. But I think that an overall modernization of societies and key reforms in education, looking at the skills of the 21st century and jobs of added value, but civic education as well is of utmost importance. And the second is also the reform of the labor market in order to reduce that ratio between those who are active in the labor market and those who are not. And in that sense, to curb the brain drain and the migration or emigration processes from Southeast Europe or from the Western Balkans. And of course, it's the duty of all of us neighbors, Croatia, Slovenia, but also Greece, Italy, and others, to assist these countries, not just by political support, but with very concrete exchange of information and knowledge that we have gained in the process that can help you avoid many of the mistakes that we have done and ultimately do the best job that you can for the benefit of your citizens. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's very useful. And let me turn now to Anna Diamantopoulou. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation. I think that it is important to start saying that we all know that there are big problems and differences within the European Union concerning the enlargement of the Western Balkans, and there are problems in the Western Balkans for the enlargement. So this EU and Western Balkans relationship is one reminding us the very history of the European continent. And I think that we can draw some concrete lessons and results. The countries of the European continent, after 2 wars, after millions of deaths, after an economic disaster, decided after the Second World War to transform the continent to a continent of prosperity and democracy. Why? What are the main factors? And how we could use them in the Western Balkans era. The first one is the foreign aid. The Marshall Plan at that time was not only a lot of money, but there were conditions which imposed the internal cooperation between the previous enemies. The second one was the political will of the leadership of each European country to overcome the disputes of the past, although there were concrete problems with minorities and with borders issues. And the third issue was the institutions. There were institutions in the European continent. Everything has been destroyed during the wars, but the first priority was, again, to rebuild the institutions. Now, coming to the Balkans, we know very well, I'm coming from northern Greece, from Kozani. I'm very, very close to northern Macedonian. All my life, I was part of the Balkan story. So we very well know that in Balkans, the major issue is the identity conflict. And their lives, after so many agreements, I mean, from Dayton to Ohrida and to Prespa and to CEFTA and many others, the final result was that, yes, it was the end of the conflict, the end of the wars, but democracy and prosperity didn't come, and this is what is needed. So I just used these three main factors which were the case after the Second World in Europe. So the first one, it is CEFTA. CEFTA, this internal, the Central European Free Trade Agreement, supports the cooperation between the countries. And it means connectivity, it means open corridors, it means cooperation, but we need to think out of the box. And I believe very much, and I have written a lot on this, that we need an holistic touristic project of the Balkan monuments, from Bulgaria to Albania and from Bosnia to Greece, to present to the world what Balkan is. Because Balkan is well known as a place of conflict, as a place of death. But this is not only the case. It is, but this is not only the case. So the monuments from the Roman, Hellenistic, Byzantine, Ottoman period, all kind of religions and all kind of cultural movements have to be together and to present it as an economic and cultural project. I think we can do it, and a lot of young people can help us. Just an idea. The second one, it is the European aid. It is, as I spoke about Marshall aid. The European aid, again, it's money, but it is conditionality. And I think it is very important to understand that this conditionality can change the relations between the countries. And I very much agree that there are other factors. It is Russian and Chinese who have different kind of interests. For example, how should the Balkans, the Western Balkans leadership implement the green agenda when at the same time Chinese and Russia invest on energy industry in the old style energy industry, and there are conflicting interests there. So the European conditionality has to be the first priority for the leadership. And the last point, it is institutions. A big difference with what I said comparing with the European continent, the European Union, is that there were institutions. Now the institutions are very weak, and we know very well from our Greek paradigm that when institutions are weak, the economy is weak and the democracy is weak. So for me, the key word is institution building, and this is the first priority. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anna. And now over to a Greek, very much a Greek expert on the Western Balkan region, George Katroukalos, welcome.
Thank you very much for inviting me again. And I am very glad that I am sharing this panel, of course, with all colleagues, but especially with Prime Minister Zoran Zaev, because he is an example and a reminder on how we should handle differences and also face perspectives in our region. As Anna has said, it is an area of tormented history, but history should not be a prison for our peoples, but a school. What Zoran Zaev and Alexis Tsipras have achieved with the Prespa agreement needed a lot of courage, but actually the spirit of Prespa is very simple. The bilateral relations is not a zero-sum game. We can handle even long conflicts through dialogue based on international law and mutual agreements, as the one I hope that Pristina and Belgrade should reach. And of course, these agreements should be discussed, negotiated freely between the parts. And the international community, the European Union, should facilitate, not coerce, not impose these agreements. And as a European Union, we have responsibilities vis-à-vis all the countries of the Balkans which are not yet members of our community. First, respect our commitments. Respect the hard work in these countries. Second, show solidarity in practice and not just theoretically. This is a great challenge for Europe, not just regarding the Balkans, but in the world scene. We have seen the new American administration, for instance, embracing the proposal for the waiver of the vaccines so as not international property be a hindrance for saving millions of people in poorer countries. And unfortunately, the European Union is a laggard, is not a champion in this effort. Although the progressive forces in Europe, Alexis Tsipras included, has put that on the stage very early on. And both the European Parliament and the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe have asked both the European Union and the European states to support. I'm saying that because the great challenge is not just to stay alive after the pandemic. It is to keep our institutions, democracy, human rights, at least at the same level as they have been before the pandemic. And this is not easy. We are facing a decline of democracy that has started much before the pandemic. And it's related with many factors. First of all, an undermining of the trust of our citizens to institutions, related again to some long-term factors like the rise of inequalities. Even the identity issue that has been very rightly said before, it is exacerbated by poverty, by exclusion. So, in the Balkans, in Europe, and in the world, we should restore the trust of our citizens to democratic institutions by restoring, first of all, the social state structure, getting away from an orthodoxy that says that profits is the only motor of the economy. Well-being of the people should be the first priority. Democracy, freedom, also giving hope to countries and to citizens. And Greece should be the protagonist, not asking for a hegemonic role in the Balkans, but as the oldest state of the European Union in the region, we have a political and moral responsibility to continue with the Thessaloniki agenda, to continue with the spirit of Prespa, so as to have all of us a better future for our citizens, for our countries ahead of us. Many thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Now we have the Prime Minister of Albania, Edi Rama, is now joined us by video connection. Good morning, Prime Minister. Very nice to see you again. I'm not sure if you've been able to follow the opening remarks so far of the panelists, but we're delighted to have you and to hear your perspective on where things stand with EU enlargement, and congratulations on your re-election in April. I'm handing over to you now for your 5-6 minute remarks. And I hope you'll join us for stay on for the questions afterwards.
Thank you very much. And I'm thankful to all of them who thought to organize it and work on it. And it's a pleasure. Although it's not really nothing new. We are in the same place that we were when it comes to the integration process, or better to the EU Albania and North Macedonia, but overall EU and Western Balkan relations. Anyhow, it all started always with a war, and for Odyssey, it was called the Trojan War. For Western Balkans, it was called the Yugoslav dissolution wars. Both lasted 10 years. Subsequently, Odyssey fell captive to the goddess Calypso, and we fell captive to the integration process. But there is a difference. Odyssey could escape. We can't. We can't escape from that, and we don't want to. We don't want to, whatever it takes. It has become really tormentous to keep going, and in the meantime, keep being kept on hold, and it's really a matter of kind of adopting us to this, because things have changed, and have changed in many ways, and have changed in the wrong direction for all of us in the Western Balkans. Once upon a time, we were told that this process, the integration process, will ease a lot our countries vis-à-vis nationalisms, and would suppress somehow by the force of example the Balkan nationalisms. But guess what? Today we are hostage of European nationalisms, and the pop-up here and there of issues that are fueled or are, sensitive to nationalisms in Europe makes the process stumbling. And this is sad, it's very sad. But on the other hand, what we can do? We should keep going, because we have no other alternatives, and we don't want to seek for other alternatives. Especially here in Albania, we know that demons exist. We dealt with them in the past, and we learned the lesson the hard way. There is no other alternative than to have our own place in this union of peace and of safety. And it's the first time in our lifetime as a nation that we can finally choose by ourselves as people, and not be imposed a place where others choose for us. Bottom line is the process of European integration is becoming less and less predictable, more and more unfair. I recall that after the 2004 enlargement, things were harder for Bulgaria and Romania in 2007, and then even harder for Croatia. But it is what it is, as legendary Donald Trump would say. So we have to keep going, and I strongly believe that in the meantime that we are doing our homework, and we are pushing and pushing and pushing with the reforms and with all the steps that are needed to reach there, and not because someone there is asking us, but because this is what we should do for our next generations. We have to push much more within the region and to strengthen our bilaterals and our regional cooperation as a whole. Something important happened during these years, and maybe it's the only good news that we got from outside of our borders, which, by the way, are the EU borders. We are surrounded by them, and this good thing is named Berlin Process. So we entered in a new era of reconnection and cooperation among ourselves. I have met, for example, Zoran Zaev more times lately than I have met some ministers of mine. On the other hand, same thing with Serbian counterparts. And this doesn't make any more news because it's the new normal. Once upon a time, when I met Alexander Vucic, it was the biggest news one could imagine for many reasons. It was 68 years after the last visit of an Albanian head of state happened in Belgrade, and now it's normal, and it's a good thing that it's normal. But we need to push. We need to push, and that's why we have decided with our partners in the region, Serbia and North Macedonia, to just push and push and push, not to divide the region, not to create something that is in contradiction with the whole vision and with the whole region, but to simply lead by example and show that this is just what our citizens need, and this is just what we owe to our people. Easier life, the four freedoms of Europe implemented within our region, waiting to be part of the big European family where these freedoms are already present. And last but not least, I would like to conclude that it's really important to have Greece on board in the region. Greece, for known reasons, had a period of time that was absent. But now that normality is back, growth is back, a lot of dreams and hopes of the Greek people are back as possible. I hope that Greece will be more present and will be more participative in this whole homework of regional cooperation.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that very honest appraisal from your perspective of the state of play with the integration and with bilateral relations. We're going to come back to some of those points in the discussion. And so, last but not least, I want to introduce Reince Priebus, who's going to give us, I hope, a US perspective on the region and its prospects.
Well, perfect. Thank you for having me. Good morning, Kalimera. Aside from being proud to be an American, I'm also very proud to be Greek. My mother is Greek, and I spent many summers here and love the country. In fact, my aunt had a nice little place in Laganisi, so I spent many summers running around here along the beaches of Laganisi. The most influential person in my life was my papu, and I remember growing up and coming and visiting him, and my yaya and papu coming to the United States, and people always ask me how I got so interested in politics at a young age. Were your parents political? Did you have someone in it? It was my papu. And everything my papu did, I loved. And like I think a lot of Papoos, he loved politics. And he loved to talk about it. And he also loved the United States. And I knew as a little kid that the person I looked up to the most in my life loved everything about the country I lived in, but he wasn't from there. And from an early age, I think the influence of my family in Greece played a role in my sort of understanding in the role that the United States can play in a lot of the conversations that have taken place already this morning from very smart people who know a lot more about the politics of this region, the economics of this region, than I do. However, I do think that the topics that were discussed, the points discussed, are really important. I think that from the U.S. perspective, in order to have a great relationship, in order to become a member of the EU, in order to become a nation favored by the United States, obviously you have to have peace, you have to have stability, and there has to be trust. Certainly, I think there's great examples of that in the region. I think that Prime Minister Mitsotakis has done a fabulous job in establishing trust, peace, a feeling of stability with the United States and with many others around the world. I think it's important when you have to deal with people like Erdogan, people who I have to say I personally don't trust, to have a partner like Prime Minister Mitsotakis here in Greece, I think is a great example of what it looks like, what the new Greece might look like, and what we're hoping that it looks like. I think what's happened in North Macedonia is stunning. I think the good work you've done, the work, but really in reality it's stunning in the sense of if you would have said 30 years ago that we'd be talking about what is happening in North Macedonia, in fact a political change, that in fact it happened, and that in fact there's peace, I think is stunning. But then you have other actors. We can talk about Serbia, but when you talk about Serbia to a person that's a political person from the United States, I think about his cozy relationship with Vladimir Putin, and it makes people nervous. So when you talk about peace, stability, and trust, I think those are the issues that people that are in politics in the United States think about. I think EU expansion is important. I agree with the former leader in Croatia. I think she put it marvelously, very smartly. A pathway to expansion in order to try to reward good behavior and to put in line bad behavior, I think is very important. So I'm happy to get into any of these conversations, politics, trade, if you want to get into aluminum and steel tariffs, whatever you want to talk about. It's my pleasure to be here with such a distinguished panel of people.
Thank you very much indeed. So thanks everyone for sticking to time. It means we've got about 20 minutes for the discussion. And I hope Mr. Rama is still with us and can join back in the discussion. I'm not sure if that's the case, but we'll have it anyway. And I think the first question that everybody's addressed in one way or another, the question of enlargement and integration. In the program, it actually has the question, one step closer, ? Well, is it one step closer or is it further away than ever? And And what I want to ask all of you, especially the Western Balkan prime ministers, is how you see all the initiatives of recent years, from the Berlin process to the idea of this mini Schengen in the region, CEFTA, the new negotiating framework for the Western Balkans. Do you see these as actually vehicles to get you to EU membership, or do you see them as a substitute for it? And listening to you, Prime Minister Rama, you sounded pretty weary with the, I don't think it's the time of day, but pretty weary with the process and how long it's gone on. And Ms. Grabar-Kitarovic also said, 18 years since Thessaloniki, and we're still waiting. Is it ever going to happen? I mean, it's very hard to motivate yourselves to keep going, to keep pushing, as you say. And what you seem to be saying at the end there was actually that in that situation, facing reality, maybe it's actually much more important to focus on the bilateral relations with others, with EU members and with the US perhaps, and also to focus on these regional, interregional cooperation, intra-regional cooperation initiatives. So, yeah, are you still confident that it will happen? And what's the realistic time frame for membership? And we've had delays already with the start of the IGC for Albania and for North Macedonia. Because probably mainly because of domestic politics in Bulgaria blocking things. But what's the timescale now as you see it? And do you really believe that it's going to happen in a realistic time frame? So maybe Mr. Zaev, Eddie, over to you then. Mr. Rama.
If it's, first of all, how long it happens, I could prove by bringing a picture I don't have of mine when this all started. I had all my hairs, by the way, and they were all black, I can assure you. And my teeth were natural. Now they are not anymore. So it's quite a long time. And by the way, I want to salute Colinda and Reis there. It's a pleasure to see them. And I don't know how long it will happen. I know one thing for sure, that Albania and North Macedonia are experiencing the second volume of Samuel Beckett's Waiting for Godot famous theater piece. Vladimir and Estragon are Albania and North Macedonia. And there is a phrase in Beckett's masterpiece where Vladimir says, "Shall we go?" And Estragon says, "Let's go." But Beckett says, "Nobody moves." So EU is the emulation of Samuel Beckett nowadays. So nobody knows, and I don't know. But I'm sorry if I give the impression that I'm frustrated or I'm wary, as you said, or whatever. No, I'm not. I'm not because, we prepared for the big wedding some years ago. We organized everything, and we were dressed well. We had beautiful music ready. Decoration was fantastic, and the groom didn't show up, or the bride, depends. But let's say the bride, because we are very male-oriented in this region. And we prepared the second time. The bride didn't come again, so that's it. We are not going to organize another wedding. They are telling us they want us, they love us, they want to marry us, but they are not ready to talk. Okay, it's fine. We have to keep going, as I said, because what the integration process provides us is a very important tool, unique tool of modernization that we can't invent. And this modernization means building in this region states that are well-functioning democracies, institutions that stand beyond parties and beyond governments that change, and relations between citizens and the state that are safe and sound. So this is European integration, in my view. Secondly, you talked about Berlin process. There were two things, in fact, that came in my mind. First, the Berlin process as such helped us to exactly do what we are doing now, to be together. We were not together. And by the way, in 2014, when Angela Merkel convoked the first meeting of the Berlin process, it was the first time in history, not in my lifetime, in history, that the Balkan leaders met, sat down to talk about the future. And this was amazing. The second thing I would mention here is the efforts of President Trump's administration to push for a breakthrough in the dialogue between Kosovo and Serbia. It was a genuinely strong will. It didn't end, unfortunately, with the result everyone would wish. But again, yes, the United States are absolutely crucial, are very important, and for us in Albania are the one and only when it comes to the reference, because we lived for kind of 50 years under a regime of a guy who told us every day that we had to prepare for the big fight with the Americans. And by telling us that they were the devil, he just made us fall in love unconditionally with the United States. So he worked pro bono for the United States 50 years, and we paid with our blood, with our tears, with our sufferings. But at the end, here we are, the most pro-American country in Europe for sure, and maybe more pro-American than some countries, some states in the US that want to split again. So these are the two things I would recall. And the last point is this coming again and again and again of the suspicion or through implying that what we are doing in the region is a substitute. No, it's not. It's not a substitute of the integration process. We are not looking for a new Yugoslavia plus Albania, as some stupid people say, or as some very clever people say, because they don't want to understand. We are looking to do what we can do without being prevented by the European Union doing. As far as we cannot progress in the European Union, let's say, network of life, we can progress in our network of life. So implementing the 4 freedoms of Europe in this region, freedom of movement of goods, of people, of capitals, of services, how can it be a substitute to the European Union integration? Okay. How can it be an alternative to the European Union integration to push for living in this region as you live in the European Union, with no non-tariff barriers, with no borders practically, with freedom to move everywhere. So no, and I don't like this mini Schengen, you know, because I'm too tall to like mini things. It's not mini, it's regional Schengen. It's an area that we found this word Schengen to just have a concept that is understandable, where these 4 freedoms are implemented. And I don't see where. And the last thing is that I'm trying to convince Zoran, my dear friend, to not talk anymore about frustration, desperation, despair, and all these things. No, I'm not frustrated. Maybe there are countries and there are leaders in the EU that are more frustrated than all of us. So the frustration is within the EU first and foremost, and it's not about Bulgaria. It's about the trend. I'm not going to mention other nationalism that has blocked us, because Bulgaria popped up now. But last year were others. The year before last year were others. Nationalisms in EU countries, and in big ones, in the lecturing EU countries. And because of these nationalisms, we had it in our face. Of course, very carefully packed, like you guys are doing well, but you should do more and more. So, and for what? At the end, for what? Because we are not waiting to become members. It's not about membership. I don't know if membership will come when I'll not be around anymore, physically, I mean, or not. It's about a conference, the so-called Intergovernmental Conference, which is, by the way, a Zoom conference.
Yes.
So 2 countries being kept hostage for a Zoom. This is at the end.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Sorry, maybe it took a bit long, but just to explain to you that I'm not frustrated, and we should stop. We should stop saying, "Oh, take us," because there are some others that want to take us.
I think we got that message very clearly now. And there's a few other questions we want to talk about, and I want to give Mr. Zaev, the Prime Minister.
Very shortly, first of all, to not repeat it, I completely 100% agree with my brother, Edi Rama. Only want to add it. Really, it's not anymore for integration of the Western Balkan in the European Union. Albin will mention it. Let's all together go in the European Union because, as all of us mentioned it, we are island surrounded by the European Union countries, and like Federica Mogherini mentioned it, it's about unification of European Union because North Macedonia, 16.5 years, is a candidate country. We signed agreement for association and stabilization after Slovenia, before Croatia, 2001. Having that in mind, it's really not any more space for frustrations or, I don't know, to regret. There is no alternative for us than European Union future. Others doesn't offer values. We fight for values. We want to Europeize our countries. Skopje, Pristina, Belgrade, Tirana, Montenegro, Sarajevo and Podgorica, normally. All of us want to feel European values inside. And having all that in mind, we will find every way how to integrate ourselves. North Macedonia with Greece, with Albania, with Kosovo, with Serbia, with Bulgaria, with all our neighbors. And we're continuing in this direction. And we believe very much that we show a lot of European manner, a lot of European behavior through PRESPA agreement, for example. It's a rare kind of agreement, can be used like tools all around the world, how to find solution of identity issues, changing name of the country. Why? Because of European future, and mainly because of better cooperation between connection of the people. And also, having that in mind, we are, like North Macedonia, but I think all countries, huge example how multi-ethnical and multi-religion functional democracy can exist and to be really good example, because we built one shining, one society for all, where everybody is equal, everybody is equal in front of rights and in front of obligation. And in all this direction, we have confirmation from European Union 12 times that 100% we fulfill criteria necessary for our European Union integration. And having that in mind, we are very good in judiciary reform, better than some European Union countries. Huge results fighting crime and corruption. All other economic reforms, health reforms, education reforms are in line with the European Union. In the end of the day, Europeization of this part of Balkan continues. But for us, it's good to have these successful tools of European Union through chapters, now through clusters of new methodology, to make it faster and to make it easier to our citizens to be Europeans.
Thank you. So I must take the opportunity to ask Prime Minister Kurti about what your government can do now to advance the dialogue, the EU-supervised dialogue with Serbia. Obviously, the delegations met again on Wednesday. There's been several meetings now since the restart of the dialogue. How much of a priority is your government giving to this? Because obviously a very big focus, as you mentioned, is on the fight against corruption and organized crime. So how much of a priority is the dialogue? And do you expect your government to make a breakthrough during your this term of office?
I'm focused on strengthening the state of Kosovo, but I'm not neglecting dialogue with Serbia. My first deputy prime minister has in his portfolio European integration and dialogue with Serbia. And I look forward to our next meeting, which will take place in the second half of July. We had one meeting in mid-June. It was not an easy one, but it was still constructive. And I think we went for the essential things. I insisted on not avoiding elephant in the room, and that is necessity for mutual recognition between Kosovo and Serbia. Just as President Biden mentioned the exact expression, mutual recognition, because if not that, really, then what? We cannot go back to the times prior to 2008 when we declared independence. Also, we have the ICJ advisory opinion that declaration of independence of Kosovo was not in violation with international law. And the dialogue that we will conduct with Serbia relies on the resolution of General Assembly of UN from September 2010. And it says that this dialogue has 4 goals. First is peace, security, and stability. Second is cooperation. Third is European path. And fourth is improving the lives of the people. And I look forward to work in all these 4 counts in a dialogue which is about the status of relations between Kosovo and Serbia. Regarding the region, I think that a common regional market must insist very much on investments, but likewise on rule of law in relation to corruption and oligarchs, facing of the past in relation to the war criminals, democratization in relation to autocrats, and I must say also what is important to see in our region is a certain balance, a certain symmetry, a certain reciprocity of minority rights across the region of Western Balkan 6. Because when you have disbalance, you have tensions. When you have tensions, you might get conflicts. So there is needed a certain balance of minority rights. And in order to replace migration of youth and women from Western Balkans 6, we need to bridge the skills gap, namely to link labor market with professional education. And we look forward to do this in Kosovo.
Thank you very much. We have only a few minutes left because the next session is starting and the Foreign Minister of Greece will be joining us via connection, so I need to finish in 5 minutes. Now you've heard our other panelists, or the outsiders in a way, if you like, not quite outsiders, but you've listened to what the Prime Ministers have had to say. Following their remarks, what would you say would be the priorities now? I mean, you outlined some of that in your introductory remarks, but what is the priority for Greece as an important actor in this region? The US, which is really strengthened its relations, obviously, with Greece in recent years, but also is now involved in bilaterally in North Macedonia, other countries in the region. From your perspective, what is the priority? What can Croatia do, for example, as well, to facilitate this closer cooperation in the region? So maybe we'll start with you, Kalinda, and I'll take each of you in turn, and just a couple of minutes max, well, not even a couple, a minute.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, in contrast to Eddie, unfortunately, I am frustrated. The number of countries, of EU member countries who work hard on the enlargement, or what I prefer to call consolidation agenda, is really very small. So during our presidency of the Council last year, we organized another Western Balkan Summit, and we will continue to provide political and all other support. All of these initiatives cannot be a substitute. They can be only a catalyst for EU accession. That is the only end state, end game that we should be aiming to. And people are skeptical of regional consolidation in that sense, or integration, fearing that it might provide a substitute, which it shouldn't be. So what we have to do is really increase investment, and in that sense fight the corrosive type of investment that we see, and have more rules-based investment. And just one message to the United States, a very specific one. You know, please do go ahead with negotiating and signing avoidance of double taxation treaties with all the countries in the Western Balkans and Southeast Europe, because it's a huge impediment for a U.S. investment into this area. But as I said, just to close with that, we have to look at investment as something that brings profit, not just in monetary terms and financial return, but also in political stability and keeping people on track for the goal of EU integration.
Thank you very much, Anna.
Thank you. I'm going to speak on behalf of a think tank approach. Since I'm president of a European think tank, and I participate in many discussions in Berlin, in France, in Brussels on a Western issue, or the Western Balkans issue. So I think in public we need a more balanced discussion. It is not from the one side the European Union, which is unwilling, which is bureaucratic, who doesn't want the Western Balkans, and on the other side, there are Western Balkans who are ready and everything is in place. I mean, this is not the case. In the discussions I participate in, and there are many, there are different approaches on very concrete issues. So there is evaluation of the progress in chapters. And there is an evaluation always at the discussion with details what is going on in different areas. So I think it is important to put them in the public sector, not just saying everything is okay and the bride is coming and everything is ready for the big dance. No, it is not. And we know that there are problems. So I believe, if you ask me what my country could do in this case, I think through our experience in entering the European Union and all the problems we had all these years, and we are still, after so many years, we are still not ready. I think we can work with neighbors and support and help them in this institution building, which, as I said in the beginning, I think it's the first and the most important issue.
Thank you very much. George?
The problem is not just that the European Union should not be the runaway bride. Very, I think, cogently, Prime Minister Rama has reminded us that there are political forces in Europe which still have a very nationalistic approach on how we should deal with the Western Balkans, embracing a concept of, let's say, purity of some idealized European concept vis-à-vis less pure entities in the Balkans. For me, the big challenge for the European Union is to put aside not just petty nationalism, but also this concept of politics based on clash of civilizations or whatever, and have as a priority for Europe to become an international player in the global scene, promoting the idea of the European sovereignty, not just following others. We should be our own voice, united and strong in all issues of the international scene, including Balkans.
Thank you.
Yeah, just a couple footnotes to add on to what has been said. I think Prime Minister Rama put things in a perspective that, for me, resonated in the sense that I think you all need to keep in mind, from an American perspective, there's a great distrust of big institutions. You know, there's a lot of countries in the EU that are frustrated too. And big institutions, big governmental entities like the EU, UN, Trans-Pacific Partnership, obviously a little different entity. But in half of the political world in the United States, there is distrust among many of these groups. And so I think what I get a sense from Prime Minister Rama, which I completely agree, is that sometimes the best diplomacy is taking care of yourself, going to Washington, D.C. by yourself, being dynamic, having, and one thing I would advise you all is having a dynamic embassy in Washington, D.C. Some countries do, some countries don't. And having a dynamic ambassador who has meetings, who has lunches, who goes golfing, who makes impressions on individual people that then become important players in your world that can then come back and help you with your own bilateral relationships in the United States, I think most countries fail in that effort in Washington, D.C. And they have no relationships with people that can actually change their economy for the better. And so they proceed through the normal course of public and political relationships through the bottom rungs of the State Department, and they climb through a traditional sense. Politics in the United States has changed. The idea that you have to wait in line for someone at some desk in the State Department to return your phone call in order to then begin a process of a trade agreement, while that is important and it can be effective, it's much easier to have a personal relationship with the congressman who later becomes the Secretary of State or the Secretary of Defense or the White House Chief of Staff that can change your world forever. And so I just challenge everyone to start thinking bigger, not through the normal course of political operations, because I think the world has changed. I think politics is changing all over the world. It's changed in the United States. And I think it's important to remember that real relationships are usually the ones that can change the course of history, usually start personally. And it's something that I think a lot of folks fail at in Washington, D.C.
Thanks. Well, I think we've had good evidence of that in this region, the importance of the personal relationships as well in some of the breakthroughs that we've had. Thanks, everybody. Unfortunately, we've run out of time and we have to move on to the next session. But thank you very much indeed. Thank you, Edi Rama, as well, for joining us and for your contribution. I think we have to have a photograph. We'll see you next time, I hope, in Athens, Mr. Rama. And join me in thanking all our panelists, all our speakers.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have to move on to the next panel, so if I could invite Mr. Neophytou and David Harris, please to join me. David, come on. Why don't you? Where is Mr. Neophytou? Thank you. Yeah.
Good morning to you. Nice to see you.
Good morning. Welcome. So, ladies and gentlemen, if we could move on to the next session, I believe the foreign minister is already joined with us remotely. There we go. After that fascinating discussion on the Western Balkans, we're going to continue on the theme of foreign affairs with a slightly wider field of geography into the Eastern Mediterranean and beyond. Effective diplomacy in unstable times is our theme, and we're going to start straight off. Foreign Minister, can you hear me clearly? I hope you can hear me. We can see you.
Thank you. Loud and clear. Yes, I can hear you and I can see you.
Excellent, excellent. So, and I'm joined on the panel. We're joined on the panel by Avarov Neophytou, the president of the Democratic Rally in Cyprus, and David Harris, the CEO of the American Jewish Committee. But first of all, over to you, Foreign Minister.
Well, thank you. Well, as you know, I'm not very good at initial remarks and openings, so I will just start by saying that Greece has a very principled foreign policy, and that's that. Principled means we act according to international law and international law of the sea. And what we're trying to do is create an understanding between all countries, not just of our region, but even far from our region, according to these principles. And I have to say also that we believe we have been quite successful, not because we are competent or because we can charm our friends around the world, but because this is where humanity goes, to a rules-based world order. So our humble ambition is to serve this purpose of humanity and to create this understanding among as many countries of the world as possible. That goes for the Balkans, that goes for the Eastern Mediterranean, that goes for the Gulf, and if I may say, even beyond the Gulf, the Indo-Pacific Ocean and all the oceans of the world. Please kindly do not forget that Greece is the biggest commercial maritime power in the world. The Greek-owned fleet is the Greek-owned fleet is the biggest in the world. So we have a huge interest in freedom of navigation. Thank you so much, and I'm so happy to be in this roundtable with Averov and with David. I will never forget, and I would like to repeat that, I will never in my life forget David's crucial support in my effort against the Golden Dawn in the difficult years 2012, 2013, 2014. I will always remember to thank him in public for his support.
Thank you very much. Could I ask you to elaborate a little bit, perhaps, before we move on to our other panelists, on the state of play, really, in the Eastern Med. So, here a year ago, tensions were very high at our conference. I remember there was a build-up of concern, and then it actually came to physical clash in the Eastern Mediterranean. Now we've moved on to a period where the tensions are lower, some degree of dialogue has been taking place. Where do things stand at the moment, and how do you see this developing?
Well, thank you for asking me. First of all, I will share your conclusion that the tensions, luckily this year, are not at the level that were last year. My wife always reminds me that we didn't have any vacation the last 2 years, and that had to do a lot with the situation in the Mediterranean. Having said that, and in continuation of my initial remarks, I have to say that the huge number of countries of our region, of the Eastern Mediterranean, are sharing our principles and our understanding that we should go by the international law and the international law of the sea. Unfortunately, there's a minority of one, the one being Turkey, that does not, for its own reasons, subscribe to those principles. And although we're facing less tension, I'm sorry to say that I have not seen tangible evidence of Turkey changing not just its behavior, but its beliefs. Turkey subscribing to international law, subscribing to the international law of the sea, subscribing to UNCLOS. And we have one benchmark in front of us to see the level of tensions in our overall region, and that is July the 20th. President Erdogan's commemoration of the invasion in Cyprus and of the occupation of the northern part of the Republic of Cyprus. So what will happen remains to be seen, yet, if I'm allowed to say, I hope that this year, after 2 years, I may have some vacation in August. But again, we'll see.
What about stretching beyond the Eastern Mediterranean and you mentioned freedom of navigation generally, and of course one area of the world that where this increasingly comes to the fore is in Asia, and with respect to the Taiwan Straits, and various of Greece's allies are active in asserting those rights of freedom of navigation vis-à-vis China. Is this something that Greece, with this, as you say, largest commercial fleet in the world, that Greece takes an interest in and is involved in any sense by proxy, or how do you view these operations?
Well, let us be frank. We know our size. Greece is an 11 million country, a member of the European Union, but a small size country. That's what we are. We don't overstretch, we don't punch above our weight. Having said that, for obvious reason, we have a big interest in freedom of navigation. And UNCLOS and the application of UNCLOS is something we discuss with our friends all over the world. Just a week ago, Dr. Jaishankar, the Indian foreign minister, was in Athens for 2 days, and we were able to elaborate on this. And I'm looking forward to visiting Indonesia, to visiting Australia, to visiting Japan, and again elaborate on the issues of the freedom of navigation. For Greece, things is not on a la carte basis. We follow a principled foreign policy, and our principles go according to international law. UNCLOS is international law. So we have a very good understanding with all countries of the world, regardless of size, that have subscribed to UNCLOS or the principles of UNCLOS. And I have to say I was extremely happy that something like 3 weeks ago, Secretary Blinken has said openly, has encouraged openly all countries to subscribe to UNCLOS, even his own country, because as you know, the United States, although they accept the principles of UNCLOS, are not a subscriber to UNCLOS. On the other hand, the European Union has subscribed to UNCLOS, not just the member state, but the European Union itself. So UNCLOS is a part of the European acquis. So, principles. The answer is principles, Daniel, not an a la carte foreign policy. And principles is international law of the sea, that is UNCLOS.
Excellent. Well, I'm sure we'll come back to these questions in the discussion, but I'd like to move on now to Avros Neophytou and for a Cypriot view of the Eastern Med and beyond.
Thank you for the invitation. 3 panelists, one from Israel, one from Greece, and I come from Cyprus. I have to mention the very useful trilateral cooperation among our 3 countries. We live in challenging times in a very interesting and important region. And we have a neighbor that wants to be a dominant in the area by disturbing the international law with aggressiveness in the exclusive economic zone, not only in Cyprus, but in Greece, and also a country that used migration to exercise pressure to Europe. Also, by the illegal activities in the Eastern Mediterranean, they want to control the natural resources in the Eastern Mediterranean in order to disturb the energy security of Europe. How will we tackle this issue? There are 2 ways. One is by trying to punish a country that creates the problem. And the other is through effective diplomacy to find the ways to create a win-win situation. We need a Turkey that will continue to have European aspirations, and we have to use these aspirations in order to put Turkey on track to find through dialogue solutions of the conflicts. We'll all benefit by solving the problems rather than see Turkey escalating the conflicts. Cyprus is a small country. We cannot survive in a war with Turkey or any other countries. We have to use peaceful means. Our participation in the European Union and using our friends like Israel and Greece, and I would like to thank Greece and Israel for their support to our national issue. By finding solutions, we'll have a win-win situation for the region, for security, for stability, and for energy. And that is our priority, and we will work for it. Lately, Turkey came with a new idea concerning the solution of the Cyprus problem, that after 47 years, the Turkish invasion is there, 40,000 Turkish troops are in Cyprus, with an idea that it's outside the parameters of the Security Council resolutions of bizonal, bicommunal federation, stating that they want a two-state solution. A two-state solution is a no-go. Neither Europe will accept it, not United Nations will never consider it. Therefore, we have to make our efforts through our friends and the international community to find a viable solution in the parameters of the resolutions of the Security Council. We need peaceful ways. We need to find a way to solve the conflicts in the region, and we need Israel and Greece to be, together with Cyprus, pillars of stability and prosperity for our citizens, and to give the opportunity to be the democratic bridge for the region. Thank you.
Can I ask, with respect to the energy resources that were part of the source of the recent tensions in the Eastern Mediterranean, what is the possibility that those same resources could be a catalyst for cooperation rather than conflict between Turkey and Cyprus and Turkey and Greece? So how can you turn this around so that you actually work together? Because the potential for mutual benefit from these resources is clearly very great if only you could collaborate on work out a way of working together on them rather than being in conflict on them.
Unfortunately, up to now, the energy resources of the Eastern Mediterranean created a lot of conflicts and tension. And I agree with you that we have to turn it around. Natural resources to be a catalyst for the solutions of the problems. And I will say something that I stated in the past, which has created a lot of criticism in Cyprus. But we have to be brave, to be courageous in politics, in order to pave the way for solutions. And I will consider, in case of a viable solution of the Cyprus issue, a cooperation with Turkey to build a pipeline to Turkey on commercial terms and to sell the natural gas to one of the biggest markets in the region. We have to think ways how to use the natural gas as a catalyst for a peaceful process, rather than being a conflict issue.
So you could find yourself in the not too distant future being the leader of Cyprus. If that were the case, what are your connections with the Turkish side in northern Cyprus? Do you have good connections on a personal level with this? It would be, I think, interesting to know what the prospects would be for some kind of new initiatives with the North and with Turkey.
I will share with you my perception, how the Turkish Cypriots feel today. They are very anxious, and they worry about their future. Cyprus is small. Greek Cypriot community is small, with about 800,000 people. But the Turkish Cypriot community is even less. The Turkish Cypriot living in Cyprus today will be around 120,000. With more settlers from Turkey I can say for every Turkish Cypriot, there are at least 2 to 3 settlers from Turkey. And for every 2 or 3 Turkish Cypriot, there is a Turkish soldier. They care about their identity, and they worry about their identity. And they see that Turkey will never succeed of a 2-state solution in Cyprus. But their main fear is the annexation of the occupied part to Turkey. And then they feel that they will lose their identity. How they will survive culturally. 120,000 Turkish Cypriots with 80 million Turks. And I can tell you something that the foreigners, they don't know it. The culture of the Turkish Cypriots with the Greek Cypriots are closer than the culture of Turkish Cypriots with the mainland Turks. So we need to find ways for the Turkish Cypriot community to survive. And the only way is through a solution of the Cyprus problem. There are danger and threats for the Greek Cypriots, but there are threats for the Turkish Cypriot community as well. So I have a very good contacts with Turkish Cypriot leaders and Turkish Cypriot people that are in favor of the solution. Even the supporters of the party of Tatar, that they support the idea of Turkey for the 2-state solution, the majority of those people, they don't want the annexation because they feel, as Turkish Cypriot, that they will lose their identity.
Fascinating. Thank you very much. Now, David, I guess there are some echoes that you would have felt there of 2-state, 1-state, all those complexities, but fascinated to hear your perspective on this region and how we can make progress in the years ahead, I guess.
Daniel, thank you, and thank you to The Economist for bringing us together, and to my old friend Nikos and my new friend Avarov for sharing this panel with me. For those who may wonder why this aberration, government officials and then an NGO, American Jewish Committee, together on the panel, I think it requires just a word of explanation. In the early 1980s, roughly 40 years ago, we wondered about a diplomatic anomaly, and that was 3 countries in the Eastern Med, all democracies, geographically close to one another, with certain cultural similarities that were essentially engaged in chilly, if not frigid, diplomatic ties. And those 3 countries, of course, were Cyprus, Greece, and Israel. In fact, it should be recalled that Greece was the very last West European country to formally recognize the State of Israel, and did not do so and extend full de jure relations until 1990, 42 years after the creation of the state. And Greece, throughout much of this period, again, as you'll know better than I, was in some respects not just challenged in its relations with Israel, but had a topsy-turvy relationship with the United States. And meanwhile, Cyprus was a country that identified itself largely, Avarov, with the non-aligned movement, and therefore saw itself by that position as being at some distance both from the United States and from Israel. We couldn't accept this status quo. And together with our Hellenic American friends, we believed that we could help forge a new relationship among these 3 countries. And that, in fact, is exactly what happened. And it happened, to an earlier point made, because of the vision of leaders in the region. But the second question for us, Daniel, became, fine, those leaders emerged, but would the vision be sustained? Or would it be relegated to a particular person or even a particular party? And I think what we've seen unfold, especially in the case of Cyprus and Greece, if I may say so, is the institutionalization of the recognition of the triangle. The sense that this was no longer about one leader or one party, but as we saw transitions from right to left in all three, in Cyprus and Greece, and back, the process continued to the point where today we can actually speak about a strategic triangle among Greece, Cyprus, and Israel. 40 years ago, that was inconceivable. And that's why I think, Daniel, that this occasion should encourage us to continue to visualize the next big steps. And not simply focused on status quo management, important as that obviously is for all the countries concerned. And to us, the next big step is to take a page from the histories of Robert Schuman and Jean Monnet, the visionary French diplomats who, after the Second World War, were given a not-so-simple task: prevent a third world war on the European continent. And from that assignment, as you know, in 1951, emerged the six-member coal and steel community, which eventually evolved into the European Union. And as we saw in the earlier session, the sense that not only are there 27 countries now bound by common fate, but aspiring countries who are doing everything possible to join the group, knowing what the rules of the game are. I'm suggesting that just as coal and steel served a purpose in the early 1950s, that we should be focusing on 3 E's: energy, electricity, and environment, as a new basis for an expanded network of cooperation in the Eastern Med. And I don't think today that that is simply pie in the sky. To the contrary, I think that this vision, which we have been promoting now for several years, is beginning to take hold. It's beginning to take hold in the East Med Gas Forum, whose membership includes several key Arab countries. It's taking hold in the Filia Group, in other configurations that we're beginning to see. And I would just note, as a final point, because we're sitting in Greece, that for us there are 3 concentric geopolitical circles, Daniel, in which Greece sits or abuts, which to us suggests that Greece has a central role in helping define this big future of cooperation and networking across the Eastern Med and through the Middle East and North Africa. Number 1, of course, is the strategic triangle of Greece, Cyprus, and Israel, and I must say, encouraged and supported by the United States, and particularly by our exceptional ambassador, Jeffrey Pyatt, who serves in Athens and who's been at the conference. Number 2, the growing circle of peace in the Arab world with Israel, which now includes 6 countries openly and fully engaged with Israel, and several other countries on the sidelines, watching the process with growing interest and curiosity and even levels of participation. And third, to the earlier session, a growing number of Balkan countries who also understand that they have a stake in the future of this region, including the Eastern Med. And so I think through creative, visionary, persistent diplomacy on the part of Greece, joined by Cyprus, supported by the United States, encouraged by Israel and others, we could one day be reconvening at an economist conference in 10 years, 15 years, and talking about an entirely reimagined region, a far cry from where we are today, but an even farther cry from where we were in the early 1980s.
Well, thank you. That's a very refreshing and optimistic vision to think of. I'm wondering whether you should add a T to your 3 E's, and that T is technology, because that's also surely a sort of hub on which these three countries in the region could coalesce, or maybe it's implied in your environmental E, because a lot of the answer to that is going to be technological solutions.
It's implied, but I'm happy to make it explicit.
Okay.
It's just that there was a kind of alliterative quality.
No, I'm all for
alliterative.
Threes are great. I mean, you know.
But I think if I can channel the late Shimon Peres, the Nobel Prize-winning president of Israel, the future of the world will be in the human mind. It will not just be in the resources underground, which eventually may or may not run out. It will be in the infinite creativity of the human mind. And I think in this respect, if I may say so, Israel's focus on human capital, on innovation, on entrepreneurship, Israel was given a gift in a way. And that was the seeming absence of natural resources in 1948. By the time the natural resources were discovered, Israel had to depend on human capital. And that created this incubator for innovation. And in that sense, I believe that Israel provides a roadmap for other countries, including other countries in the region, Daniel, that increasingly will focus less on sovereign dependence on natural resources and more on sovereign dependence on human capital.
Nikos Dendias, I'd be curious to hear your thoughts on this vision for a different sort of regional cooperation and how practical it is over that sort of 10-year time horizon, 10, 15-year time horizon that we heard.
I have to say, we're at the lucky point in time where one cannot call that daydreaming. I think it's something that is clearly doable. And if I have to put my money, I would put it on happening versus not happening. And I have to say, the signs are there already of this kind of understanding and of elan of these countries towards a common future. It's clearly understandable. And I'm so happy that David clearly mentioned that human mind is the future versus, for example, hydrocarbons. Hydrocarbons, of course, are very important for humanity. They still provide, together with lignite, a very important amount of the energy we consume. But one thing is clear, this is not the future. This is clearly the past. And if you allow me, Daniel, to say something I read in The Economist, the humanity didn't went through Stone Age to a different age because we ran out of stone, but because the time has come to move to another age. And it's clear now that energy will be produced in a friendly environmental way in the future if we want to survive. So this new approach and the fact that, let's be honest, this region, this overall region is privileged. We have sun and we have wind. So, and we have huge areas in which we could put solar panels in order to create this energy and be able to have energy that is cheaper, which will advance our economies, not just the Greek economies, but the economies of the Balkans and the economies of the European Union. So I think we can look forward to a much better future, provided that societies arrive to a common understanding, provided that we understand clearly that the approach of the 19th century, the sort of gunboat diplomacy, the spheres of influence as perceived in the 19th century have no role to play in the 21st century. And I would like to say it clearly in black and white, so it's been heard all around. We don't see Turkey as something that cannot belong to this architecture. We would like Turkey to belong to this architecture, to subscribe to this new approach. But they have to tell us, they have to make up their minds. And I'm sure, and I'm happy to report it, that there's elements in the Turkish society that look towards such an approach. And we should encourage those elements clearly, elements that believe to democracy, to Western values, to moving to the 21st century versus the gunboat diplomacy of the 19th century. So I don't know if we're going to be here. Probably we're not going to be here. And anyway, I'm not going to be in my present capacity. But I believe that sooner than later, in an economist roundtable, the new reality presented by David will be the reality analyzed by those future guys that probably you will be asking questions.
Well, we have an outbreak of optimism on this panel. Let's see if there are questions in the room. Would anybody like to ask a question about the region and this vision that we've just heard, or any other questions of our panelists? Who would like to ask a question? Is there one at the? There's one at the back here. Yes, if I can. Could you stand up? I can't see you. Thank you very much. And if you could say who you are, that would be helpful.
Yes, Lefkofridi Navsika από το www.dimoprasion.gr. Ήθελα να κάνω μία ερώτηση στον κύριο Υπουργό.
Could you just wait 1 second and allow David to put headphones on so that we can hear the translation?
My Greek stops at Kalimera.
Yes. Just 1 moment and then we'll...
After all these years, they ought to.
Okay, are we good?
Yes. Ήθελα να κάνω μία ερώτηση στον κύριο Υπουργό. Επειδή μιλάμε για ασφάλεια στην περιοχή αυτή, αλλά καμιά φορά χρειάζονται και λίγο πιο σκληροί μέθοδοι, όπως ας πούμε κυρώσεις προς την Τουρκία. Το γεγονός ότι αυτή τη στιγμή η Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση μέχρι σήμερα δεν έχει επιβάλει πραγματικά αυστηρές κυρώσεις και επιπλέον θα την χρηματοδοτήσει με 5 δις, πιστεύετε ότι θα συμβάλλει ώστε να συμμορφωθεί η Τουρκία? Ευχαριστώ.
Σας ευχαριστώ για την ερώτηση. Θέλω να είμαι σαφής. Η Ελλάδα πίστευε και πιστεύει ως προς την Τουρκία σε μια διπλή προσέγγιση. Σε μια προσέγγιση καταρχήν που παρέχει κίνητρα στην Τουρκία να κινηθεί προς την κατεύθυνση, την επιθυμητή, την κατεύθυνση που θα θέλαμε και την περιέγραψα προηγουμένως, την δημοκρατικές αξίες, την προστασία των ανθρωπίνων δικαιωμάτων, το σεβασμό του διεθνούς δικαίου και του διεθνούς δικαίου της θάλασσας και από την άλλη μια σαφή υπόμνηση ότι αν αυτό δεν συμβεί, από εκεί και πέρα η Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση πρέπει να λάβει μέτρα. Θα συμφωνήσω μαζί σας ότι η Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση, ή για να είμαι ακριβέστερος, μερικά κράτη στην Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση, όχι με κανένα τρόπο η πλειοψηφία των κρατών της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης, ήταν διστακτικά στο να ακολουθήσουν με γενναιότητα και με σαφήνεια αυτή την κατεύθυνση. Όμως, οφείλω να πω ότι σαν κοινός τόπος φτάσαμε σε ένα επίπεδο κατανόησης. Και νομίζω ότι έγινε σαφές και στην τουρκική πλευρά ότι αν συνεχίσει την λογική και τις ενέργειες του περασμένου χρόνου, είτε του Μαρτίου-Φεβρουαρίου στο μεταναστευτικό, είτε του Αυγούστου και των άλλων μηνών στην Ανατολική Μεσόγειο, από εκεί και πέρα οι κυρώσεις είναι το μόνο μέτρο που η Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση έχει στη διάθεσή της και θα το επιβάλλει. Και θα ήθελα να πω επίσης ότι εγώ ίδιος έχω ασκήσει πολλές φορές κριτική στην Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση. Η κυβέρνηση Μητσοτάκη όμως έχει μια έντονα φιλοευρωπαϊκή αντίληψη. Και η έντονα αυτή φιλοευρωπαϊκή αντίληψη περιλαμβάνει την κατανόηση ότι η Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση είναι ένα τεράστιο ιστορικό εγχείρημα, το οποίο είναι ακόμη σε νεαρά βήματα. Θέλουμε καιρό για να ολοκληρώσουμε αυτό το τεράστιο εγχείρημα το οποίο περιεγράφει προηγουμένως. Άρα λοιπόν, εδώ είναι κάτι στο οποίο ελπίζουμε. Ελπίζουμε η Τουρκία να κάνει την ορθή επιλογή. Και όπως είπε και ο Αβέροφ προηγουμένως, υπάρχει και μια τεράστια θέληση από την πλευρά και της ελληνοκυπριακής κοινότητας, απλώνοντας ένα χέρι φιλίας προς την τουρκοκυπριακή κοινότητα, ώστε να δημιουργήσουμε μια ενωμένη Κύπρο που θα έχει παράλληλα τεράστιες ευεργετικές συνέπειες για την ευρύτερη περιοχή μας. Ως προς τα κονδύλια του μεταναστευτικού, θέλω και εδώ να σας είμαι σαφής. Η Ελλάδα, ακόμα και τη χειρότερη στιγμή των ελληνοτουρκικών σχέσεων, δεν εμπόδισε την ενίσχυση με κονδύλια, όχι της Τουρκίας ως κράτος, αλλά των δυστυχισμένων ανθρώπων που χρειαζόντουσαν την προστασία της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης, μέσω μη κυβερνητικών οργανώσεων. Η Ελλάδα είναι μια χώρα που λειτουργεί όχι επί τη βάση του ευκαιριακού της συμφέροντος ή της λογικής της πίεσης, αλλά επί τη βάση των αρχών της. Η προστασία της δυστυχίας και των ανθρώπων που έχουν ανάγκη βοήθειας είναι μέσα στο DNA της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης. Δεν είμαστε εμείς αυτοί που θα εμποδίσουμε, είμαστε αυτοί που θα ενθαρρύνουμε αυτή την προσέγγιση και τη βοήθεια.
Avrov, did you want to comment on the EU dimension?
I have a different approach. Instead of trying to punish somebody, trying to find a solution of the problem. By creating cost to your enemy, that doesn't mean that you have your own benefit. You have to find ways to solve the issues and to have a win-win situation. Of course, if Turkey continues not to cooperate for the Cyprus issue, the problems with Greece, Libya, and doesn't show a real will to open the process for its European aspirations, then there is no other choice, as the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Greece has mentioned, but Europe to consider seriously to impose sanctions to Turkey. But I don't think that this would have been the top priority. The top priority is to find solutions of the problems. And to comment on the EEE of our friend David. You know, David, that there is an approved project by European Union, the European Interconnector, Israel, Cyprus, and Greece, with submarine cables to connect and transform electricity from Israel to Cyprus, to Greece, to Europe, and vice versa. This is a very important project that serves your vision for energy, electricity, and environment.
Thank you. Joan, did you have a question for you? My question has been answered. It's been answered. I would like to ask one more question, and then we must move on to the next session. The question is, we have a new American administration, and it's not, but not so new that we can't already see some of the outlines of the policies of the Biden administration and of Antony Blinken as Secretary of State. So I'm wondering whether you can comment on what you would expect from the Biden administration in this region, whether it's a continuity of the Trump administration policies or whether you see changes in direction with the Biden administration. Perhaps I turn to you, Foreign Minister, in the first instance.
Well, thank you, Daniel. For us, it's quite clear. We wish and we want more American presence in the region. Having said that, for reasons of justice, I would mention that Secretary Pompeo of the Trump administration was quite attentive on this region. I don't remember how many times I have met him during the 18 months that we were both in office. But having said that, we need more United States, not less United States. We need more United States in the Balkans because there are issues that need to be resolved. It's the Serbia-Kosovo thing, also the situation in Bosnia-Herzegovina, which, if I may allow to say, it's something that we should be very careful with. The situation is much worse than perfect, and it does not catch maybe the first page of the newspapers, but we should not allow it to come to the first page of the newspapers. Then is the Palestinian issue, in which, on the Balkans, let me say, the European Union and the present administration work hand in hand together. It's the Palestinian problem in which an American initiative is badly needed. We should not wait for a new problem being manifested as we had a few weeks ago, and then try to do something. America has the prime role in the Middle East and needs to exercise that role. And also, we need the American presence in the overall region. I think the United States is the one party, the one country in the world that could explain to Turkey that human rights and rule of law is the way forward, the way that would create benefit for all. And if you allow me to say, For the overall region, sometimes the United States plays more than a role of a superpower. They're being perceived as both a country and an ideal. So the American presence is needed and wanted in the overall region, including the Gulf, and if I may allow to say, even beyond the Gulf. Thank you.
Thank you. David, you're very familiar with the politics of Washington. How do you see this?
Allow me first just to say one thing about the earlier conversation. I don't want people in this audience to believe that I'm some starry-eyed, detached idealist in proposing the vision. I'm all too well aware of the other realities in the region. The realities of a disruptive Iran, of an aggressive Turkey, of Iranian proxies, including Hamas and Hezbollah. In other words, the forces that would seek to derail or undermine the vision. I also happen to believe that without big vision and big ideas by courageous leaders, we will never move beyond any status quo. And we've had 3 sobering reminders in recent months and years of why we need to overcome the status quo. One is the growing recognition of the collective dangers of climate change. The second is the growing recognition of mutual interdependence triggered by the public health pandemic, from which we're still suffering collectively. And 3, the still scarring and scarred experience that Europe faced in 2015, 16, and beyond, including this country to this day, with respect to migration. So unless we want to simply see the cycling and recycling of these cross-border challenges that affect us all, then we have to look beyond. And I think now the stars increasingly are aligned for us to be able to look beyond because of and despite the challenges, which brings me to the Biden administration, and I must stress that American Jewish Committee is strictly nonpartisan. I think, though, we have a moment, if we're speaking about the alignment of stars. President Biden knows this region as well as any president in recent history. I think many people in this audience know where his sympathies lie. I think it's abundantly clear. And I think that he sees in today's Greece, an ever stronger partner of the United States on every level. And we see in the evolution both of administration and congressional policy an entirely new attitude towards Cyprus, which was also embodied in the recent adoption of the East Med Security and Partnership Act, which had profound implications for U.S. relations with Cyprus. So I think, Daniel, to your point, the stars are aligned. The question for me remains, will they take the leap? And the leap requires 2 basic elements. Vision, we've talked about, but the second one is political courage. And with respect to Turkey in particular, Nikos, to your point, I think the test of the new administration in part will come from whether this administration, unlike the preceding administrations, plural, will not only show an alternative vision for Turkey, yes, but also show consequences for Turkish behavior if it violates the principles we're talking about. And so to me, it's a two-handed, nuanced strategy that requires both vision and strength. I think the vision is there. I hope the strength will accompany it.
Thank you. Finally, Avro.
It will be for the benefit of the region if we see the Biden administration play a more active role in the region. Unfortunately, we experienced what happened during Trump administration. Middle East was not a top issue in the agenda of Trump administration. And a vacuum has been created in the region in the past 4 years. And Turkey took advantage of this vacuum and filled the vacuum. with the invasion in Syria, with policies in northern Iraq, and with the interventions in Libya. So we need the Americans to put Middle East at the top of their agenda, and will be good for the stability of the region to see the Americans more active in our region.
Thank you. Well, thank you all three of you for a fascinating panel. I must say it looks a very different situation from 1 year ago, but I think we've also had, amidst the painting of a picture of a different future, also a sense of realism of the very real difficulties and barriers to that happening that have to be overcome. So thank you. We will look forward, no doubt, in future iterations of this event to coming back again and again and taking the pulse of the Eastern Med and checking up on your 3 E's, David. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Nikos.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. They want a photograph. Thank you. You're staying on, I hope. We'll go straight on into the next session. If I could invite Ambassador Chizov, please, to join me here on the podium.
Even a bomb scare.
Really? Where? Yesterday evening, yeah. At Brussels? In Brussels, wow. Yes, absolutely. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll carry straight on. Those of you who are regular attendees at this conference will know that also Ambassador Chizov is a regular at this conference. He's had to work especially hard this time to actually get here physically. We're very grateful that you have made it, so very welcome. And I'm sure you've been listening with great interest to the conversation we've just had, so we're looking forward to hearing your perspective and Russia's perspective on the region and perhaps also on the world. Yes. Ambassador Chizov, very welcome.
Thank you very much. I hope I'm heard enough.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah. Good. Χαιρετώ όλους εδώ στην Αθήνα. Θα χαρόμουν να μπορούσα να μιλήσω ελληνικά, αλλά because of the international audience, I'll switch to English.
I'm impressed by the Greek.
So, Russia's place in a post-COVID multipolar world. Allow me to start with the obvious. Our world is not standing still. Just the opposite. It's dramatically and profoundly changing. The first sign that comes to mind is, of course, the coronavirus pandemic, which has had and continues to have a very tangible economic, social, political, scientific, and psychological impact on the entire global community. I will not describe a world without COVID, for we will never surely know what it would have looked like, and besides, what practical use is there in speculating about scenarios that were not destined to translate into reality. I will focus on another point. The pandemic is certainly far from being the only significant factor reshaping the global landscape we all live and work in. Here in Europe, America is back. The slogan launched by Joe Biden is seen as a key new imperative. I will not argue whether this is good or bad for the Europeans, Russia, the United States itself, and the whole system of international relations. Instead, I would remind you that broad awareness of another geopolitical fact has emerged in recent years in parallel rather than in opposition to this trend. Russia is back. But rather than accepting this objective reality, the West got scared of its own invention, claiming that Russians had allegedly returned with some kind of aggressive imperial revanchism. Let me assure you, this is not the case, as we are looking forward rather than backwards, without rancor or resentment. And we advise others to do the same. The world economic map features a distinct trend of its own. China is back. Today, China accounts for nearly 20% of the world GDP at purchasing power parity, and with its post-pandemic recovery outpacing others, this share is rapidly rising. This is, of course, largely due to traditionally strong demographics. No one will counter that. But successful technological development and an efficient socio-economic model contribute to no lesser extent. And this is not a historic anomaly, but rather a return to a natural order of things. After all, China was the world's largest economy for centuries, until the early 19th century. And its combined share with India represented almost half of the global output. Yet, the multipolar world is no longer someone's dream or a threat, but an objective and established reality, which is manifest in various, if not all, aspects of the functioning international system. I would cite the example of the G7, whose recent summit was solemnly held in Cornwall. This closed-circuit club was artificial and pretentious at the time of its creation in the mid-1970s, while now appears to be an obvious anachronism that doesn't reflect the diversity of global political and economic life. The result of an attempt to give it a new lease of life by extending its membership to Russia several years ago is well known. Therefore, do not be surprised that Russia took the demise of the G8 painlessly and without a shadow of regret. Moscow would hardly be willing to return to this or any other similar non-inclusive format, even if urged to join. This would be utterly needless, as we participate in the G20, BRICS, and SCO, which are much more relevant today, keeping in mind, of course, the central role of the United Nations. So today, almost everyone agrees that the world has already become multipolar. At the same time, this unstable world is approaching at full speed another major fork on the road. If selfish motives, preconceived notions, long-standing phobias and stereotypes guide the choice of the way forward, as they do now, then the system under construction may easily become bipolar again. This time, the US and the EU would be on one side, and China and Russia on the other. In my view, such a configuration benefits no one. But in fact, many in the West, particularly across the Atlantic, perceive it as inevitable, labeling it in advance as a historic battle of an alliance of democracies against autocracies. Needless to say, we, as well as our Chinese friends, I believe, do not agree with this arrogant and confrontational presumption. However, if the West treats Russia in the spirit of the push-back, constrained, selective engagement triad invented by the EU and focuses exclusively on further degradation of relations without even trying to rectify them, it will only prompt us to choose the path described above. Believe me, our aim is not an alliance with China against the European Union and the United States, or the collective West against Beijing. To reassure the most paranoid Atlanticists, I will add, we are not fantasizing an alliance with the EU against America either. What is then our vision of a new strategic equation that would enable the world not only to emerge from the pandemic wiser, but also to find answers to the uncomfortable awareness of the fragility of mankind and our planet's civilization? By the way, the recent irresponsible and dangerous provocation undertaken by the British destroyer of the coast of Crimea could produce the same sad thoughts. Russia, for its part, does not just throw slogans around, but also confirms its words with deeds, including at the Geneva summit, where, notwithstanding the low level of bilateral relations, Russian and US leaders, proceeding from a special shared responsibility for international peace and security, managed to renew dialogue on strategic stability. Our proposal to convene a meeting of the leaders of the 5 permanent members of the UN Security Council remains valid. Sometimes it's not a bad idea to recall the conclusions reached by our predecessors in the same city of Geneva more than 35 years ago and adapt them to the current situation. Today, no country can win either a nuclear war or, I will add, the fight against the coronavirus pandemic and other global threats. Let's admit, mankind has missed a historic chance to truly unite and join forces to confront a common enemy, which, unlike others, does not divide the world into democracies and autocracies, but strikes at anyone. I mean the virus. That is sad. But now, post factum, it is important that this crisis serves as a lesson for the future for the world community. Rather than getting carried away by the obviously counterproductive search for the source of the virus and those responsible, efforts should focus on elaborating measures and procedures that will prevent chaos and paralysis of multilateral mechanisms when mankind faces the next pandemic or other universal threat. And sooner or later, it will have to face one. With all due respect for the memory of the 4 million COVID-19 victims and sympathy for those they left behind, we should be well aware that the world encountered a virus with a fatality rate of around 2%. The history of mankind has known much deadlier diseases with fatality rates of over 10 and even up to 90%. We cannot hedge against the emergence and spread of more terrible infections in the future, but we must be much better prepared. For that, do not repaint the bright, diverse world in black and white colors of ideological bipolarity and arrogantly wait for the end of history, victorious only for your side, because it will only come with the end of all mankind. Do not wait for a nuclear Armageddon, let alone try to bring it closer. Do not wait for a devastating pandemic. To avoid all that, get rid of the false sense of exceptionalism. Abandon the flawed logic of a zero-sum game and the practice of replacing international law with a West-centric concept of a rules-based world order. Thereafter, on the basis of equality, mutual respect, and consideration for each other's interests, together we can and should work out collective, pragmatic, and mutually beneficial solutions that would ensure stability and sustainability of the entire international system, rather than that of one of its individual actors, and its resilience to inevitable internal contradictions and powerful external shocks. I do not see any other strategic equation. This is the only option, by and large. As Russian President Vladimir Putin noted following the recent summit in Geneva, we have a lot of work on, a lot to work on. Russia encourages all those who want to see our planet peaceful and prosperous to work together precisely in that way. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Very clear and very interesting to see the world as Russia sees it, or as you sees it. I'd like to pick up this comment at the end about a lot to work on post Geneva. What do you see as the outcomes? You talked of strategic stability, or at least the basis for it being re-established as a starting point. What sort of dialogue do you expect to come out of this? For example, in arms control, what's the agenda there? What areas of collaboration do you expect to be have a momentum in the wake of this? Although there is clearly going to be ongoing disagreement on a whole range of issues as well. So that's the new art of diplomacy, it seems to me. Disagree at some point, but also keep going the strategic stability level where possible. So what is the art of the possible?
Oh, yes. Well, let me start by saying that this dialogue on strategic stability, which was confirmed as a priority at the Geneva summit between Presidents Putin and Biden, it doesn't have to start from scratch, fortunately. Fortunately, I would say on the brink, 5 days before the START 3 treaty was due to expire, it was extended for another 5 years, giving a certain time space for discussions to continue. And these discussions will be taking place, as far as I know, before the end of this month, at the levels of high-level experts.
Specifically on arms control, or
arms control and beyond,
yeah.
and beyond. We hope that those talks will be constructive, and they might provide, I would say, not only will not only contribute to a more favorable atmosphere in Russian-American relations, but also would provide a certain signal for others, including the European Union, with its triad of notions which looks more like the Bermuda Triangle for the relationship to finally drop in that, between those three elements.
So beyond the nuclear question, and there's clearly, under the Trump administration, there was a big push to also involve China in this equation as well. I don't know whether that's still on the agenda, but at some point in future, that surely has to come. But what else is on the menu for this strategic stability field?
Well, as far as China is concerned, you have to ask the Chinese to begin with. Their logic is quite simple. They say that they are not against participating in discussions as a matter of principle, but they will be ready and willing to join them when the level of nuclear arms assets of both the United States and Russia will either decrease to the level of China, or the Chinese level will increase up to the level of the two nuclear powers. Well, you cannot say that this position is void of logic.
Yeah.
As far as multilateral aspects of disarmament, we all remember, especially people of my age, remember the many negotiating tracks in Vienna, in Geneva, on reduction of conventional weapons in Europe, in other places. So this may come again, provided there is political will.
Any questions on the floor for, yes, Joan? Microphone is on its way. 2 microphones are on their way. It's a race.
Thank you. May I ask 2 quick questions? One is, what does the US NATO withdrawal from Afghanistan mean for Russia and others in the region, Uzbekistan and so on? Is that a major headache? Is that how Russian diplomacy sees it? Big trouble ahead? And the second question is, this term is now standard practice. Russia is a malign actor, apparently, in the Balkan region. This is the term that is used routinely now. What does Russia have to offer in the Western Balkan region? That came up. It's an opportunity for you to reply from the panel this morning.
Well, as far as Afghanistan is concerned, of course, the US NATO withdrawal didn't come as a surprise to Russia. We knew, everybody knew about it in advance. The way it has been handled, though, of course, produces a number of questions, like, you know, the speedy desertion of the huge air base of Bagram, which, of course, was built by the Soviet Union back then. And there were definitely certain elements of misconnect with the Afghan authorities. I mean, between the US military and the Afghan authorities. Russia's primary concern is, of course, the security of the region, and primarily of the Central Asian countries, some of which are also formerly Russian allies, members of the CSTO, the Collective Security Treaty Organization, which includes Tajikistan, right there on the Afghan border, and Kyrgyzstan. Uzbekistan is not, but is cooperating with the CSTO in a very direct manner. So what we are seeing is that the Taliban forces have actually captured almost 70% of the length of the border with Tajikistan. They didn't cross the border, but the remnants of the Afghan army did, in their hundreds, well, trying to escape the onslaught of the Taliban. And that, of course, does not contribute to stability of the region. Russia has confirmed, both bilaterally and as a member of the CSTO, its commitment to ensuring security of its allies. Tajikistan itself has called in 20,000 reservists, and of course, the largest Russian military base outside of Russia itself is the military base in Tajikistan, which is being placed on high alert. In parallel, we are not closing any diplomatic tracks, and I can inform you that a delegation of the Taliban yesterday arrived in Moscow for informal talks. Now, the Western Balkans. Well, I think you should recognize that Russia is traditionally linked to this region, all of it. We know which part of the Russian Empire the Greek Revolution started. We know the role that Russia back in the 19th century played in the emergence of many of the countries in the region, like Bulgaria, for example, which was liberated as a result of the Russian-Turkish War of 1877-78. And in further events, the Western Balkans is the domain of the European Union, and no one else has a role to play. I'm sure the Americans will not agree to that either. Anyway, we have, beyond historical ties, we have substantial economic cooperation with that region, not only building pipelines, I can assure you, but also investing in other sectors of the economy. And of course, the very vast humanitarian sphere of cooperation. I will just finish this by reminding that this year has been proclaimed in Russia and Greece as the year of common history. That's a joint project which is continuing.
Well, listen, thank you very much. I'm sure we could continue going round the world and having a fascinating conversation, but we are over time, and we are well over time. What I suggest is that we take a 15-minute break, that we reconvene at 12 o'clock, and the next panel, very important one, again on the Eastern Mediterranean with the Minister of National Defense of Greece, with the Minister of Defense of Cyprus, former Minister of Foreign Affairs of Israel, and the US Ambassador to Greece, Jeffrey Pyatt. And that's going to be moderated by Markos Kounalakis. So please come back here after 15 minutes for coffee, but in the meantime, join me in thanking Ambassador Chizov for a fascinating session. Thank you very much indeed.
Η ζωή στο Full, το νέο πλήρες πρόγραμμα υγείας από την Εθνική, την πρώτη ασφαλιστική. Έχουμε διανύσει χιλιόμετρα σε θάλασσα και στεριά. Δουλεύουμε σκληρά. Επενδύουμε. Μεγαλώνουμε. Για να σας φέρνουμε κάθε στιγμή την ενέργεια που χρειάζεστε. Για να ζείτε το σήμερα όπως το ονειρεύεστε. Για να σας φέρνουμε σήμερα ένα αύριο πιο σίγουρο, πιο πράσινο, πιο φωτεινό. Εδώ και 15 χρόνια είμαστε δίπλα σας με όλη μας την ενέργεια. Ελπέντισον, δίπλα σας με όλη μας την ενέργεια.
Our future depends on the choices that we make today about how we produce and use energy every day. This is why we must change. We have believed this for more than 130 years. We are Europe's oldest electricity company. We see day by day whether we are doing our work well, whether we are really changing things. We believe we are, and continue to do so. We are becoming the energy that is changing everything in order to build a future of sustainable energy together.
Everything and nothing has changed. Even if the world feels uncertain, it's reassuring to know things that were important before still matter today. Connecting people, sharing ideas, and solving problems. These things will always be in our DNA. Working across borders, helping to keep doors open, business flowing, and continuing to realize the hopes and ambitions of our customers and colleagues. When you think about it like that, thankfully, not quite everything has changed.
Ζωή στο Full, το νέο πλήρες πρόγραμμα υγείας από την Εθνική, την πρώτη ασφαλιστική. Έχουμε διανύσει χιλιόμετρα σε θάλασσα και στεριά. Δουλεύουμε σκληρά. Επενδύουμε. Μεγαλώνουμε. Για να σας φέρνουμε κάθε στιγμή την ενέργεια που χρειάζεστε. Για να ζείτε το σήμερα όπως το ονειρεύεστε. Για να σας φέρνουμε σήμερα ένα αύριο πιο σίγουρο, πιο πράσινο, πιο φωτεινό. Εδώ και 15 χρόνια είμαστε δίπλα σας με όλη μας την ενέργεια. Ελπέντισον, δίπλα σας με όλη μας την ενέργεια.
Our future depends on the choices that we make today about how we produce and use energy every day. This is why we must change. We have believed this for more than 130 years. We are Europe's oldest electricity company. We see day by day whether we are doing our work well, whether we are really changing things. We believe we are, and continue to do so. We are becoming the energy that is changing everything in order to build a future of sustainable energy together.
everything and nothing has changed. Even if the world feels uncertain, it's reassuring to know things that were important before still matter today. Connecting people, sharing ideas, and solving problems. These things will always be in our DNA. Working across borders, helping to keep doors open, business flowing, and continuing to realize the hopes and ambitions of our customers and colleagues. When you think about it like that, thankfully, not quite everything has changed.
Test, test. There. I think we have everybody now. Thank you for welcoming back. First of all, greetings from California. It's great to be in beautiful and open Greece, which is a welcome thing to see. And also I want to make sure to thank The Economist and Daniel, with whom I used to cross paths every once in a while when I was a Central European correspondent. My name is Markos Kounalakis. I'm a fellow at the Hoover Institution at Stanford University in California, and you all know why you're here today, because we have a panel on security challenges in the Eastern Mediterranean. And I'd like to invite the panelists up. The Greek Minister of National Defense, Nikolaos Panayotopoulos, the Minister of Defense of Cyprus, Haralambos Petridis, good morning, the Honorable former Foreign Minister of Israel, Shlomo Ben-Ami, and of course, everyone is familiar with the U.S. Ambassador to Greece, Jeffrey Pyatt. So, thank you. Good morning. Welcome, everyone. So we have an interesting discussion this morning. I'm going to frame it quickly, and then I'll pass it along to the panelists to present a few minutes of remarks each, and then we'll go to a discussion. So to frame this question, I want to note that my first extended visit to Greece was as a college student back in 1977. And many of you may remember that in that year, what I recall was attending political festivals for multiple opposition parties where the rallying cry was "Exo to NATO," out with NATO. Anti-American and anti-NATO sentiments were broad, they were deep, and they were dangerous, of course.
It was also a time when the state of Israel was not fully recognized by the Hellenic Republic, and the Cyprus invasion and occupation was a fresh and very open wound. So let's fast forward to today, the 21st century. The popular and partisan consensus in contemporary Greece has grown to support the strong and growing collaboration between the two nations, of course, the United States and Greece. Observers note that Greece's role in regional and alliance security has increased, along with both its capacities and its commitment. And while some scars are lasting and do not heal, a mature Greece has ably grown both to accept and embrace its critical role as a regional actor and leader in multiple sectors. I'll miss the celebratory nature of those old political rallies and their blaring Theodorakis music, but I won't miss the anti-Americanism of the past. I want to just finally note that my last visit to Hania, Crete, which is my ancestral home, was heartening in part because of something that was missing, and that was the large anti-NATO graffiti that was on the length of the old port that ran to the lighthouse. It's now gone, and an American like me feels very welcome yet again. So that's my framing of the moment. I'd like to turn in order here to the Greek Minister of National Defense, Mr. Panayotopoulos, and please, I look forward to your remarks, and then we'll engage afterwards in a little bit of commentary.
Well, first of all, I'd like to thank you, express my gratitude for this kind invitation to be here and be able to communicate our views on a series of interesting geopolitical subjects. Let me say I'm quite happy I see many people in the room. That's, I think, a step in the right direction. Either we should not become complacent about totally evading the danger of COVID, but we have to plan along and adjust. On your introductory comment, let me just say that Greece has come a long way since the 70s. While political disputes are always there, and that sometimes they're passionate and poignant, but I think that a lot has changed since those times. Greece has stayed in NATO and embraces NATO as a military alliance which seeks a new role in world geopolitics and adjusts itself according to the sign of the times. Greece is honoring its membership status in NATO, is a stable partner and ally, and is enjoying a flourishing and ever-growing strategic relationship with the United States of America. So the old anti-American climate is a thing of the past, I would say, and the strategic relation between Greece and the United States, I think, is better than it's ever been before. And that can be evidenced by our mutual defense cooperation agreement with the US government, which is currently being amended. I would say that the working groups will have concluded their discussions on this by the end of the summer. So sometime in the early fall, we'll have it, hopefully we'll have it signed by the Secretary of State of the United States of America and our Foreign Secretary, which is yet another testament of the strong strategic bond that is now a certainty. Now, on the front of the Eastern Med, Greece views itself as a net security provider and a pillar of stability and security. The Eastern Med is let's say, a volatile region. Historically, whenever there was trouble in the Eastern Med, this trouble was extending itself and spreading over the region and beyond. Wherever times were peaceful and there was all the necessary conditions for further growth and prosperity in the region and beyond. So I think it's in our best interest to ensure that there's peace and stability and therefore the potential for growth and prosperity in the Eastern Med. Now, in that respect, Greece is engaging very actively on two fronts. The first front is intensive diplomacy. The other front is enhancing our deterrence element by ensuring the enhancement of the overall capabilities of our armed forces. Of course, the one complements the other and goes along with the other. We are very active on the diplomatic front. Of course, foreign policy is mainly conducted by our Prime Minister, Kyriakos Mitsotakis, aided by Foreign Minister Nikos Dendias, but in the realm of defense diplomacy, there's also a lot of room for good and positive results over time, and those results can actually be measured in a series of agreements on the defense cooperation domain. That has been the case in our being engaged in bilateral, trilateral and multilateral schemes with countries that share the same views, more or less, on what constitutes security and stability in the region. That has been the case in our trilateral cooperation with Cyprus and Israel, in our 3+1 format with Cyprus, Israel, and that big one, which is none other than the United States of America. That has been the case with our quadrilateral cooperation scheme with France, Italy, and Cyprus, as well our bilateral cooperation agreements with other countries like Egypt, the UAE, and Saudi Arabia. The common thing, the common denominator in all of that is that we all share more or less the same views on what is a stable and secure environment in the region. And the main condition is that we all adhere to what President Biden describes as the rules-based international order, with the rules being none other than international law, extant international treaties, legitimacy, and good neighborly relations. Everybody abides by those rules, there's no problem, and we can all get along. Somebody fails to recognize and abide by those rules, then we've got problems. And we've got to act in unison in order to isolate all those who do not wish to abide by those rules. And I think this is a very simple condition that I'm describing. So, in a nutshell, Greece sees itself as a stable ally and partner for our NATO allies, our European Union allies, and our regional allies and partners. We see ourselves as a pillar of stability, and we are working hard on the diplomatic front in order to make that happen, bring stability, security, and prosperity to the region. But on the other side, we're also working very hard to enhance our deterrent element, which is none other than the might and capability of our armed forces. That's why we've embarked on a very ambitious yet financially well-planned and prioritized program in order to revamp the existing capabilities of our armed forces and also add to them through the procurement of new high-tech and highly capable weapon systems like airplanes and ships, but that's another story, and I don't want to monopolize the time in my presentation.
Great. Thank you, Minister Panayotopoulos. It's a very helpful frame and, of course, touches on all aspects of power and alliance relations. Let's move next to Cyprus and to the Minister of Defense, Haralambos Petridis, and we look forward to hearing your comments.
Dear Marco, it's an honor to be here with you today. And I would like to congratulate the organizers for making this event possible. Before actually turning into more detail, I would like to mention some key points. We all know that the Eastern Mediterranean area is turning into a new geopolitical importance, is of high relevance. We know that we are having, both in the center, the west, and the east, an interconnected space that will have to be approached as a whole. Of course, there is a gap in the region, as already mentioned before, and we should see how this gap should be filled in the future, which is why we're here today, to place our views on the table. For sure, we have a lot of challenges, common threats, common challenges, and ways as to how to proceed. We have, of course, Syria, Libya, Lebanon. We have Turkey's provocation. And of course, we have issues like migration, which of course, as Cyprus, is something that worries us It's a huge issue for us as well, as a small divided island. And we're looking forward to see what are the potential also with the oil and gas in the area. We believe that with the right cooperation, this can be prosperity and peace and stability for the whole of the region if there is a win-win situation. So therefore, it's important to have a platform of transnational cooperation, considering what is going on now in the whole of the region in the Eastern Mediterranean. For us, we have a goal which is to be a pillar of stability for the whole of the region. So to this extent, we are actually having both bilateral, trilateral, and multinational cooperations with countries within and outside the EU. My friend Nikos also mentioned that we're having a couple of trilaterals together, both with Egypt and Israel. Needless to say that Medusa, the last time we had also participating the UAE and France as well, so that was an enhancement of this exercise. Very good cooperation with Israel, and we have opening now a new window as Cyprus with the USA. So we are hoping that both with ITAR, IMET, and the Cyclops that is happening in Cyprus, we have a new opportunity to enhance the cooperation with the USA. And we also, in addition, we have the 3+1 that is within the auspices of the USA that is going to happen this year, by the end of the year, with Israel. We have trilateral with Egypt, Israel, and Jordan, but we are also stabilizing the East Med with various other exercises and movements throughout the pace. In addition, we are facing challenges, especially in Cyprus, regarding Turkey's provocations, both in our exclusive economic zone. I have to mention that there were already about 13 different seismic surveys in the last 2 years in Cyprus and 6 different drillings. So we have both provocations in the sea, on the air, and on the ground. As far as the national airspace is concerned, we have violations almost daily through the UAVs and the Bayraktars via the Lefkonico area in the occupied part of Nicosia. We have the Varosha new developments now that they're alleging on the 20th of this month there will be new announcements. In addition, we also have illegal activities regarding both considering the UN Council resolutions, international law, and the law of the seas. So if we want to be having this win-win situation that I've already mentioned, we need to actually build trust and build a framework that within this framework we can act all together. The framework is there. We have the international law, we have the law of the sea, we have the UN Council resolution. So we invite anyone that is actually in following these regulations to be on board, and Turkey can join in so we can find a solution that is viable for all the problems that they are creating recently. To this extent, we are looking forward to have Turkey on board and have a negotiation that will be the solution for the future, and a win-win situation that will build up for tomorrow.
Very good. Thank you, Minister. And you know what I'm hearing from both of you is, I would almost say, an unprecedented positive and affirmative message as we look at both how we're looking forward with the challenges that you mentioned that remain, but nonetheless the plans and strategic outlook that really can provide confidence and certainly the intent to provide stability, whether it be through diplomacy or deterrence, and a hope for growth. That, of course, brings us to our historian on the panel, and one who has been mainstay in the international realm, the former foreign minister from Israel, Shlomo Ben-Ami. So thank you for joining us. If you would comment, please.
Thank you very much. I think that what we have seen in the East Mediterranean in recent years are two consequential moments. One is the rise of an energy hub in the region, and another, I think, is a signal change in the strategic regional game. They are both obviously interconnected. The hub has an enormous importance for Europe, for example, because of the proximity to its demand markets. Hence, you see this vision of a pipeline that we'll have to see if it comes true. And then the emergence of the regional gas forum that has in it, I believe, a grand promise, if there is leadership and vision, for it to become at some point down the road, I believe, something like the steel and coal vision that eventually turned out to be the European Union. I think that that promise exists. But one should also note that there are some perturbing things happening in the region, essentially because of the rise of a revolutionary power, I would say, like Turkey. Turkey has been shifting from its traditional Kemalist heritage to an Islamist power that was snubbed by Europe. And because it was snubbed by Europe, it is a power in search for a role in the Middle East. And in the Middle East, she's practically isolated, except for Qatar. Both are ideological friends with the Muslim Brotherhood. Except for Qatar, Turkey has a serious problem in the Middle East. Egypt would not accept its aspiration to be a mediator on the Palestinian front. For the Egyptians, Palestine is extremely important because this is the credential that Egypt can present to American Congress for its annual almost $2 billion aid. So they need Palestine to introduce themselves as an important mediator in a conflict that matters a lot for the Americans. And then you have also other powers acting in the region. Russia is back in the Middle East. However, I think that the East Mediterranean for Russia is a subordinate theater to the main theater, which is Europe, which is its conflict with NATO. It's about asserting its presence in its southern flank, where you have NATO as an important power. However, I think we should not exaggerate the meaning of Russian presence. Russia cannot be a hegemonic power in the region. Russia doesn't have the kind of client states that the Soviet Union used to have in the past. There are some swing states in the region. For example, Egypt is an American ally, but buys weapons from Russia with American money, I guess. So I think that's quite odd, I should say. But as a whole, they do not have client states as they used to have. And more importantly, I think that the region needs a moderating power that has a missionary zeal for conflict resolution, for mediating among allies. This is something that the Russians have never done. Look how complicated is the problem in Syria for them. They have to reconcile Kurds and Turks and Syrians and militias, and they are lost, really. I mean, they do not have that kind of mission. Now, the rebalancing of America's strategic priorities has created in the region some suspicion as to whether the US is a reliable actor. I believe that America is a reliable actor even when it disengages. It still is the hegemonic power in the region. I think that what they should do, and I believe this is what they are trying to do, is to integrate perhaps some of Turkey's main interest in terms of energy exploration and maritime delimitation of borders, etc. This is an issue that matters a lot to the Turks. This is why one of the reasons they are in Libya. We have a war going on in this part of the Mediterranean that has also an ideological dimension, not only an energy dimension, because this is an alliance between Qatar and Turkey and Field Marshal Haftar, which is about sorry, no, they are not with Haftar, they are with the official government, which is Islamist. Again, there is an ideological aspect as well. So there are a lot of conflicts going on. For Israel, it is extremely important to have established strategic understandings, I would say. It's not an alliance with countries like Greece and Cyprus. It gives Israel the kind of strategic depth it didn't have in the continental Middle East. For Israel, this is, I believe, the main importance. We can discuss it later. Obviously, there is room for many nuances and perspectives in this subject.
Thank you for that tour d'horizon, because it really is great for trying to frame the regional question. And of course, when you ask a historian about certain things, he will bring up the Steel and Coal Union and how that could be relevant to the regional energy development. And of course, bring us back to the 19th century and Russia and Turkey's role as it continues and their ambitions look out beyond the 21st century. And of course, the question of the United States as a reliable power. And for that, since you framed it, Mr. Minister, I will turn to the Honorable Jeffrey Pyatt, the U.S. Ambassador.
Thank you, Marcos. And let me start by saying thanks to The Economist for having me back. I think this is my 5th government roundtable, but most importantly, it's my 3rd time having the honor of appearing with Minister Paniatopoulos. And in preparation for today, I did something I don't often do, which is I went back and I looked at what did I say 2 years ago. And that, of course, was just a couple of days after the Mitsotakis government came to office. And my headline there was that we, the United States, are committed to taking the already strong U.S.-Greece relationship to the next level. And then when the minister and I were together last year, I talked about how we were committed to working jointly to fill the opportunities that our expanded MDCA of October 2019 had provided. And if I can have one message today, I think it's to underline the high degree to which, on both sides, we really have delivered on that vision. But not only have we delivered, but as President Biden has made very clear, we are committed now to working even harder and further deepening and strengthening our bilateral relationship, including, as the minister referred to, the imminent expansion and deepening of our MDCA agreement. I thought former Minister Ben-Ami did a brilliant job of describing all of the destabilizing forces that are swirling around the East Med. The same, of course, could be said for the Western Balkans, for the Black Sea region. And I think what's really impressive to me is how Greece has come to be seen in the United States as a stabilizing and source of solution across this 270-degree arc. The United States looks to Greece as an essential partner, whether it's working to support the countries of the Western Balkans continuing to move towards Euro-Atlantic institutions, stabilizing the Eastern Mediterranean, and leveraging the opportunities for energy, for economic cooperation, building on the vision which lies behind our 3+1 cooperation. And I want to underline both the Biden administration's commitment to sustaining that project, but also, since he's in the audience, the foundational role of David Harris in helping to enunciate that vision and setting us on that course. I want to spend just a minute or two on our military cooperation and to emphasize first and foremost that this is cooperation which is grounded in shared interests. To a remarkable degree, we have arrived at a moment when the governments of Greece and the United States share a common vision for how this region should deploy itself. And it's that convergence of regional interests that has facilitated a dramatic deepening of our military cooperation. And I want to salute General Floros and all the service chiefs who are here today, because I cannot overstate how important the partnership that they have forged with their American counterparts. And a couple of weeks ago, General Floros and Minister Stefanis and the Army leadership and I were together up in Petrohori with General Cavoli. And I think for me, as somebody who spent 32 years working with U.S. military counterparts, to hear the way General Cavoli described both the opportunities existing at Petrohori, but also his profound respect for the professionalism and capacity of the Hellenic Armed Forces was really impressive. And Marcos, you talked about your visits to Hania. The other thing that will be different the next time you go there, of course, is that now Suda Bay is the home port for the U.S. Navy's new expeditionary platform ship, the Herschel Woody Williams. And really across the board, you look at where we are exercising and working together. We have an American presence in Alexandroupoli. We'll actually have 3 major rotations through the port of Alexandroupoli this month and have made dramatic progress in bringing that asset back together. We're working together in Petrohori. We're working together in Stefanovikio, in Volos, in Andravida. General Blumas and I were together in the spectacularly impressive Iniojos exercise this year. And then I should also say a special word about the Hellenic Navy, because I talked about our regional cooperation. And what's important to me now is that cooperation is going beyond Greece's immediate periphery. And I would point, for instance, to the recent visit of Indian Foreign Minister Jaishankar and the exercise between the Hellenic Navy and the Indian Navy south of Crete just a few days thereafter. It is a reflection of how Greece is developing a more strategic and more ambitious foreign and security policy, which the U.S. government strongly supports, because we're 2 democracies. As President Biden has emphasized, we have a common outlook on the world, and common values and common interests. The last point I'll make, since my time is up, is just to emphasize how important it is that we have sustained the progress of this relationship and this agenda through 3 U.S. presidential administrations. I was sent here by President Obama, and I'm proudly serving today under President Biden, and we made dramatic progress under President Trump, and also in Congress, where there is strong bipartisan support that's reflected, including in the recent East Med bill introduced by Senator Menendez and Senator Rubio. I was on the phone with Congressman Bilirakis, a Republican, leader in the House Hellenic Caucus, just a few days ago, and we'll be hearing from him later today. But he too emphasized the very strong Washington commitment to taking this relationship, continuing to leverage it, and continue to address our common interests.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. And you know, you've all given such a great overview of what the panel is about, the security challenges in the Eastern Med and how you're facing them. The subtitle of this panel was Walking on a Tightrope. And so that tightrope makes sure that you have to, I wrote down a few notes here, but one is the reliability of your friendships and alliances. Another is the credibility of your deterrence, the quality of your capacities, the intent of your adversaries, and the threat of instability and destabilization, as you both have pointed out. The potential for mistake and miscalculation within a destabilized environment, or one that is actively being attempted to be destabilized, and where dynamism and movement can actually lead to any number of unintended consequences and outcomes. So I am not sure how long this goes on, so what I think the best thing to do is to allow each of you to sort of comment on anything you've heard on the panel, rather than for me to ask any questions, if there's anything you want to address from other panelists.
Shall I begin?
Yes, please.
Only a couple of comments. First, with respect to what my friend, Minister of Defense of Cyprus, Haralambos, has said on Turkey. Well, you know, the problem with Turkey's aggressive and revisionist behavior is not viewed anymore as a bilateral difference with Greece or Cyprus. The problem is wider. This type of behavior defies international law. This type of behavior is a potential danger in destabilizing the whole region. This type of repeated unilateral actions, the military presence basically everywhere in the region, northern Syria, Libya, the Caucasus region, the waters that surround Cyprus, the Eastern Med and the Southern Aegean, as we witnessed last summer, is a bigger problem. And the fact that everybody realizes that this type of aggressive revisionist behavior is a destabilizing behavior leads to the conclusion that Turkey has become a problem for everybody. The European Union gets to realize it now. I think the United States of America have realized it, has realized it, and it has become, let's say, more or less understood by NATO. And in my mind, the only solution for this problem is for Turkey to finally understand that it has to comply by the rules of international law. I understand and I respect its country's ambition to realize its national objectives or go after pursue its national interests. But there is a limit to all that. And the limit is the rules-based international order. This is not the 16th or the 17th century, and the aspiration to revive the old Ottoman Empire does not go well, neither with the Balkan countries, nor with the wider players, with the other players in the region, and especially the more powerful players in the region. So this is not a realistic aspiration. Everybody wouldn't have any objection in including Turkey to the general plan about providing a stable and secure Eastern Med to ensure energy security for every country involved. But there's a condition to that. Turkey has to play by the rules. And if Turkey decides to play by the rules, there's no problem with anybody. Of course, no problem with us. So far, this has not been an experience. That's why we're not very optimistic. We'll sit down and engage in a dialogue, but in order for a dialogue to be productive and fruitful, well, it cannot be done under, let's say, a cloud of veiled threats or unilateral actions that actually aim at pursuing claims against other countries' sovereign rights. That's why we will engage in very intense diplomacy, but we will also look after enhancing our deterrent element, which is the capabilities of our armed forces. The other thing the other comment I'd like to make is that indeed the Eastern Med is a very interesting region of the world. It is a region where there's a lot of geostrategic competition heating up. There is a lot of potential destabilizing threats and challenges. I would say that every conceivable threat and challenge in the book can be found in the Eastern Med. Energy competition over hydrocarbon resources, migrant flows, fundamentalist networks that are in danger of spreading over from east to west, hybrid threats. Everything is there. In order to diffuse those threats, we have to work collectively, and in order to work collectively, we have to agree on a set of views and values on what constitutes peace, security, and stability in the region, and engage very intensively in order to make them happen. And in that, Greece has the privilege of agreeing with all the major actors in the region. That is the course we will pursue, and we will do it in good faith and within the context of international law. That's the basic condition that we're pursuing, and I think that it's good that more or less there is a consensus on that. We should, however, keep on working very hard on achieving this consensus 100%.
So Minister Panayotopoulos has provided a very sobering antidote to the conversation we had, but as we're trying to wrap this up, I'd like to at least turn to former Foreign Minister Ben-Ami, who has a comment.
There is no real solution to the problem of Turkey, in my view. The solution is domestic. That is a change in the political configuration of Turkish politics. This is what makes Turkey a revolutionary power. A revolutionary power is a power that is so unsatisfied with the status quo that it would do anything to change it. And Turkey is an anti-status quo power, just as Iran is an anti-status quo power. Each has its own logic. Now, for example, there are many moments when Erdogan declared that he was about revising or revisiting the Sykes-Picot agreement. You know, Sykes-Picot, 100 years ago, established the political boundaries of the Middle East. And he has said many times that he is not satisfied with Sykes-Picot. So I think that if we want Turkey to change its foreign policy, it would have to be done, in my view, domestically. The kind of leadership that Erdogan represents is supported by the Turkish people and therefore entirely legitimate in terms of democracy, as it were. But this is why I think that the role of the United States is still key. The last meeting between President Biden and Erdogan may be a good start. And I said in my brief introduction that I think that there must be found a way to integrate Turkey into the gas business in this part of the world. Otherwise it makes it a restless power, one always encroaching on territorial or the exclusive economic zones of Greece. We saw it many times. It will go on, and in order to get out of the tightrope, as you mentioned, you must use more diplomacy and try to integrate them. Otherwise, things will explode at some point in the foreseeable future.
I know we're running just a little bit late, but it's too rich a conversation not to allow for the conclusion and for the wrap-up and for some summary, if you would, to address these two things.
Just a couple of points.
Yes.
I think it's evident that Turkey is trying to take opportunity of this gap we have mentioned, becoming a regional power for the whole of the area. So to this extent, I mean, we have built it strongly on this bilateral and trilateral military cooperation, both with Greece and other countries. And I mean, we are trying to cooperate both with EU members and other NATO members in actually responding to this effect. But the issue of interoperability is something that we're working on, and is something that is giving good results to this effect. I am sure that the US should get this involvement as soon as possible, and we all together can bring Turkey back to normal, back to on track. And in addition, if I am to mention another point that really worries us, is the issue of illegal migration that we are experiencing daily in Cyprus, and we have seen numbers getting and figures up, like we have about 4.5% of the total population being illegal migrants they are coming via Turkey through the occupied part, the north part of Cyprus, crossing the borders via the Green Line. So that's a real threat again that we are experiencing both on the ground and from the sea. So that's another issue that is really kind of an illegal war taking place daily in our region.
Mm-hmm. Well, great. And so then clearly the question of the United States as the indispensable nation, and maybe if you could wrap us up and take us out, Mr. Ambassador.
Thanks, Marcos. I'll say one thing in respect to your Stanford connection.
Yes.
The first Secretary of State I worked under is George Shultz, and he likes to talk about the gardening that is the day-to-day work of diplomacy and American diplomacy. And in the 5 years that I have been gardening the field of U.S.-Greece relations, by far the two richest veins of cooperation have been our defense relationship, which the minister has talked about, and I see Minister Skrekas here as well. And the other area where we've made extraordinary progress is our energy cooperation. And that really stretches from the far north of Greece in Alexandroupoli to the East Med and our cooperation there. I would just point to a challenge for the future, which is I think you're going to see a very rapid pivot away from a focus on carbon-based energy and towards opportunities for cooperation in renewables. It's obviously a very strong priority for President Biden and his administration, and we're putting a lot of resources into that. So I think, for instance, as we work together in the 3+1 context, it's very important not just to focus on things like the East Med pipeline, which may or may not be commercially viable, but also how we work together on wind and solar, electricity transmission, building the cooperative energy grid of the future. And in the meantime, the United States is going to be strongly engaged, whether it's the presence of our military forces here, our participation as an observer in the East Med Gas Forum, and the cooperation that we enjoy every single day with Minister Skrekas's ministry, including a really spectacular round of our Strategic Dialogue Energy Working Group yesterday, which focused a lot on what this agenda is going to look like for the months and years ahead.
Great. Thank you for actually leading us into the next panel, which is on energy. And thank you all for your indulgence. And let's have a warm round of applause for this high-powered panel here. Thank you.
Okay.
Yes. Oh, we're going to do a photo together. Okay.
See you later. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move on swiftly to our next panel. Keeping with some of the themes of the morning, we're looking at energy partnerships in Southeast Europe and the Eastern Mediterranean. Greece's location at the crossroads of energy routes, the development of major energy infrastructure projects, the adoption of ambitious decarbonisation goals, and the discovery of considerable energy resources in the Eastern Mediterranean have made Greece an important player in energy markets in Southeast Europe and the Mediterranean, and also made Greece a very attractive destination for investment in energy industries coming from Europe, the US, and also the Middle East. Investors have shown a particular interest in Greece's natural gas market, mainly thanks to an expanding cross-border pipeline network that will diversify Europe-bound gas routes and bring new suppliers of energy to the region. We've got a great panel, and I'd like to call our speakers one by one to join me on the stage. First of all, Kostas Skrekas, the Minister of Environment and Energy of Greece. Welcome to our Economist Government Roundtable. Natasha Polides, Minister of Energy, Commerce and Industry of Cyprus. Please join me on the stage. Hi. Please take a seat. And in dialogue we have several panelists. Pierre Vergerio, who is the CEO of IGI Poseidon. Welcome. Nice to see you again. Maria Rita Galli, CEO of DESFA. Welcome, Maria. And we'll be joined by a video link by our Bulgarian colleague, Teodora Dimitrova Georgieva, who's the executive officer of the Interconnector Greece-Bulgaria. So without further ado, I'm going to ask the Minister to kick off the discussions and give us an overview of the state of play.
Well, first of all, I would like to thank the organizers for the great honor and the invitation. Let me say that the energy sector can be a catalyst for regional growth, for regional stability, and of course is maybe one of the it is one of the main ways to tackle the causes of climate change. We know that CO2 emissions, when they are emitted into the air, cause the overheating of our planet, of the atmosphere, and that causes, of course, climate change. And we have seen recently the consequences of the climate change and the climate crisis into our lives. We see many severe environmental phenomena affecting our lives. And because we recently come out of another crisis that had to do with COVID-19, a hygiene crisis, a crisis that found our planet unprepared, and we saw what that caused to our everyday lives when it found our lives unprepared. So we cannot close our eyes, we cannot close our ears to another big crisis, a large crisis, which is a major crisis, which is a climate crisis, of course. So I think that we all must do more, all countries, all politicians, all citizens must do more in order to tackle the causes of climate change. And of course, we are fully aware that energy is the cause of 60% of the CO2 emissions emitted into the air. That is why 2 years ago, our Prime Minister, Kyriakos Mitsotakis, announced in September 2019, during the UN Council for Climate in New York, announced the early decarbonization of our energy mix. So we're going to phase out all our power, or lignite power plants by 2023, apart from one, which is also going to be converted into a natural gas power plant in 2025, and that will save us of millions of tons of CO2 emitted into the air. Of course, in order to achieve this, we have estimated that we will need to invest around 44 billion euro by 2030 in investments in order to enhance the penetration of renewable resources into our energy mix. So renewable resources, photovoltaic, sun, wind, is going to replace lignite, and of course natural gas, which is a transitional fuel. In order to arrive to the visionary European target of 55% reduction in CO2 emissions versus 1990, we have estimated that we will need to have more than 67%, around 70% of our energy mix for electricity coming from renewable sources. And in order to achieve this, we have estimated, we have allocated more than 10 billion euro for the upgrading and the modernization of electric grids. We have also we have estimated that we need to develop storage systems, energy storage, electricity storage systems of between 1.2 and 1.6 gigawatt of storage capacity. 450 million euro are going to be utilized from the RRF for this purpose, for the development of both hydro pumping and batteries storage systems. We also have initiated and we have regulated a range of incentives for the increase of e-mobility of the electric vehicles. When we took over, when we took office as a government 2 years ago, there had been sold in Greece more or less 1,200 electric vehicles during a 4-year period. After we took office and after the incentives that we introduced, the first year of our government, more than 2,000 electric vehicles, plug-in hybrid and electric vehicles have been sold. And currently, 1 out of 10 new vehicles are electric, fully electric or plug-in hybrid. And that shows how the community, the society is ready to follow and adapt to the new conditions and help for the protection of the environment and the reduction of CO2 emissions. Of course, as I told you, natural gas is the traditional fuel. It's a fuel that will help us to sustain the stability of our electricity system. And of course, lignite, we have it in-house, let's say, we have it in Greece. So stop using lignite and changing into natural gas poses some challenges ahead, which is to secure the supply. So that is why we have developed new synergies and new cooperations in order to promote interconnections with neighboring countries. You know that we very much support the gas pipeline interconnection, the EastMed gas pipeline, which will help us bring natural gas from Israel via Cyprus, of course, to Greece and from Greece to Italy and also to the countries northern of Greece. We also support very much, and we expect for the final investment decision to take place in the following weeks. We also support the development, the construction of the FSRU in Alexandroupolis, which will help us significantly to diversify the sources of supply and the routes. Let me say that 3 years ago, if I recall correct, we had received only 2 loads from LNG coming from the US. Last year, during 2020, 40% of our LNG imports came from the US. So this is, and that of course was made possible because of the upgrading of the Revithousa, the other terminal that we have. So this shows how our strategy, our stable, constant strategy to diversify our routes and the sources of supply of natural gas help us to increase the energy security of our country. EastMed is one pillar, which is also hydrogen ready, I must say. The other gas pipelines with Bulgaria, AGB, and with North Macedonia, later today we're going to sign with my counterpart from North Macedonia the construction, an agreement for the governmental agreement for the construction of another gas pipeline, which will link the Greek national grid with the North Macedonian one from New Mesibria to Geviali. It's a gas pipeline of 150 kilometers, around 150 kilometers. It will cost 110 million euro, and this will help also both Greece, of course, and North Macedonia. Greece, because it increases the geopolitical role, and of course, North Macedonia, because it will help our neighboring country to diversify also its routes and its sources of supply of natural gas, and also it will help them achieve their own energy transition, because as you can understand, emissions do not know borders. Emissions and the environment cannot understand from borders. So let's more or less those describe our really ambitious strategy for energy and climate. And let me again say that Greece is was, and the Greek Prime Minister, among the first Prime Ministers, and Greece is among the first countries that supported the new visionary European target of 55% reduction in CO2 emissions. And also this shows that Greece can participate to the leadership in this. Very important, and I'm closing, is the other thing. It is that the new government, the United States government, Mr. Biden's government, also put again US into the leadership, in the global leadership of this effort to protect our environment. The new targets posed from Biden government regarding the emissions, CO2 emissions, which also are more aggressive than the targets that are described in the Paris Agreement, show that again, US can help the global trend and the global effort to protect our environment. This is very important.
Thank you very much, Minister. That's a really splendid overview and some very nice crunchy numbers in there. So that was a really useful start. So let me now turn to Natasha Pilides, Minister of Energy and Commerce and Industry of Cyprus.
Hello, well, thank you very much for the invitation. It's lovely to be here and very interesting conversations and discussions going on. We've put together a few slides not to inflict death by PowerPoint on the audience, just to give a little bit of a picture of the complexity of situations. I have to agree that, the Green Deal is an amazing new step forward. And when people collectively try to bring about change, change requires a lot of moving parts to come together and to create a new state of affairs through a puzzle with different pieces needing to be completed. So Cyprus, being an island nation, has quite a few challenges that have basically arisen because of the sheer need and urgency to change and to move to a greener reality. And some of these challenges are being targeted through very specific measures. So we've got our very specific situation of energy isolation, which of course is perhaps the first and most important challenge that we need to overcome. We've got the opening up of the electricity market, something that Greece has tackled very successfully, and we hope to achieve that very shortly in 2022 with the steps that are being taken. And of course, empowering consumers. We see that consumers are ready for a change. We issued 150 million in funding programs, 127 in just 3 months from February to about May. And we saw how amazing the response was and how quickly people embraced the funding programs to upgrade their homes. People are asking about upgrading their businesses, upgrading municipalities, etc. So the renovation wave is giving us a huge opportunity to really renovate and bring about change, not just in terms of energy, but also in terms of reviving old cities, bringing people back to the center, and doing things that have an impact on society as well as on the energy and environmental framework and footprint as well. So with all the different RES projects and things going on, we also have the legislative and regulatory framework. And that's something that's actually quite a challenge in a lot of countries, and unfortunately, you can be very practical and be making a lot of steps forward, but the legislative framework needs to follow that in order to bring everything into place in a way that is complete. So we have a number of bills that are being discussed in Parliament at the moment, most importantly to do with the opening up of the electricity market. And we really hope that by the end of the year we will be able to make progress on those so that we can, as I said, have a complete framework in place. So we've got quite a lot of money from the EU, which is fantastic. We have 550 million just under our ministry, more than $1 billion, of course, overall. And 61% of that is exclusively green. So 334 million on specifically green projects. And then, of course, we've got another 200 or thereabouts for the economy. So how do businesses and the commerce and industry side, how do they complement the picture and change to a circular model and change to a way of working which complements everything else that's being done. So we're really excited about all this, also really working really hard to bring all of this about. We had President von der Leyen yesterday in Cyprus. That was a really amazing visit for lifting the spirits of people after the fires that we had in Cyprus, and she was kind enough to go up to the mountains with us and see the effects, but also to speak about our RRF plans. And she specifically mentioned the Eurasia Interconnector, so connecting Cyprus to Crete and to Israel as a project that she is very happy to have seen included in our RRF. So we really hope that come the next CEF call, the next Connecting Europe Facility call, we are going to have a successful outcome on that, and we can start constructing that project, which will really open up a lot of opportunity, bringing prices down, enabling us to get more investment in terms of renewable energy projects, and make a lot of progress a lot faster than we would otherwise by going ahead without it. Of course, the project that we're moving in parallel to that is energy storage. We've put 40 million in the Just Transition Fund for initial projects, but we are examining increasing that to 70 million to ensure that energy storage is ready around the time when the electricity market opens up, because that is the ideal time when large energy projects can come in and complement the new entrants. So really just a word on e-mobility before I finish, which is something, of course, that's also very important. The Ministry of Transport has undertaken a strategy and plan that it's implementing to complement the rest of the things that we're doing. And of course, our natural gas resources, which I thought I saw were discussed in detail in earlier panels, that comes into the whole picture with the project that we're doing to bring natural gas to Cyprus. Of course, we have more gas than we need in Cyprus for our domestic use. So that's why we have made agreements with Egypt, with other countries in the region, with Israel. We have a very close collaboration. And of course, we have our regional projects that we're working on to see how we can utilize these resources effectively. But I think previous speakers are very correct in saying that this needs to be done in an environmentally safe way. It needs to be done as part of the Green Deal and the plans to move to a cleaner and greener future. So in Cyprus, unfortunately, we still don't have natural gas. We expect to have first natural gas towards the beginning of 2023. And that, of course, will help very much as well in the reduction of emissions. And just to clarify, that's with imports of natural gas, not natural gas from our own gas fields. But those are being developed in parallel. We have a new round of drilling at the end of the year. And we look forward to the results, because the results are really important in determining the quantities and therefore how easy or less easy it is to proceed with the plans. So that's it as an opening statement, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister Pallidis. We now are in dialogue with our other panelists, so I'd like to introduce Pierre Vigerio, CEO of IGI Poseidon. Yeah. You have some slides. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much for introduction. I thank the economist for the opportunity to update our situation on the development of EastMed pipeline, and I thank especially the two ministers who have introduced this subject. So last time I came here was 2 years ago, and I will present where we are now. So first of all, what are we talking about? We are talking of debottlenecking the gas reserves which are in the EastMed regions. So the maths are quite simple, because there is something like 1,300 BCM of gas already discovered in the region. And if you divide by 25, you see that there is a potential of 50 BCM per year to use, because after 2050, the future of gas is not at all secured. So 50 BCM per year, if you subtract the Israeli consumption and neighboring countries, which are Jordan and Egypt, we arrive to 25. So there is 25 BCMs which so far have found no route. And the most obvious route is to go to the existing Egyptian facilities, Damietta and Itku. But taking into account their nameplate capacity and their actual use, we are talking about 10 BCM. So 15 BCM, they are just there waiting for solutions. So what are the solutions? Of course, EastMed pipeline, I will come back on this, and new LNG solutions, which could have been onshore in Cyprus, or floating LNG at offshore of Israel. So this is the overall picture. If there is not a new route which is found, this gas will remain under the soil and will not be used by the future generations, or it is not likely that it will be done. So now where are we with the project? 2 years ago, I said the technical feasibility has been completely confirmed, and now we are working on the economical aspects on the development of the projects. So the project is of two sections. The main section is from Israel to the west shore of Greece, and the second section, which is the old Poseidon, which is already fully developed. Contracts have been signed for construction, just waiting that EastMed pipeline is ready to fly. So during the last 2 years, we have been awarding all the development contracts for being in a position to take the final investment decisions. We are talking of 70 million euros, half of which are being financed by the European Commissions. And before the starting of the pandemic, we awarded all of these contracts which are in force now and on which we are actively working. But there is more. There is more insofar as we have checked the economical viability of the project. It's one item. And the second item is that we check this viability in competition with an LNG solutions. And our findings are quite interesting. So let's have a look to the markets. What are telling us the market about that? Because the project is a 6 billion euros project, which can be financed only if there are long-term contracts between the producer in Israel and Cyprus and the consumer either in Italy or in Greece and in the Balkans. So let's have a look rapidly to each of the markets. So this is the price we have seen on the spot market in blue on the Italian market, which is very volatile, but it's not so interesting. What is interesting is that if you buy forwards, you have a price recently above $7 per million BTU, which is a unit that we used. Let's say that $7 per million BTUs is a good threshold of comfortable viability of the project. I will explain why later. So we are in good position on this. Now we are talking of long-term contracts, 25 years, and we have to see if LNG in Asia especially would provide more benefit, more premium. And you have here the curve of the prices of the long-term contracts on the Asian market, which are finished by end of 2019 for the Mozambique project in the range of 11% Brent, because all prices are indexed to the Brent. So this is an interesting number, 11%. If you go to Asia, you have 11% as a revenue. Now, if you go to Italy, forward market, we have also something in the range of 11% Brent, which means that more or less the markets have converged between Europe and Asia, and with the big spike of the prices that we are seeing for now 2-3 months, this correlation is maintained. So there is no major difference between Asia and Europe. There is still a small premium to the Asian market if you look still to the spot market, but this premium is no longer the premium that was seen at the time of Fukushima. It's in the range of $0.75 per million BTU, which even does not cover the transportation difference between Europe and Asia. So the conclusion on this is that there is no specific advantage to the LNG for the East Mediterranean gas. Of course, if you go somewhere else, the calculation would be different. And the proof of this, I will not comment all the numbers, is to look at the logistic cost to bring this gas to the market. So in the central column, the cost of EastMed to bring to Italy, for instance, is $2.9 per million BTU for the pipeline, and 0.3 to enter in Italy. We are at 3.2. If you look at LNG solution either in Europe or in Asia, you see a little small advantage to Egyptian facilities at Damietta, taking into account the numbers we have here. But there is a list of additional costs that we don't have with the pipeline. So basically, if we exclude the Egyptian existing facilities, EastMed in all cases is more convenient than an LNG solutions. So then, what are the revenues? We have seen before that we can calculate in terms of Brent price. So take 50, 60, 70, $80 per million BTU, you will get the price in the final market, either in Europe or in Asia. And then we have what we call the netback calculations, which is what remains to the producer and to the states which are producing the gas. And you can see that EastMed is more competitive than every LNG solution except Damietta. It is in the same range. And the final number we get here is with EastMed, we have a netback price in Israel or Cyprus in the range of $3 to $5 per million BTU. So the project can fly, economically speaking. And this is my conclusion that I will summarize on this slide. I repeat, we don't consider ourselves in competition with Egyptian existing facilities. The Competition with LNG is more favorable in all cases, and it gives an netback which is in the range of $3 to $5 per million BTU, which could be in the range of the viability, which is more. 5 is more than the viability of the project. 3 is a little bit just, but it can work anyhow. And of course, this means that we have to find a balanced contract between the producers and the potential buyers. So this is the work we have still to do with studies of development of the projects. Okay, thank you for attention.
Thank you very much indeed for that. Maria Rita Galli from DESFA, looking forward to
Thank you very much, and thank you, first of all, for having invited me to this event, and also the opportunity to speak after my esteemed co-panelists. Allow me, let's say, to introduce a concept that they all already mentioned directly or indirectly, since the title of this panel is Energy Partnership in Southeast Europe. I would like to bring a little bit of a different concept of partnership, that is the partnership between renewable energy sources and gas. Because, let's say, of course, we are all together in Europe in the large effort of achieving the new system of the new decarbonized energy system. And Southeast Europe has some characteristics that make this path, this transition, on one side more challenging, but on the other side probably easier. Challenging because, of course, we know that let's say, coal still represent quite a very significant portion of energy mix in Southeast Europe. I'm not talking about, there are virtuous countries, of course, Greece, Montenegro, North Macedonia, Albania, Croatia, who has announced that and taken strong commitment to get out of coal. But overall, in the West Balkans, there are countries where coal and lignite still represent 70, up to 99% of the total electricity production. And as the minister said, the greenhouse gases don't recognize borders, and the problem is, let's say, is a worldwide problem. And here we are talking about a regional problem. At the same time, let's say, this region has abundance of renewable, sun, wind, and has as Mr. Vergerio was mentioning before, and the minister in Cyprus, a lot of natural gas. So it's very crucial to establish an energy system that can leverage on these three big pillars and, let's say, exploit the synergies and exploit, let's say, the complementarity that exists between gas. And here I would like to talk about gas in broader term, because today is natural gas, and more it will be decarbonized gases, starting from, of course, let's say, biomethane, which currently is not utilized in Greece, but we think that there is a reasonable potential to represent up to 10% of the total demand, but also, let's say, fossil gas that can be significantly decarbonized through carbon capture storage and in the future green hydrogen. Why we think, and I'm absolutely convinced on the importance of a partnership between gas and electricity renewable sources, because you know, we all talk about storage, and storage, of course, is a crucial element. We also need to think about, let's say, long-term storage. There is an element of seasonality, and there is an element of security of supply that always need to be taken into account. And when it comes to seasonal storage, as of today, there is no battery, no alternative, probably apart, of course, of water, that can ensure the same level of seasonal storage that gases can ensure. And even in a country like Greece with a mild temperature, we have quite significant seasonal fluctuation in demand, let's say, from a peak of approximately 27-30 million cubic meter per day in the winter. The demand of gas dropped 40% in May, and now it's back at the same level of the winter due to the air conditioning. And we need always to have reserves, considering the heat wave of last week, where we had a lot of sun but no wind. And so gas had to play a very important role to stabilize the energy system. And this will become more and more important when lignite is completely phased out and when, let's say, more sectors of the economy are supplied with electricity. So higher penetration of electricity in the residential sector, in the heating sector, will trigger high volatility, seasonal demand. Having a robust system of interconnection and a storage system represent really one important pillar of a long-term sustainable energy system, which is also economically viable and, let's say, economically sustainable for the end users. The natural gas grid of Greece represent already, in a large part, this important tool to support the integration of the renewable energy sector in the energy mix, not only at the domestic level, but more and more as a tool for creating access to the northern Balkan countries to different sources of supply. Already we operate as a transit country. We interconnect with the TAP. We will interconnect pretty soon with IGB. We have more entry points, and of course we favor all possible entry points because it means more competition, more liquidity, more abundance of alternative sources. The interconnection will be announced with the North Macedonia is another piece of strengthening really the interoperability of the grid into this region. So really, we believe in DESFA that, let's say, the partnership between players and the partnership between different sources of decarbonized energy forms will be crucial in a cooperative and complementary manner to achieve the goal of the decarbonization.
Thank you very much indeed. And we have our final speaker. I hope that we've got the connection because we should be joined now by Teodora Dimitrova Georgieva, the Executive Officer of the ICGB. Welcome. Looking forward to hearing from you. I hope you were able to follow the panel so far.
So thank you very much. I was able. Hopefully you can hear me.
Yes, indeed.
Yes. Okay. Firstly, I would like to say that I'm really honored to be part of this high-level event, and I appreciate that I have been invited. Also, it has been increased from the fact that the level of the participants that are here, including my shareholder and also stakeholders like DESFA. So I'm really honored to be together, and I listened with high interest their presentation. So I'll use the opportunity now to update you with let's say, the development and the status of IGB. So IGB, can you hear? Can you see the slide?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
Thank you.
IGB is crucial for Bulgaria and region due to its strategic importance for providing diversification of sources and routes of natural gas. Talking only about Bulgaria, you probably know that we are almost 100% dependent on one source, so it could really change the whole game of the market. So that's why we usually saying that IGB project is a game changer for Bulgaria and the region, and it will allow real diversification of natural sources and will enhance the security of deliveries. Due to this importance, it has been a full support of national governments of both Bulgaria, Greece, European institutions. Also, we are happy and we really very much appreciated the support of stakeholders like USA, and Azerbaijani. So it is one of the top projects out of the most important SESEC lists in EU. So independent from the scale itself, it makes a huge difference for energy security. Interconnector will open new routes and possibilities for the region, and it has an immense synergy with other major projects like TEP, TANAP. So by linking Komotini with TEP, we became part of Southern Corridor. So we're talking about 3 BCM projects, out of which 1 BCM is coming from Azerbaijan. We are also connecting in Comutini with DESFA. So we do have opportunities not only to deliver from TAP, but from DESFA. So this is something very important, our collaboration with DESFA as well. And in Stara Zagora, we are connecting with Bulgar Transgas. So we are also part of IGB, is a part of vertical gas corridor, and that's why it is important to finalize the project, because most of the stakeholders are waiting for us. Yesterday, I was part of 3 Seasons initiative, and we were told that Romania and Hungary do have interest. So we are happy to listen that more stakeholders are waiting for finalization of the project. Also, the great synergy, so we do have a great synergy also with FSRU Alexandroupolis, because it is logistically really close, and would boost fully the utilization of the capacity that we are developing now, and why not further on to increase this capacity. I also heard very promising news for Mr. Vergerio regarding East Med potential, so so there are really good hopes for future. So potentials for liquefied natural gas are coming from USA, Israel, Cyprus, Egypt.
Thank you very much. Okay.
So the project is, well, what took us much more time is, let's say, finalizing this part. So it is a project of unique public-private partnership. And on one side, it's a top priority for security. On the other side, it should prove sustainability. So that's why it took us much more time to finalize together with shareholders structure which is really feasible and which is really competitive one. So I joined since 2015, and I think that we really make a progress by structuring the project in a way to have a smaller part of equity, as you see, let's say big financing, let's say from European Union, and also it took us much more time to find additional ones at the level of 39 million euro, where we find from ESIF Bulgarian funds. And also we use the opportunity of having sovereign guarantee behind which we do have long-term financing from EIB. So as I mentioned, shares of the structure is of also vital importance, which is also making the project much more supported not only from one government, and also really a good unique example of working public-private entity. And I think that it is during the years it has proven that it was really a good decision, and let's say helping this project to reach to this level. So we took, let's say, currently we are talking about booked capacity almost 50%. We are very happy to, let's say, to receive the exemption from European Union by 3 criteria: 100% from tariffs, 50% from third-party access, and also we from the ownership. So we are talking. So currently we do have also, so we are also exempted from ownership bundling. So we are talking, we do have also approved network code, tariff code, and we have signed also a key gas transportation agreement. And IGB intend to become an independent transmission operator, and these are also commercial activities which are coming and need to be finalized also with neighboring operators, Bulgar Transgas, TAP, DESFA.
Sorry to interrupt, but we are running a bit up against time, so if you can just shorten your concluding remarks, that would be really helpful.
I'll do so. So this is a key date where we took, in fact, really, there are all the preconditions was ready to boost the project ahead. So here we are developing the project, by the way, together with my colleague Kostas Karayanakos, and together we really reached to this level of success. So now we are talking about, we are constructing the pipeline. We do have already everybody on board, and so where are we? Line pipe contract has been assigned and finalized. EPC contract, we are also very much ahead. We do have almost 100 kilometer backfill out of 182. Weldings, we have only 25 kilometers left. And here you can see also some pictures. So we're talking about project with 2 gas metering stations, 7 block valve stations, and also dispatching centers. So these above ground installations are increasing the complexity on the top of two crossings of Maritsa and Studenka Ladanets, which are very challenging. By the way, I'm happy to announce that yesterday we finalized and crossed successfully 550 meters Maritsa, and we have another challenges in front of us to cross Studenka Ladanets, which is almost 2 kilometers crossing HDD. And so these are the main changes. I'll skip, and this is the last slide. So there are lots of opportunities also from us. As I mentioned, that we should intensify our discussion also with DESFA, structuring some products in order really to offer and to be more attractive at the market. We also need, there are potentials to utilize IGB with connecting with power stations East Maritsa under the scenario that coal to gas transmission has a green light from EU and also the Bulgarian government, but these are huge potentials because we have 2 American power stations and 1 from Bulgaria. So would be really good to have this approval for transmission into gas or why not, or hydrogen, but these are potentials which are in the future for the project. And okay, I think that I shouldn't take more time, so I will be ready for questions if any.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. So we really wanted to do justice to this very important discussion, but we've got another session coming up on focusing on electricity and probably much more on the renewables. And I think we really did cover a lot of ground, but we've come to the end of time. So I just wanted to put a couple of questions and ask you to be very brief, really, in your responses, because I think you did cover pretty much everything in your opening remarks. So my questions are, first of all, this is about partnerships, and I think we've covered the situation now very well, and we have a very good overview of the developments. I just wanted to ask all of you where you see this going in terms of further expansion of partnerships in the Eastern Mediterranean region and with the Middle East. I'm thinking, for example, of the UAE. You know, since it normalized relations with Israel, we've seen developments there, and you know, that Gulf state expanding its activities in the Eastern Med, in the region, investing in projects in Greece. So just wanted to hear from you, and particularly the ministers, where you see that going and what is the scope for more expansion. And then just the second thing is green transition is a very expensive business, and it's also a long-term challenge. So it's a question about the financing, really, and to ask you how important is the Recovery and Resilience Fund, which is obviously targeting green transition to a great degree, but is that really going to be decisive, or is it a drop in the ocean? Is it just necessary to kickstart things? So just wanted to hear from you about future financing beyond the Recovery and Resilience Fund, because that's a short-term anyway inflow of funds.
Okay. And now, let me tell you an example about the partnership.
And if you could stick to like 1 minute, that would be super helpful.
Well, EMGF, for example, is an example of the promotion of promoting partnership between countries. We have a forum. We have 7 countries. We also welcomed recently France as a full member, and also the US, European Union, and the World Bank as observers. we have a table where both Israel and the Palestinian Authority is sitting besides and discussing issues about energy and about environment protection. So this is why in the beginning I said that energy sector and the environment brings people together, bring countries together and promotes, of course, partnership and collaboration between nations. Now, of course, and the same with North Macedonia and the construction of the new gas pipeline with Bulgaria, with Egypt, because now we are promoting the electrical interconnection between Egypt and Greece, both direct and via Cyprus. So this, I mean, brings people together around the table discussing about common issues that interest all of them. Now, you raised a very important topic regarding who is going to pay the bill, who is going to pay finally the cost of all these investments in order to arrive to these very ambitious targets. I already talked about 44 billion euro in investments in renewables, in energy interconnections. Finally, but you can see examples like the energy upgrading of the buildings, for example. In Greece, we have introduced and we are implementing a huge innovation wave. We're going to utilize more than 3 billion euro. And this we have the following beneficiary results. First of all, we lower the footprint, the environmental footprint. On the one hand, we have energy, we cut energy, so we cut CO2 emissions, and on the other hand, we have a lower cost, energy cost for the household. And this is how the citizens who must participate, who must contribute and must have the ownership of all this effort can understand finally that there is also a benefit for them. On the other hand, regarding the other investments, we have also the tools, the coherent funds of the Europe, we have the Recovery and Resilience Fund, but on the other hand, we have to be very careful in designing the investments that must take place, must be balanced in a way that finally no one is behind, remains behind. And for that as well, here in Greece, where we are right now preparing a green energy net, a security net for the energy poverty, in order to achieve what I told you, that nobody must be left behind in this effort.
Thank you very much. Minister Pleiades?
I agree with that. There's a number of different funding sources from the EU, first of all, Just Transition Fund, also the Cohesion Fund that we use very, very much in terms of the enterprises as well and how they get integrated into the green transition, which is a really important step. But President von der Leyen yesterday did say that the RRF could be a new model, but we need to prove to the investors who oversubscribed, to participate in the financing of the fund, that we're going to be effective. So implementation needs to basically happen in a way that proves that these investment tools can be and should be available in the future. But just one last point is that private investment is extremely encouraging. There's a lot of interest, and coupled with some state help, I think we can make a big difference.
Thank you. You talked a lot about financing already, so maybe if you can keep it a short comment on either of those questions.
A very short comment to answer your initial questions. Yes, international cooperation and partnerships are a must to develop the energetic transitions. This is obvious. The second, to insist on the fact that natural gas is part of the energetic transitions, but especially for this part of the world where there is no nuclear, there won't be any longer coal or lignite. Hydro potential is limited. And for the solar, you know that before sunrise and after sunset, the production is zero. Wind, it comes when it comes. And there is no solutions in terms of storage. at the time being at the industrial scale. So that's why it's important to insist on the fact that natural gas is a must in the energetic transitions.
Thank you. And a final word from Desfa.
Well, very briefly in terms, again, of partnership, of course, let's say one of the ways that it's important, one of the things that it's important to pursue is really cooperation with all the neighboring countries in, let's say, achieving this goal. And in this, of course, DESFA is a member of the East Med Gas Forum, but we work very extensively also with all our adjacent TSO. And to find a solution where we maximize the use of the existing infrastructure, really also to cope with the challenges, of course, of the cost associated with the transition. And just to make an example, we are together discussing with our Bulgarian TSO partner and also with the Romanian TSO to assess the possibility to use the old Trans-Balkan pipeline in reverse flow in order to export LNG coming from the south of Greece, from Revitusa, in the future Alexandropoli, up to Ukraine. And we could, in theory, achieve that gas produced in East Mediterranean today, that is liquefied in Egypt today, can reach Ukraine with leveraging on the most of the existing infrastructure. So partnership and innovation are fundamental to contribute to these achievements.
Okay, I think we have to leave it there because we've run over time, and I'd like everybody to join me in thanking our panelists. It's been a great discussion. Thank you very much for your contributions. Thank you.
Well done. I know. I know. I know. Yeah. Okay, we're going to go straight into the next and very much related panel on decarbonizing Europe. I'd like to invite all our panelists, please, to join me on the stage. Hello. So we have yes, please do come up and very good. Well, I would make two opening observations. The first is that I think the size of this panel shows or reflects the topicality of the question of decarbonization. You know, we know that from the national level, at the corporate level, in fact at the international level as well, the talk of net zero has become extremely common, but I think what we want to do today is to get beyond the slogans, if you like, and really understand that this is not a simple process. This is a very demanding process, and get a real sense of the texture of number of what is involved from a number of perspectives, really to accelerate the energy transition, to take the subtitle of this session. The second observation is, once again, unfortunately, we're an all-male panel, so we have diversity of energy sources we're talking about. We need to get more diverse in the composition of the people who talk about energy sources. So my pledge to you is to work with very much harder to make sure that we do that in future. So, we're going to start actually with a message by video from John Sarbanes, member of the US House of Representatives from Maryland, on the priorities for the American green agenda, which of course has been a big feature of the Biden administration's plans. And so we look very much forward to hearing an American perspective from John Sarbanes, of course, a member of Congress with a certain Greek connection. Let's play the video, please.
Greetings, everyone. This is Congressman John Sarbanes speaking to you from Washington. It is an honor to join with you for the Economist Roundtable with the Greek government to address so many important issues. In particular, I have the opportunity to speak just for a couple of minutes about our efforts in the United States to advance a clean energy economy and begin to bring down in meaningful ways the carbon footprint of the United States as part of these global efforts to address climate change. I'm privileged to serve on the Energy and Commerce Committee, where I'm very focused on these issues of our environment and how to improve it and advance our efforts with respect to global warming. I'm also thrilled that President Biden has made this such a priority, combating climate change, with his appointments of former Secretary of State John Kerry to be the United States Special Envoy on Climate. He has indicated that this is a front and center priority for him and his administration. With his appointment of the former EPA Administrator, Gina McCarthy, to be the first time ever National Climate Advisor to the President. Again, very important statement of this as a clear and pressing priority within the U.S. policy at this stage. And of course, I was thrilled, as I know many of you were, when President Biden made the decision on the first day of his presidency to rejoin the Paris Accords. We know that we all have to work together to achieve these goals at what is an existential moment for our planet and for our various peoples. And that's why we have to work collaboratively. I know that that will be a focus of much of the work that you do at this conference, and I thank you for it. My own priorities are looking at how we can completely overhaul and retool the U.S. Energy and power sectors to make sure that we are advancing clean, green initiatives, that we are building good jobs, but jobs that are part of a new clean energy sector. It's very important that we address the perception that somehow a strong economy is at odds with doing the right thing for the environment. In fact, if we look back over our history, I think as a nation in the U.S. and globally, we know that when we achieve breakthroughs that benefit our environment, they are also breakthroughs that can benefit our economy and contribute to creating a whole new set of job opportunities. So we are committed to this fight. And I want to thank all of you who are standing shoulder to shoulder in these efforts to combat global climate change. We're going to make sure that we face this crisis head on, that the United States will be a full partner in those efforts, at the table, leading where we can, collaborating always. Thank you so much for the opportunity to offer a few moments of perspective. Have a great conference. Thank you.
Well, very interesting to hear that U.S. perspective, and I think very much the message, as we heard in the earlier context of foreign policy, America is back within the Paris Agreement and with this agenda very much close to President Biden's heart. But I think at the same time, we would recognize, anybody who follows American politics would know that it's far from simple to get the proposals that the Biden administration has been making through the American Congress, and that's very much something that John Sarbanes will have been engaged in as well. A very complex process, not at all obvious that they're going to get some of their main proposals through. And I think this is a theme that will pick up the gap that exists often between aspiration and practical realities. So let's get the perspectives from multiple levels here on the panel. I would ask you all, please, if you could be, to be very disciplined about the time. We have limited time, so if you could stick to your 3 to 4 minutes each, that would be hugely appreciated. And let's start with Konstantinos Xifaras, the Chief Executive of DEPA.
Thank you very much. Let me thank the organizers and the economists for this invitation. It's always a pleasure to be here. So let's start about how we see DEPA role in this transition, and allow me to change in Greek, as this panel is full of Greeks. I fully accept the remark about the diversity we need, especially in Greece. Λοιπόν, όντως ζούμε σε πολύ ενδιαφέρουσα περίοδο. Η απρογνητοποίηση που γίνεται πάρα πολύ γρήγορα, αλλά και η Πράσινη Συμφωνία που προωθεί η Ευρώπη, οδηγεί τις εξελίξεις, ειδικά στην Ελλάδα και στον κλάδο μας, πάρα πολύ γρήγορα. Να δώσω 2 στοιχεία, ότι η εταιρεία μας, ο όμιλος DEPA, ήρθε στη στιγμή της απρογνητοποίησης με μια σοβαρή αλλαγή μετασχηματισμού. Σπάσαμε τον όμιλο σε 3 διακριτές εταιρείες, στη DEPA Εμπορίας, στη DEPA Υποδομών και στην DEPA Διεθνών Έργων. Και όχι μόνο έπρεπε να κάνουμε αυτό το σπάσιμο, έπρεπε να οδηγήσουμε τις διαδικασίες για μια διπλή αποκρατικοποίηση. Όπως πολύ καλά γνωρίζετε, η DEPA Υποδομών στις 15 Ιουλίου θα έχει τις δεσμευτικές προσφορές από τη διαγωνιστική διαδικασία, ενώ η DEPA Εμπορίας είναι σε μια διαδικασία προς το τέλος του χρόνου να αποφασιστεί πώς θα προχωρήσει. Ενώ η DEPA Διεθνών Έργων πλέον είναι θυγατρική της ΕΔΕΗ και τρέχει τα διεθνή μας έργα που θα κάνουμε και μια ειδική αναφορά. Η απολιγνητοποίηση δεν μας έχει οδηγήσει μόνο σε διαφορετική στρατηγική λόγω της αύξησης ζήτησης που θα έρθει στην Ελλάδα, ήδη τη ζούμε για το 2021. Μιλάμε για μια αγορά που το 2019 ήταν 57 μεγαβατόρες και τώρα ζητάμε για το 2024 ή το 2025 για 75. Άρα μιλάμε για μια αύξηση πάνω από 40%. Αυτό σημαίνει ότι θα οδηγήσει σε άμεση ανάγκη νέων υποδομών αερίου για να μπορεί να καλύψει αυτή τη ζήτηση. Και προφανώς αποκτά ιδιαίτερη σημασία και το αέριο των αγωγών και το αέριο, το LNG, που προέρχεται από την ελεύθερη αγορά. Σε αυτό το σημείο θα κάνω μια ειδική αναφορά ότι η DEPA ήδη από τον ανταγωνισμό του 2019 έχασε αρκετό από το μερίδιο αγοράς, μάλιστα πάνω από 30 ή 40%, και το πρώτο εξάμηνο του 2020 βρεθήκαμε στην ίδια θέση προσπαθώντας να διορθώσουμε το αποτέλεσμα. Ήδη από τις αρχές του 2019, με τις διαπραγματεύσεις που γίνανε με τους βασικούς μας προμηθευτές, την Gazprom, τη Sonatrach και το συμβόλαιο της AGC που θα έτρεχε από τον καινούριο χρόνο, καταφέραμε να μειώσουμε και τις τιμές για το 2020 και νομίζω ήδη το δεύτερο εξάμηνο του 2020 και το πρώτο εξάμηνο του 2021 έχει δικαιώσει τις επιλογές μας, μια και διορθώσαμε πάρα πολύ την ανταγωνιστικότητα της εταιρείας και το μερίδιο αγοράς μας. Παρ' όλα αυτά, η αγορά έχει αλλάξει, η απολιγνητοποίηση πλέον έχει οδηγήσει τις εταιρείες να έχουν μια υψηλή καθετοποίηση. Η εφαρμογή του target model στην Ελλάδα από τις αρχές του χρόνου έχει δείξει ότι αν μια εταιρεία δεν έχει υψηλή καθετοποίηση, δηλαδή και παραγωγή ηλεκτρικής ενέργειας, δεν θα μπορεί να επιβιώσει είτε στον ηλεκτρισμό είτε στο αέριο. Δεν υπάρχει χώρος για εταιρείες που είναι μονοσήματα στον κλάδο. Επομένως, όλες οι εταιρείες που βρισκόμαστε στον κλάδο είμαστε σε αυτή την περίοδο αλλαγής. Το έχετε δει έντονα από τις ανακοινώσεις που κάνουν και από τις κινήσεις για να διορθώσουν αυτό το ευάλωτο σημείο τους. Η εταιρεία μας, παρόλο που βρίσκεται σε διαδικασία ιδιωτικοποίησης, δεν θα μπορούσε να μείνει πίσω από αυτό. Ανακοινώσαμε την είσοδό μας στη ΣΑΠΕ σε ένα χαρτοφυλάκιο φωτοβολταϊκών πάνω από 200 ΜΒ. Έχουμε προχωρήσει σε διαδικασίες ώστε να συζητάμε για διμερείς συμβόλαια PPAs με ηλεκτροπαραγωγούς, ενώ παράλληλα προχωράμε στις νέες τεχνολογίες όπως είναι το υδρογόνο, έχοντας ένα πολύ πολύ βασικό ρόλο σε αυτή την ιστορία, συμμετέχοντας και στα ευρωπαϊκά φόρα και οδηγώντας και τις εξελίξεις στην Ελλάδα. Είναι μεγάλη μας τιμή που είμαστε ο project coordinator του έργου του White Dragon, ένα έργο το οποίο λειτουργεί σαν flagship όχι μόνο για την Ελλάδα, αλλά για όλη την Ευρώπη. Συμμετέχουμε 10 εταιρείες, από τις πιο σημαντικές εταιρείες στην Ελλάδα. Ένα έργο σχεδόν 8 δισεκατομμύριων ευρώ προϋπολογισμού. Και βέβαια θα πρέπει να επισημάνω ότι ήδη η ΔΕΠΑ Εμπορίας έχει αποκτήσει και μία άδεια 500 ΜΒ για εμπορία ηλεκτρισμού. Επομένως, σε συνεργασία με τη θυγατρική μας, που είναι στο χώρο του retail, κάνουμε σοβαρές συνέργειες ώστε να μπορέσουμε και να καλύψουμε τα ευάλωτα σημεία του ανταγωνισμού στο retail του αερίου και του ηλεκτρισμού, αλλά και να μπορούμε να δίνουμε προϊόντα customize στους πελάτες μας, είτε αφορά τη βιομηχανία, είτε ειδικά τους ηλεκτροπαραγωγούς, που σηκώνουν ένα πολύ μεγάλο βάρος στη διαδικασία της απολογινητοποίησης. Και βέβαια, κοιτώντας και μπροστά στο πώς άλλες κινήσεις θα κάνουμε στο στρατηγικά και να ανεβάσουμε την αξία του asset που λέγεται όμιλος ΔΕΠΑ, αλλά και να βοηθήσουμε στην ασφάλεια εφοδιασμού της χώρας. Η εταιρεία μας κινείται σε 2 στάδια. Μέσα στην Ελλάδα, όσον αφορά την αύξηση της δραστηριότητας του αερίου, το brand φύσικων της αεροκίνησης, μετά από 2 χρόνια τα οποία ήταν στάσιμη η ανάπτυξη της εταιρείας, ήδη το 2019 και το 2020 έχουμε προχωρήσει μπροστά. Μιλάμε για 27 πρατήρια CNG. Συνδέσαμε την πρώτη βιομηχανία στην Ελλάδα με CNG πριν μερικούς μήνες, ενώ σύντομα θα ανακοινώσουμε και νέες συνεργασίες, ώστε το CNG και αργότερα το LNG σαν καύσιμο σε απομακρυσμένες περιοχές να έχει τη δυνατότητα και άλλες βιομηχανίες να το αποκτήσουν. Είναι πολύ σημαντικό επίσης ότι με τις συμφωνίες που έχουμε κάνει στο αέριο, όπως είπα, γυρίσαμε αρκετά λεφτά πίσω στους πελάτες μας, αλλά έχουμε καταφέρει και να έχουμε δώσει και ένα σταθερό προϊόν στους ηλεκτροπαραγωγούς. Η επόμενη κίνηση που κάνουμε είναι η απόκτηση ενός πλοίου μεταφοράς LNG, ώστε να δίνουμε ship-to-ship στα καράβια που θα κινηθούν με LNG, αλλά και να βοηθήσουμε στη μείωση της απομόνωσης νησιών, αλλά και συνεργασία με την Κύπρο να ανοίξουμε την κλειστή αγορά. Σύντομα είμαστε στη δεύτερη φάση για να τρέξουμε τη διαγωνιστική διαδικασία πλέον για να διαλέξουμε γιάρδα που θα χτίσουμε αυτό το πλοίο μας. Ενώ στις διεθνείς κινήσεις, και θα ήθελα να μιλήσω ταυτόχρονα και για τη ΔΕΠΑ Εμπορίας αλλά και για τη ΔΕΠΑ Διεθνών Έργων, μια νέα εταιρεία η οποία όμως έχει ένα αρκετά δυναμικό στελεχειακό δυναμικό. Προχωράμε στην συμμετοχή μας στο FSRU. Η είσοδος της ΔΕΠΑ σε αυτό το έργο νομίζω έδωσε μια νέα δυναμική πνοή. Πλέον μιλάμε για μια διεθνή παρουσία μετόχων στο έργο. Σύντομα θα ανακοινωθεί, ελπίζω, και είσοδος και της Βόρειας Μακεδονίας στη μετοχική σύνθεση. Άρα θα μιλάμε για 6 μετόχους από 3 διαφορετικές χώρες τουλάχιστον. Το FSRU της Αλεξανδρούπολης, σε συνεργασία με το Terminal της Βυθούσας, θα βοηθήσουν όχι μόνο στην ασφάλεια εφοδιασμού της χώρας, αλλά στην ασφάλεια εφοδιασμού της ευρύτερης περιοχής της Ανατολικής Ευρώπης. Μην ξεχνάμε αυτή τη στιγμή ότι όλο το αέριο αγωγών περνάει μέσα από την Τουρκία. Είτε μιλάμε για τον αγωγό TAP, είτε μιλάμε για το ρώσικο αέριο μέσω του Turkish Stream. Επομένως, ό,τι και να γίνει, θα πρέπει η Ελλάδα να έχει και ασφάλεια τροφοδοσίας, αλλά και να έχει και ασφάλεια γεωπολιτική. Και νομίζω ότι, επειδή είμαστε πολύ κοντά στο να εκδηλώσουμε το FID στο έργο, ότι σύντομα η Ελλάδα θα είναι θωρακισμένη και σε επίπεδο τροφοδοσίας, αλλά και σε επίπεδο ασφάλειας. Σε συνεργασία με τη ΔΕΠΑ Διεθνών, just a minute to say about the EastMed. Για τον EastMed είμαστε πλέον πολύ κοντά στο να ολοκληρώσουμε τις βασικές μελέτες του έργου, στις οποίες θα μας οδηγήσουν στο FID, ελπίζουμε, τα επόμενα 2 χρόνια. Ενώ στον IGB είμαστε στην ολοκλήρωση της κατασκευής του έργου τέλος του 2021 και ελπίζουμε στην εμπορική του χρήση μέχρι το πρώτο εξάμηνο του 2022. Επομένως, μιλάμε για πολλά βασικά και διεθνή έργα, τα οποία θα οδηγήσουν σίγουρα σε μια επόμενη μέρα την Ελλάδα και ειδικά στη φάση απομονητοποίησης που βρίσκεται. Ευχαριστώ πολύ. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Fast enough.
Thank you. Well, it's demanding. There's so much to talk about. I still, perhaps at the end, we can come back to the question of decarbonizing, because that's not so clear to me how we get with all these developments to real decarbonizing. But let's move on to Andrea Testi, chairman of LPEDISN.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here and to see finally physically some people at the conference. We are today here to talk about the future, but let me start talking about the past for a second. And I will focus on two actors of the power generation sector, which are the industry and the public authorities. In the past, the respective areas of influence were pretty much separate, with industry and investor focusing on technology and choosing which technology to adopt in order to produce energy, and public authorities focusing on accessibility, on public needs and accessibility to electricity, antitrust, tariff, pricing policies, and so on. Now, the boundaries between these two realms started to get blurred some 20 to 30 years ago, when in the name of environment as public good and later on of fighting climate challenge, the public authorities started to influence the technology for the power generation, and they did so by introducing incentives for certain type of technology, namely the RES, and disincentive for certain others like thermal generation through, for instance, the ETS scheme in Europe. But now we are at the dawn of a complete revolution. The authorities in the European Union have set a binding net zero CO2 emission target for 2050, and they have also declared a very challenging intermediate 2030 target. This implies an almost complete turnaround of the power generation fleet in Europe. The policymakers are now determining which investment will be carried out in the next years, but the policymakers are not those who carry out actually these investments. The very same authorities which have mentioned this target are also stating that it is a very ambitious and challenging one, and we do not have yet a secure path to get there. 2050 may seem very far away, but it is not in a sector like electricity and energy where the investment cycle is pretty long. Some of the technologies which are envisaged to get the 2050 target have yet to be proven on such an unprecedented gigawatt or terawatt scale as it is the size of the European market. I refer to energy storage, batteries, or chemical storage such as hydrogen, smart grid, demand response, and even load shift, moving from use the energy when you need it to use the energy when it is available. It is clear in this scenario that in order to maximize our chances to get to the 2050, but also the 2030 target, we need to experiment in parallel many different technologies. And we will know while going, we will discover while going if and to what extent they will suffice. And this will expose us to unexpected drawbacks and unforeseen roadblocks. Now, one thing it is clear, we cannot afford the risk to fail. Electricity is too deeply embedded in our modern life and economy, and we cannot simply afford the risk of the electricity system not being there at the point in time where we will need it. We need to ensure the presence of sufficient amount of generation based on proven and known technologies to accompany us through the transition. We cannot know now how much, how well, how fast the transition will be, but for the next 10 to 20 years, we need to be sure that there is enough known generation available to compensate for all the drawbacks, delays, discoveries, mishaps that we will face. So at the risk of sounding paradoxical, I would like to say that to be sure that we will have a successful green energy transition, we need to ensure that the conventional generation accompanies this transition through the next years in the most efficient and obviously environmental friendly way.
Thank you. Very, very interesting. I think you've conveyed very clearly the sense that we're embarking on a great leap into the unknown, in a sense.
I cut the statement that I had thought to say because of timing, but I cut the statement that we are like Christopher Columbus.
Yes, a journey, a voyage.
He knew that the Earth was round.
A voyage to a new world.
He knew that he would make landfall sometime, but he didn't know how long, how far, and actually he landed slightly different than he meant to.
Yes, but he found it, and it was very exciting when he got there. So
correct.
Let's hope that the same applies here, and I'm sure we'll get some ideas of navigation techniques from other members of the panel as well to continue the metaphor. Now, Konstantinos Mavros, CEO of PPC Renewables, is joining us by connection. Mr. Mavros, I hope you've been able to follow us and you can hear us.
Yes, actually, thank you very much.
Excellent. Over to you.
All right, thank you. I'll try to catch up with time, and unfortunately, I couldn't make it today. Hope next time. I'll switch in Greek. Αυτό που συζητάμε σήμερα είναι η επιτάχυνση της ενεργειακής μετάβασης μέσω της επανθρακοποίησης. Έτσι, θα ήθελα, όπως άκουσα και από την αρχική τοποθέτηση, να θυμίσω ότι σε παγκόσμιο επίπεδο συντελείται μια πρωτόγνωρη μετάβαση. Και αυτό, οι επενδύσεις πλέον, όλες οι επενδύσεις, θα πρέπει να συμβαδίζουν με τις αρχές της περιβαλλοντικής, κοινωνικής και εταιρικής διακυβέρνησης, αυτά που λέμε ESG. Εκεί κινούμαστε άλλωστε και ομιλικά στον όμιλο ΔΕΗ, κάτι που φαίνεται στις επενδύσεις ΔΕΗ ανανεώσιμες. Αναφέρθηκε νωρίτερα και θέλω να τονίσω ότι χαρακτηριστικό παράδειγμα των αλλαγών που συντελούνται αποτελεί το γεγονός ότι οι ΗΠΑ επανήλθαν επισήμως στις αρχές του έτους με την ανάληψη της διακυβέρνησης της χώρας από τον πρόεδρο Biden στη Συμφωνία του Παρισιού. Άρα αυτό οδηγεί σε επιτάχυνση της ανάγκης για κλιματική ουδετερότητα. Άλλωστε, η Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση έχει προχωρήσει και προχωρά τη μετάβαση σε οικονομία μηδενικού ανθρακικού αποτυπώματος. Πρόσφατα, οι διαπραγματευτές του Συμβουλίου του Ευρωπαϊκού Κοινοβουλίου κατέληξαν σε προσωρινή πολιτική συμφωνία, με την οποία αποκτά πλέον νομική υπόσταση ο στόχος αυτός. Αυτό λοιπόν οδηγεί σε ένα συλλογικό στόχο περιορισμού των εκπομπών του θερμοκηπίου κατά τουλάχιστον 55% μέχρι το 2030 σε σχέση με το 1990. Όλα αυτά σε συνδυασμό με την ενεργειακή μετάβαση και την περαιτέρω εφαρμογή του εξηλεκτρισμού σε όλα τα ενεργειακά συστήματα, κίνηση, θέρμανση κλπ. Αναμένεται να οδηγήσει σε περαιτέρω ανάγκη για ανανεώσιμα. Εδώ λοιπόν ερχόμαστε εμείς και βλέποντας ταυτόχρονα το τελευταίο διάστημα τις εξελίξεις στην παγκόσμια ενεργειακή πραγματικότητα με τις αυξήσεις των δικαιωμάτων εκπομπών του CO2 και των καυσίμων, πετρέλαιο, φυσικό αέρια, ενισχύεται ακόμα το επιχείρημα και βέβαια η ανάγκη για περισσότερα άπε. Υπάρχει το πλάνο, και δεν θα επεκταθώ περισσότερο γιατί δεν νομίζω ότι υπάρχει τόσο χρόνος, για την απόσυρση των λειτουργικών μονάδων μέχρι το 2023 και βεβαίως μέχρι το 2028 ολικά για τη ΔΕΗ. Υπάρχει το ΕΣΕΚ, το οποίο είναι αυτή τη στιγμή ο βασικός πυλώνας για το επόμενο χρονικό διάστημα και σε αυτό λοιπόν ερχόμαστε ως ΔΕΗ ανανεώσιμες και πιστεύουμε και ήδη νομίζω το δείχνουμε ότι θέλουμε να πρωταγωνιστήσουμε στα επόμενα χρόνια. Είμαστε ο κάτοχος του μεγαλύτερου χαρτοφυλακίου, κάτι που υπερβαίνει τα 7 γίγκα υπό ανάπτυξη για ανανεώσιμα. Και σήμερα που μιλάμε βρίσκεται σε εξέλιξη η κατασκευή του εμβληματικού έργου φωτοβολταϊκής τεχνολογίας 230 ΜΒ στη Δυτική Μακεδονία, ένα από τα σημαντικότερα και νομίζω το μεγαλύτερο έργο στην νοτιοανατολική Ευρώπη, με κόστος κατασκευής που το καθιστά ίσως το πιο ανταγωνιστικό σε όλη την Ευρωπαϊκή Ήπειρο. Επίσης, γνωρίζετε νομίζω ότι προσφάτως προχωρήσαμε και στην επιλογή αναδόπου για το πρώτο έργο με bilateral PPA, με το νέο καθεστώς λοιπόν στο οποίο εμείς επενδύουμε πολλά στο business plan μας, 50 ΜΒ στη Μεγαλόπολη, το οποίο πιστεύουμε θα έχει ολοκληρωθεί μέχρι το τέλος του χρόνου, του επόμενου χρόνου. Όλα αυτά εντάσσονται στο επιχειρηματικό πλάνο για ανάπτυξη χαρτοφυλακίου περίπου 2,5 γίγκα στα λιγνητικά πεδία της ΔΕΗ. Και εδώ σήμερα θέλω να σας πω το εξής, ότι η ΔΕΗ Ανανεώσιμες αναμένεται να προχωρήσει σε νέους διαγωνισμούς για κατασκευή τουλάχιστον 500 ΜΒ φωτοβολταϊκών σταθμών, αυτό είναι μισό γίγκα, στους επόμενους 7-9 μήνες, καθότι προχωράμε πάρα πολύ δυναμικά την αδειοδοτική ορίμανση. Μάλιστα, όπως ήδη έχουμε πει, αναμένεται ένα έργο 65 ΜΒ στους Αγίους Χριστοφόρους στην Οδημαΐδα να προκηρυχθεί εντός του τρέχοντος μηνός. Όλα αυτά τα έργα, και μιλώντας για αποανθρακοποίηση και ενεργειακή μετάβαση, βρίσκονται στη Δυτική Μακεδονία και αντιστοιχούν σε επενδύσεις της τάξης των 250 εκατομμυρίων ευρώ, εννοώ τα νέα έργα, για τις οποίες θα δημιουργηθούν βεβαίως και θέσεις εργασίας. 1.000 θέσεις εργασίας κατά την κατασκευή και βεβαίως 80 έως 180 εποχιακές κατά τη λειτουργία. Θέλω να υπενθυμίσω ότι ήδη αυτή τη στιγμή έχουμε δρομολογήσει χαρτοφυλάκιο για κατασκευή και ολοκλήρωση μέχρι το 2022 500 ΜΒ, ενώ ο στόχος μας είναι 1,5 γίγκα στην τριετία. Πέραν της οργανικής ανάπτυξης έχουμε τις επικείμενες στρατηγικές συνεργασίες. Αυτή τη στιγμή η συμφωνία με την ΕΡΒΕ προχωράει καλά και θεωρούμε ότι είμαστε σε τελικό στάδιο ολοκλήρωσης. Και βεβαίως όλα αυτά σε συνδυασμό με το νέο ενεργειακό προμοσχέδιο που οδηγεί νομοτελειακά στη σύναψη του PAs θα αποτελούν περαιτέρω κίνητρο για επενδυτές που λόγω της προτεραιότητας που τους παρέχεται στο ιδιωτικό σκέλος πιθανότατα θα επιλέγουν και αυτόν τον τρόπο προσωπικότητας. Τέλος, θέλω να αναφερθώ σε δύο τεχνολογίες, στις οποίες είμαστε παρόντες και νομίζω είναι σημαντικές. Η μία είναι η τεχνολογία της αποθήκευσης. Νομίζω ότι άπε χωρίς αποθήκευση μάλλον είναι κουτσά, οπότε θα χρειαστούμε περαιτέρω storage. Εκεί έχουμε καταθέσει αιτήσεις για 1 GW, 3 GWh και βεβαίως πλωτά φωτοβολταϊκά, στα οποία ήμασταν οι πρώτοι και πιστεύω θα έχουμε σημαντικές πιθανότητες να υλοποιήσουμε σημαντικά έργα, καθότι εν λόγω τεχνολογία είναι αρκετά δυναμική. Τέλος, στα offshore αιωλικά, έχω ξαναπεί και λέω και σήμερα, αναζητούμε και διαμορφώνουμε τις συνεργασίες ώστε να προχωρήσουμε και σε αυτή την αγορά. Εμείς έχουμε τους στόχους μας, είμαστε πεπισμένοι ότι ο στόχος προς την επίτευξη μιας οικονομίας καθαρής ενέργειας που θα εδράζεται στην κοινωνική δικαιοσύνη και την προστασία του περιβάλλοντος είναι φιλόδοξος, αλλά είναι και επιτεύξιμος και κινούμαστε με δράσεις αντίστοιχα που λαμβάνουν χώρα σε επιχειρησιακό επίπεδο προς αυτή την κατεύθυνση. Σας ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Manos Manousakis, Chairman and Chief Executive of the Independent Power Transmission Operator.
First of all, thank you so much for the invitation for a fourth consecutive year. You're so kind. I will switch to Greek also. Προφανώς συμφωνώ με τη γενική οπτική όλων των προηγούμενων ομιλητών. Βρισκόμαστε σε μια περίοδο μεγάλων προκλήσεων, αφενός μεγάλων επενδυτικών ευκαιριών για να υλοποιηθεί η απανθρακοποίηση, αφετέρου όμως και σημαντικών προκλήσεων σε αυτήν την μεταβατική περίοδο. Για να καταλάβουμε το πόσο γρήγορα γίνονται τα πράγματα, από πέρυσι που ήμασταν εδώ, έχουμε πλέον την ανάγκη για ένα νέο ΕΣΕΚ μέσα σε ένα χρόνο. Έχουμε την αλλαγή της τάσης των Ηνωμένων Πολιτειών και είναι σαφές ότι χωρίς τις Ηνωμένες Πολιτείες, την Κίνα και τους G7, ό,τι και να συζητάμε στην Ελλάδα για απανθρακοποίηση δεν έχει κανένα νόημα μόνο. Και αν πάμε στο τοπικό επίπεδο, έχουμε την εισαγωγή της Ελλάδας στο Target Model το Νοέμβριο του 2020. Έχουμε την ολοκλήρωση διασυνδέσεων όπως η διασύνδεση της Νάξου και η ολοκλήρωση των βορείων κυκλάδων. Έχουμε την ολοκλήρωση της μεγαλύτερης AC διασύνδεσης στον πλανήτη αυτή τη στιγμή μεταξύ της Πελοποννήσου και της Κρήτης. Έχουμε τις επόμενες μέρες την ολοκλήρωση των διαγωνισμών για την Σαντορίνη. Πάμε πλέον στις νοτιοδυτικές κυκλάδες και στις αρχές του φθινοπόρου θα έχουμε και τις συμβάσεις, τους καινούριους διαγωνισμούς για τις υπόλοιπες νοτιοδυτικές κυκλάδες. Βρισκόμαστε λοιπόν σε μια περίοδο πολύ σημαντική μετάβασης, η οποία πέρα από ευκαιρίες όμως εμπεριέχει και συγκεκριμένα ρίσκα. Στην Ελλάδα, την 1η Ιουλίου του 2021, στις 2 η ώρα το μεσημέρι, είχαμε, και να σκεφτούμε ότι είμαστε ακόμα ουσιαστικά σχεδόν εν μέσω COVID, 10,145 γιγαβάτ φορτίο, κάτι που είχε να συμβεί πάρα πολλά χρόνια. Συνεπώς, έχουμε αυτά τα φορτία, περιμένουμε ακόμη μεγαλύτερη ανάπτυξή τους μετά το τέλος της περίοδου του COVID και είναι πάρα πολύ σημαντικό να διασφαλίσουμε, καθώς ο ρόλος του ΑΔΜΙΑ είναι διπλός, είναι βέβαια να αναπτύσσει το σύστημα με μεγάλη ταχύτητα, έτσι ώστε να μπορεί να γίνει η αλλαγή του ενεργειακού μείγματος και να έχουμε περισσότερες ΑΠΕ, αλλά από την άλλη πλευρά ο πυρήνας του ρόλου του είναι να διασφαλίσει την ασφάλεια της ηλεκτροδότησης του συστήματος. Συνολικά, λοιπόν, πρέπει να συνεργαστούμε όλοι οι φορείς στη χώρα, έτσι ώστε να διασφαλίσουμε ότι αυτά τα χρόνια της μετάβασης πραγματικά θα είμαστε ενεργειακά ασφαλείς. Εκείνη την ημέρα του πικ, οι ΑΠΕ κάλυψαν το 30% με 22% φωτοβολταϊκά και 8% αιωλικά, ενώ το βράδυ που δεν είχαμε τα φωτοβολταϊκά, χρειαζόμασταν περίπου 1.820 ΜΒ από τις διεθνείς διασυνδέσεις. Συνεπώς, είναι πάρα πολύ σημαντικό να προχωρήσουν και οι διεθνείς διασυνδέσεις Είναι πάρα πολύ σημαντικό να γίνουν οι μονάδες φυσικού αερίου, ούτως ώστε να λειτουργήσουν στο μεσοδιάστημα αυτές που απαιτεί η μελέτη επάρκειας που έχουμε εκπονήσει. Και βεβαίως είναι πάρα πολύ σημαντικό να υπάρχει αυτό το πλαίσιο συνεργασίας που θα επιτρέψει στο διαχειριστή να προχωρήσει τα έργα του με την ίδια ταχύτητα που τα κάνει τα τελευταία χρόνια, ούτως ώστε να μπορέσει να διασυνδεθεί ένα πολύ μεγαλύτερο δυναμικό ΑΠΕ από αυτό που έχουμε αυτή τη στιγμή. Σκεφτείτε ότι στους στόχους μας είναι να έχουμε 17 γίγα ΑΠΕ μέχρι το τέλος της δεκαετίας καινούρια, προκειμένου να πετύχουμε τους στόχους του ανανεωμένου ΕΣΕΚ. Δεν θέλω να πάρω περισσότερο χρόνο για να υπάρχει χρόνος να γίνει η συζήτηση και μετά. Σας ευχαριστώ.
Thank you very much. And once again, this question of both making the transition while at the same time ensuring the continuity and security of supply is a critical one. Tassos Manos, Chief Executive of HEDNO.
Thank you. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I will revert also to Greek.
You're keeping the translators busy, but that's fine.
That's good. Κυρίες και κύριοι, καλησπέρα σας. Να ευχαριστήσω και εγώ από την πλευρά μου θερμά καταρχήν τον Economist, που για μια ακόμη χρονιά δίνει τη δυνατότητα να συμμετάσχουμε, που αποτελεί πλέον ένα θεσμό, όπως ακούσαμε χθες, 25 ετίας, και να πω πως φέτος χαίρομαι ιδιαίτερα που βρισκόμαστε επιτέλους πάλι από κοντά. Για το ΔΔΕ, λοιπόν. Ο ΔΔΕ είναι ένας οργανισμός ο οποίος εκτείνεται σε όλο το μήκη και τα πλάτη της επικράτειάς μας, με 6.000 μόνιμο προσωπικό, 5.000 εργολάβους και πάνω από 240.000 χιλιόμετρα δικτύου, συνδέοντας με ηλεκτρική ενέργεια κάθε γωνιά της Ελλάδας. Στόχος μας, λοιπόν, είναι πράγματι να τον μετασχηματίσουμε σε ένα πρότυπο υψηλής απόδοσης διαχειριστή δικτύου, διανομής και, όπως αναφέρθη, προφανώς να ενισχύσουμε στο θέμα του decarbonization. Και γι' αυτή είναι πολύ σημαντικό και πώς θα το κάνουμε. Ο ΔΔΕ δραματίζει ένα πολύ σημαντικό ρόλο, όπως όλα τα δίκτυα στην Ελλάδα και στην Ευρώπη προφανώς, και θα είναι την επόμενη δεκαετία έτσι. Δηλαδή, μέσα στην επόμενη δεκαετία, 20ετία, θα απορροφήσουν παραπάνω από το 40% των επενδύσεων στον τομέα της ενέργειας. Στο Εθνικό Σχέδιο για την Ενέργεια και το Κλίμα, το γνωστό σε όλους μας ΕΣΕΚ, θέτει φιλόδοξους στόχους για το 2030 και οι οποίοι για να επιτευχθούν προφανώς θα πρέπει να γίνουν σημαντικές επενδύσεις στα δίκτυα. Ο ΔΔΕ για να υποστηρίξει αυτή τη μετάβαση έχει προγραμματίσει μέχρι το 2028 παραπάνω από 3 δις και αν βάλει στη φετινή χρονιά παραπάνω από 3,2 δισεκατομμύρια επενδύσεις. Και μέσω αυτές των επενδύσεων θα γίνει εφικτό να ξεπεραστεί το πλέον γυρασμένο δίκτυο και να βρεθούν οι κατάλληλες υποδομές που να επιτρέψουν να υλοποιηθεί το μοντέλο του prosumer. Το συζητάμε πάρα πολύ έντονα αυτές τις μέρες και είναι ένα πολύ ωραίο παράδειγμα. Prosumer στο εξωτερικό ήδη αναπτύσσεται, ήδη υπάρχει και είναι το εξής. Έχεις ένα σπίτι, οι κάτοικοι του έχουν άπε, μικρά άπε, έχουν μπαταρίες στο υπόγειο, έχουν ένα ηλεκτρικό αυτοκίνητο. Εκείνη την ημέρα αποφασίζουν να μην πάνε για δουλειά στο κτίριο της εταιρείας, αλλά να δουλέψουν remotely από το σπίτι και πουλάνε στο δίκτυο από τις μπαταρίες ρεύμα, είτε από το αυτοκίνητό τους, είτε από τις μπαταρίες του σπιτιού. Αυτό λοιπόν είναι κάτι το οποίο θέλει την ανάπτυξη έξυπνων, ευέλικτων δικτύων, τα οποία για να μπορούν να ανταποκριθούν χρειάζονται σημαντικές επενδύσεις. Και προχωράμε λοιπόν σε αυτή την ψηφιοποίηση και τον αυτοματισμό του ΔΔΕ, ούτως ώστε να γίνει εφικτό. Τι έχουμε καταφέρει και τι κάνουμε σε αυτή την κατεύθυνση? Μόνο και μόνο το 2020 ανεβάσαμε κατά 15,5% τις επενδύσεις μας, 174 εκατομμύρια, σταματώντας μία υποεπένδυση πενταετίας, εξαετίας και ένα κενό πάνω από μισό δις και προγραμματίζουμε να υπερβούμε τα 210 εκατομμύρια για το 2021. Σε αυτά φυσικά μπαίνουν και άλλα μεγάλα έργα τα οποία προγραμματίζουμε ή θα βγάλουμε σε διαγωνισμούς από το GES, από τα SCADA, καινοτόμες εφαρμογές, έξυπνοι μετρητές κτλ. Να απαντήσω και στο ερώτημα για gender diversity, το αρχικό, ότι το 2020 ανανεώσαμε πλήρως την οργανωτική δομή του ΔΔΕ σε επίπεδο στελεχών, με 70% των στελεχών να είναι νέα στις θέσεις τους. Η συμμετοχή των γυναικών από 4% πήγε στο 25% και θα πάμε στο 30%, με συμμετοχή στο board, στις επιτροπές, σε όλα τα επίπεδα του οργανισμού και φυσικά θα πάμε ακόμα δυνατότερα. Και στην ανανέωση λοιπόν του οργανισμού προχωράμε και σε προσλήψεις 760 ατόμων, ούτως ώστε ενώ υλοποιούμε παράλληλα την ψηφιοποίηση και εισάγοντας από ταμπλέτες στο προσωπικό μας, στα συνεργεία μας, mobile apps, chatbots κτλ., να μπορέσει και με νέο κόσμο ο οργανισμός να ανανεωθεί και να κινηθεί ακόμα γρηγορότερα προς αυτή την κατεύθυνση. Δύο τελευταία σημεία και κλείνω. Το ένα είναι ότι με βιώσιμη ανάπτυξη, με έμφαση στη βιώσιμη ανάπτυξη και στην αποτελεσματική αντιμετώπιση της κλιματικής αλλαγής, ανεβάσαμε σημαντικότατα ταχύτητες και στην αξιολόγηση των αιτήσεων για άδειες συνδέσεις άπες στο δίκτυο, επιτυγχάνοντας 133% αύξηση σε αριθμό αιτήσεων και 293% αύξηση σε χωροεγκατεστημένη ισχύ στις άδειες άπε που δώσαμε το 2020, συγκριτικά με το 2019. Και φυσικά μην ξεχνάμε ότι στον ΔΔΕ είναι συνδεδεμένοι περί τους 55.000 μικρο και μεσαίη παραγωγή άπε με συνολική εγκατεστημένη ισχύ 4,7 γιγαβάτ. Κλείνοντας, να πω ότι σε συνεργασία και με τον ΑΔΜΙΕ, την προηγούμενη εβδομάδα ενεργοποιήσαμε το καλώδιο και τη διασύνδεση της Κρήτης. Και τι σημαίνει αυτό στο decarbonization στο μικρό κόσμο της Ελλάδας? Σημαίνει ότι την προχθές, 7 Εβδόμου, η Κρήτη είχε 620 ΜΒ φορτίο και από αυτά ήταν από τη διασύνδεση 73, από το φωτοβολταϊκά 82, από τα αιωλικά 150 και μόνο 315 από τις βασικές ατμομονάδες και ΜΕΚ που καταναλώνουν πολύ λιγότερο πετρέλαιο. Άρα, πλέον ήδη η Κρήτη τρέχει με 50-65% από άπε, διασύνδεση και ντίζελ. Ένα μικρό παράδειγμα λοιπόν που δουλεύουμε όλοι μαζί από κοινού προς αυτή την αλλαγή. Σας ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ.
Thank you very much indeed. Yanis Yarintis, Chairman and CEO of DAPIB.
Good evening to everybody. I would like to thank also the economists and the organizers for this invitation. And we are all here to discuss about this decarbonization and move to the renewables. But allow me to continue in Greek, λέγοντας ότι υπάρχουν δύο αγγλικές λέξεις που μας δίνουν μια σημαντική διαφορά. Είναι το revolution, που σημαίνει επανάσταση, και είναι και το evolution, που σημαίνει εξέλιξη. Η διαφορά των δύο λέξεων είναι το γράμμα R, που το γράμμα R είναι το γράμμα που ξεκινάει η σημαντική λέξη των renewables. Τι σηματοδοτεί αυτό? Ότι είμαστε σε μια επανάσταση, σε μια ενεργειακή επανάσταση, η οποία καλώς ή κακώς σε κάποιους αρέσει, σε κάποιους δεν αρέσει, είναι μονόδρομος και είναι κάτι το οποίο οφείλουμε όλοι να το αντιμετωπίσουμε. Και πώς το αντιμετωπίζουμε? Το αντιμετωπίζουμε πηγαίνοντας από τις παλιές ρυπογόνες ενεργειακές πηγές, είτε αυτές ήταν λιγνητικές, είτε υδρογονοανθρακικές, σε μια καθαρή ενέργεια, η οποία είναι ή ανανεώσιμες πηγές ενέργειας, είτε υδρογόνο, είτε κάποιες άλλες ενεργειακές πηγές, οι οποίες θα τις δούμε στα επόμενα χρόνια και οι οποίες θα αλλάξουν το τοπίο στη χώρα. Και όχι μόνο στη χώρα. Και μιας και μιλάμε για αλλαγές και μιας και μιλάμε για μετέχμιο, έτσι και οι ανανεώσιμες πηγές ενέργειας βρίσκονται και αυτές σε ένα άλλο μετέχμιο, από την παλιά λογική των λειτουργικών ενισχύσεων και από την παλιά εποχή των συμβάσεων που βασικός συντελεστής ήταν η κρατική επιδότηση. Περνάμε τώρα σε μια νέα φάση που είναι τα διμερή συμβόλαια, που είναι τα PPAs, που είναι αυτά τα οποία θα ακολουθήσουν την πορεία όχι μόνο μέχρι το 2030, αλλά και πιο μετά. Και θέλοντας να παραλληλήσω αυτή την αλλαγή, αυτό το μετέχμιο, οφείλω να πω και για τον διαχειριστή των ΑΠΕ, για τον ΔΑΠΕΕΠ, ότι είναι και αυτός σε ένα μετέχμιο, είναι στο μετέχμιο του εξυγχρονισμού, ενός μετασχηματισμού που έχει ξεκινήσει από πέρσι. Μιλάμε για μια ολοκληρωτική επανάσταση στην εταιρεία, η οποία έχει περάσει σε νέες μορφές, έχει περάσει σε μια ψηφιοποίηση, όλες οι συμβάσεις πλέον υπογράφονται ψηφιακά, όλη η επικοινωνία γίνεται ψηφιακά, από την απλή ενημέρωση των 15.000 παραγωγών ΑΠΕ με ένα SMS για την πληρωμή τους, μια πληρωμή που κάποτε ήταν μια πονεμένη ιστορία, είχαμε πολλές καθυστερήσεις που δημιουργούσαν ένα άσχημο, αν θέλετε, κλίμα για την ίδια την αγορά των ΑΠΕ. Τώρα, εδώ και περισσότερο από ένα χρόνο, οι παραγωγοί πληρώνονται ακριβώς στην ώρα τους ή με πολύ μικρές καθυστερήσεις. Αυτό το πράγμα έχει ανανεώσει την επενδυτική ασφάλεια που απαιτεί η αγορά των ΑΠΕ και βρισκόμαστε σε ένα νέο τοπίο. Το οποίο νέο τοπίο έρχεται μαζί με μια άλλη σειρά από δραστηριότητες και πρωτοβουλίες που έχουμε πάρει. Είμαστε ήδη στη δημιουργία, έχουμε χτίσει το σύστημα των εγγυήσεων προέλευσης, κάτι το οποίο θα μας συνοδεύει για τα πολλά επόμενα χρόνια. Το σύστημα εγγυήσεων προέλευσης, που ίσως δεν είναι ευρύτερα γνωστό, είναι τα λεγόμενα πράσινα πιστοποιητικά. Κάθε πράσινη μεγαβατόρα που παράγεται θα συνοδεύεται από μια άειλη μετοχή, η οποία θα είναι το αποδεικτικό το ότι προχωράμε σε μια πράσινη ενεργειακή μετάβαση. Κλείνοντας, θέλω να πω το ότι δεν πρέπει να σταματήσουμε στους φιλόδοξους στόχους. Πρέπει τους στόχους και στο ΕΣΕΚ να τους κάνουμε πράξη. Το λέω και άλλες φορές ότι οι στόχοι, άμα δεν βάλουν ένα πλάνο, ένα πρόγραμμα, παραμένουν απλά μια ευχή. Άρα θα πρέπει να δουλέψουμε συγκροτημένα και με μεγάλη συστηματική δουλειά. Εγώ χαίρομαι και δίνω συγχαρητήρια στον Economist που μας έδωσε την ευκαιρία και στους 3 διαχειριστές, και στον ΑΔΜΙΕ και στον ΔΔΕ και στον ΔΑΠΕΕΠ, να βρεθούν μαζί. Η αλήθεια είναι ότι οι διαχειριστές είναι, αν θέλετε, ο κορμός του ενεργειακού συστήματος σε μια χώρα. Προχωράμε όλοι μαζί, λύνουμε τα προβλήματα, είμαστε και αισιόδοξοι και φιλόδοξοι για το μέλλον. Και για να κλείσω με αυτό το οποίο αναφέρατε στην αρχή για το diversity, θα ήθελα να πω το ότι ο ΔΑΠΕΠ προχώρησε πρόσφατα σε μια ολοκληρωτική αναδιοργάνωση με πλήρη ανανέωση όλων των συστημάτων και μπορώ να πω με ιδιαίτερη περηφάνεια ότι ο στόχος που έχει τεθεί είτε από την πολιτεία είτε από άλλους φορείς, για μας έχει ξεπεραστεί. Το 40% των στελεχών, των διευθυντικών στελεχών της εταιρείας είναι γυναίκες. Σας ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ.
Thank you. Well, I'm interested in the descriptive vocabulary that I'm hearing, obviously in translation, but on the brink, revolution, sense of something very big changing. So that's where the starting point of this great transition, which is fascinating to hear. Aristotelis Kantavas, head of the Europe editor for Enel Green Power. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you for having me today. I will try to give a break to the translators and probably continue
I'm sure they're
English.
grateful. Thank you. But they're still translating to Greek, you understand. They're never,
right.
they're always busy,
But,
our wonderful translators.
They can switch, at least. I'm representing Enel. Enel in these 2 last decades has undergone a magnificent journey in the energy world, becoming now the leading energy utility in the world. We have the largest installed capacity of renewables. We have the largest distribution network and also the largest portfolio of customers, being in 5 different continents and more than 35 countries. At the same time, what's remarkable to mention is that we continue to grow faster than competition. We announced back in November the most ambitious plan for the next decade, reaching an installed capacity by 2030 of 145 gigawatts of renewable projects. This implies investments at a range of 100 billion in the next decade, which shows our commitment in helping our world moving faster and more aggressively towards the energy transition. Enel is present in Greece in the last 13 years. We have invested more than 1 billion in this time. We are operating around 60 projects in different prefectures of the country. And also we are proud to have installed the biggest wind farm in the country, one of the biggest in Europe, Kafireas project, which was actually a remarkable project because it came during a very tough moment for a country. And also it showed that investments can restart happening in the energy spectrum. In parallel, Enel has a very ambitious plan for the future. We have a pipeline of more than 1.5 gigawatts. Out of this, I would like to stay a bit on some innovative solutions, including new technologies like storage. There are some dispatchable power generation units in Western Macedonia and in Crete, two areas which really can attract investors' interest in the coming years, given the sensitive matters that decarbonization and also interconnection has caused. These are units that practically incorporate storage, but they charge storage with renewable energy, making the path to the energy transition faster and smoother. I think this is very important also on the decision-making process of the coming years to make sure that storage will be combined with renewables to achieve a faster and more aggressive decarbonization. This is where the Greek government also is taking several initiatives with a new legislative framework. We expect to see it, and Enel would be ready to invest as long as the conditions are allowing it. We are very curious to see the new measures that are being taken. We are very curious to see how the amounts that are coming for RRF are going to be utilized in the country. Enel continues to be an energy ally of Greece, and we think that this condition, the post-COVID condition, and also the big investments that are expected to come through RRF should be really guarantee an objective and open competition framework for all parties, which will create the circumstances for the investors' interest to be heated up again.
Thank you very much. Well, clearly, all these aspects, I think we're getting a very good sense of the multidimensional nature of this transition. We'll have one more dimension now, last but not least, a legal dimension. Welcome to Antonis Metaxas. We're back for many years at our event and curious to know the legal perspective on this question of transition to decarbonized world.
Thank you. Thank you, Daniel. Thank you very much for your kind words and introduction. I will be indeed very brief, since I have the double burden of being between everyone and lunch. So just a couple of points. I will switch to Greek. Μιλάμε για το ζήτημα της ενεργειακής μετάβασης και το στίχημα της πράσινης μετάβασης. Αυτό είναι σαφές ότι είναι ένα στρατηγικό διακύβευμα, το οποίο όμως, για να μην είναι μια κοινή συνθηματολογία, προϋποθέτει και μια σειρά από συντονισμένες προσπάθειες και κυρίως μια διασφάλιση των πρακτικών προϋποθέσεων, ώστε όλοι, και έχουμε την χαρά, όπως είπε και ο πρόεδρος ο κ. Γιαρέντης σήμερα, να έχουμε και τους τρεις διαχειριστές εδώ. Θα ήθελα με αυτή την αφορμή να πω ότι οι διαχειριστές στο νέο πλαίσιο έχουν ιδιαίτερες αρμοδιότητες και ιδιαίτερες υποχρεώσεις. Στο πλαίσιο αυτό πρέπει να έχουν την στήριξη της πολιτείας. Το ίδιο ισχύει και για το ρυθμιστή. Δεν μπορεί να μιλάει κανείς για ενεργειακή μετάβαση και τις σύνθετες υποχρεώσεις ρυθμιστικής συγκρότησης των προϋποθέσεων, δηλαδή, και της ρυθμιστικής υποπτείας, το monitoring, που είναι πάρα πολύ σημαντικό, χωρίς να δίνουμε στους ρυθμιστές και στους διαχειριστές τις δυνατότητες να επιτελέσουν αυτό το ρόλο που κατά τα άλλα τους καλούμε να διαδραματίσουν. Είναι γνωστό σε όλη την ενεργειακή αγορά ότι πρέπει να δοθεί ευελιξία και πρέπει να δοθούν και οι ιδιαίτερες δυνατότητες στην προσέλκυση εξειδικευμένων επιστημόνων, γιατί χωρίς αυτό δεν μπορεί να γίνει όλα αυτά τα οποία και καλώς περιμένει όλη η αγορά από εκείνους. Πρέπει να έχουν την δυνατότητα να προσελκύουν έμπειρα στελέχη με επιστημονική κατάρτιση και να μην είναι η εύκολη λία στην κατά τα άλλα ευέλικτη αγορά. Κάθε αξιόλογος τέλεχος από τους διαχειριστές προφανώς να διοχετεύεται στην ελεύθερη αγορά. Μένω πολύ σε αυτό το θέμα, γιατί θέλω κατά κάποιο τρόπο να είμαστε όλοι δίκαιοι. Δεν μπορούμε να έχουμε απαιτήσεις χωρίς να πράττουμε τα αυτονόητα για τη στήριξη του έργου τους. Πρώτον αυτό. Δεύτερον, όσον αφορά τα ζητήματα της πολιτικής ΑΠΕ, και εδώ θα ήθελα να δώσω όχι μόνο την ακαδημαϊκή οπτική, αλλά και την πρακτική, γιατί κάθε μέρα ασχολούμαι με όλα αυτά τα ζητήματα. Είναι πάρα πολύ σημαντικό να γίνεται, αυτό πάντοτε το λέμε, να υπάρξει μια ορθή σχεδίαση αυτής της αγοράς εξ αρχής. Δεν ξέρω πώς και δεν θέλω να είμαι ο τελευταίος ομιλητής ο οποίος θα βάλει μια δυσάρεστη νότα εδώ, αλλά πιστεύω ότι αυτό δεν είναι δυσάρεστο. Πρέπει να βλέπουμε τις τάσεις της αγοράς και πρέπει έγκαιρα να λαμβάνονται οι ρυθμιστικές και πολιτικές παρεμβάσεις. Έχει κανείς την αίσθηση ότι η συγκεκριμένη αγορά βαίνει προς μια κατεύθυνση υπερθέρμανσης. Μπορεί η διαφοροποίηση των τρόπων χρηματοδότησης να μην δημιουργούν άμεσα προβλήματα ρευστότητας στον ειδικό λογαριασμό, αλλά δεν είναι μόνο αυτό, δεν είναι μόνο η οικονομική διάσταση της βιωσιμότητας των ΑΠΕ, είναι μια λεπτή γραμμή την οποία πρέπει, θεωρώ, να βοηθήσουμε όλους να τηρήσουν οι ΑΠΕ, να συνεχίσουν να παραμένουν και κοινωνικά και περιβαλλοντολογικά βιώσιμες. Και εκεί αν υπερβεί κανείς κάποιες λεπτές γραμμές και δημιουργήσει μια εικόνα υπερβολής, η οποία δεν θα είναι και στο τέλος βιώσιμη, δημιουργεί μια εικόνα μη σοβαρής αγοράς και κυρίως καθίσταται ενοχλητική. Είναι σημαντικό στίχημα για όλους, θεωρώ, το να συνεχίσουν οι ΑΠΕ να είναι και στην πράξη και στις τοπικές κοινωνίες θελκτικές, γιατί μετά αυτό μπορεί να δημιουργήσει σημαντικά προβλήματα. Κλείνω με το εξής. Συζητάμε για την απανθρακοποίηση. Η χώρα μας έχει, ας το πούμε έτσι, και το ιδιαίτερο, εγώ θα έλεγα όχι απλώς στρατηγικό διακύβευμα, το εθνικό διακύβευμα της απολιγνητοποίησης. Η απολιγνητοποίηση έχει δηλαδή συγκεκριμένες περιοχές, οι οποίες ουσιαστικά ήταν συνυφασμένη η οικονομική, κοινωνική επιβίωσή τους με τον λιγνίτη. Καταβάλλεται μια πάρα πολύ σημαντική προσπάθεια και σε εθνικό και σε ενωσιακό επίπεδο. Δεν θέλω καθόλου αυτό να το υποτιμήσω, ίσα-ίσα θέλω να το εξάρω, ούτως ώστε αυτή η μετάβαση των συγκεκριμένων περιοχών προς την κατεύθυνση της απολιγνητοποίησης και της απανθρακοποίησης της οικονομίας, της τοπικής οικονομίας, να καταστεί εφικτή και βιώσιμη. Αυτό χρειάζεται όμως πάρα πολύ συγκεκριμένη στήριξη. Θα αναφέρω χαρακτηριστικά, επειδή την ξέρω και τις λεπτομέρειες της περίπτωσης. Στην περίπτωση της μεγαλόπολης δεν μπορεί κανείς να απαιτεί συγκεκριμένοι διοικητικοί μηχανισμοί με συγκεκριμένη τεχνοκρατική επάρκεια, χωρίς πολύ σαφή στήριξη, να συμμετάσχουν σε αυτό το στίχημα, το εθνικό στίχημα της απολιγνητοποίησης. Συνεπώς, χρειάζεται ιδιαίτερη φροντίδα και μέριμνα, ούτως ώστε συγκεκριμένες περιοχές της χώρας να μην οδηγηθούν στην ερήμωση και την κοινωνική και την οικονομική. Κλείνω με αυτό, Ντάνιελ, θέλοντας να μείνω στον χρόνο που μας έχετε διαθέσει και να ευχαριστήσω πάρα πολύ.
Well, thank you very much. Now, I think in the interest of time, we're right up already well over the time allocated, and as you said, lunch is what beckons after this. We have another energy session after lunch with another member of the House Committee on Energy and Commerce joining us via the internet. So I think we should probably leave it there and let everybody go to lunch. But I would say to thank you all very much for this fascinating sense that, to pick up the analogy of the Columbus voyage, this is the beginning of a journey, a very important journey, a journey on which all sorts of aspects, like any grand project, come into play: financing, planning, technology, the people involved, the external environment that surrounds the voyage. And I have the sense that this is a journey that will be central to our conferences every year from now on, and that we'll be picking up all the themes that you've mentioned and tracking the course of this voyage very regularly, because it's important for humanity, of course, but it's also very important, very central for Greece with energy at the heart of so much of what Greece does in its economy. So I have the sense that we're just embarking on this voyage together. We will continue to follow it very closely in the years to come, and my only regret is that we don't have more time to explore the details at the moment, but I think we should let everybody go for lunch and just thank you for a very interesting sense of the multidimensional aspect of this critical transition to a decarbonized world. Thank you very much indeed. A photograph.
Η ζωή στο Full, το νέο πλήρες πρόγραμμα υγείας από την Εθνική. Έχουμε διανύσει χιλιόμετρα σε θάλασσα και στεριά. Δουλεύουμε σκληρά. Επενδύουμε. Μεγαλώνουμε. Για να σας φέρνουμε κάθε στιγμή την ενέργεια που χρειάζεστε. Για να ζείτε το σήμερα όπως το ονειρεύεστε. Για να σας φέρνουμε σήμερα ένα αύριο πιο σίγουρο, πιο πράσινο, πιο φωτεινό. Εδώ και 15 χρόνια είμαστε δίπλα σας με όλη μας την ενέργεια. Ελπέντισον, δίπλα σας με όλη μας την ενέργεια.
Our future depends on the choices that we make today about how we produce and use energy every day. This is why we must change. We have believed this for more than 130 years. We are Europe's oldest electricity company. We see day by day whether we are doing our work well, whether we are really changing things. We believe we are, and continue to do so. We are becoming the energy that is changing everything in order to build a future of sustainable energy together.
The wealthiest, the most successful people are generally international.
The world is becoming an ever volatile, ever-changing place, changing much faster than it did before. There's a class of person out there now who's actually rapidly adapting to the changing environments.
The world is moving to global citizens.
Henley & Partners is a unique firm that is addressing the needs of this global citizen.
Like so many times in life, you don't get aware of the need until you really ended up in a situation, and then it's too late.
Or it's quite useful to have just options.
Ultimately, quality of life, education, mobility, security, and tax. In this international and global world that we're in, these are the tools you want.
Truly the ultimate symbol of freedom.
Yes, being free.
It's the ability to live where you want, travel where you want, raise your kids where you want, and not subject your family to the fate of where you happen to be born. You actually get to choose.
I find that Henley & Partners are a professional company, but they're also very approachable.
Very open communication. It's like you know somebody for 30 years.
Always starts with an initial meeting where we really establish whether we are the right people to deal with and whether the client is right for us.
Well, from the point of view of the clients, and I've heard this from so many of their clients, the word family just comes up over and over again. It doesn't feel so much like going and talking to a professional services firm. It feels like a family.
And what we found is when we turn to Henley & Partners is we get the answers right away, and it's straightforward, and the timelines are condensed dramatically, and that gives us very much a sense of comfort that we're in good hands and we're with people who know what they're doing. It's a fantastic kind of all-encompassing service that you get when you come to Henley & Partners.
They know what they're doing. They're professional, efficient, courteous.
They are providing a true service to these global high net worth individuals that are concerned about taxes, concerned about their freedom, concerned about the safety of their families.
And that's what Henley & Partners offers our clients, and that's what Henley & Partners helps create and construct for governments. The fact that they have so much experience actually working with governments to set up these investor schemes means, A, that they understand them back to front, because they've designed many of them themselves. I mean, they're there working with the governments to create them.
Henley & Partners is really the firm that created this industry, pioneering many of these programs.
I'm not aware of any other company that has the knowledge of both sides of the equation so deeply, so intimately, that they can really claim to be experts on both sides.
That's what Henley & Partners does, and we do it very well.
Από την πρώτη μέρα, η Ελληνικός Χρυσός άσκησε μια μεταλλευτική δραστηριότητα υπεύθυνη και πολλαπλά ωφέλιμη για τον τόπο μας. Σήμερα ήρθε η στιγμή για την πλήρη ανάπτυξη μιας επένδυσης ορόσημο για την Ελλάδα. Τα μεταλλεία Κασάνδρας γυρίζουν σελίδα με ένα σύγχρονο επενδυτικό σχέδιο που μεγιστοποιεί τα ωφέλη για την εθνική οικονομία, την απασχόληση, την τοπική κοινωνία, το περιβάλλον. Με το νέο επενδυτικό σχέδιο της Ελληνικός Χρυσός, η υπεύθυνη αξιοποίηση του ορυκτού πλούτου γίνεται πηγή ευημερίας για όλους. Ελληνικός Χρυσός. Ο ορυκτός μας πλούτος, ανάπτυξη για όλους.
Successfully navigating digital transformation initiatives towards value creation is never a clear path. For many, the road ahead is often riddled with unexpected detours, speed bumps, and bottlenecks. The good news is Iron Mountain can help, regardless of where you are on your transformation journey. We've partnered with thousands of customers around the globe to advance their digital initiatives. We've been protecting what matters most to our customers for 70 years, including 95% of the Fortune 1000 companies. And today, our mission has expanded to support over 225,000 customers worldwide to protect and unlock value from their information, regardless of whether it was born on paper, media, or digital files. Through improving information governance practices, automating more efficient workflows, and integrating information across disparate systems and formats, our customers advance their digital journeys to yield quantifiable value. They save time and money, and they increase their ability to meet their overall business objectives. By applying purpose-built information governance practices and driving automated AI and machine learning processes against all your information, what once took customers weeks or months of manually intensive work to classify, access, or drive insights is now reduced to hours and minutes. Thanks to our powerful content services capabilities, our customers now have the key to bring together, analyze, and protect both paper and digital assets in one platform. With a few mouse clicks, they can unlock value through information workflows and gain meaningful insights from data stored across multiple formats, all the while governing that data to comply with regulations. We're helping our customers transform, with a measurable return on their time, cost, and even sustainability investments. Our integrated solutions enhance your existing systems and can provide a complete end-to-end solution with intelligent content management. It's time to rethink the value Iron Mountain can bring to your business. Let's continue our journey together today.
EcomBX boasts some of the best global tech gurus, experienced bankers, and finance specialists who created a platform to rule them all. Designed to provide solutions to meet your expectations, the platform provides you with access to your accounts, enabling you to execute instant and fast payments all over the world with the use of intelligence, giving you absolute control, freedom, and power to convert your money to multiple currencies and perform your transactions wherever you are, however you want. We believe in building trusting relationships that enable our customers to utilize our services to the maximum while working towards the future to enhance our offering with more trustworthy connections that provide safety and security. Our devotion to quality service and alignment with regulation enabled us to become a member of SWIFT and SEPA and helped us provide ideal and timeless solutions as well as enhanced protection for your funds. FinTech we are.
Οραματιστήκαμε ένα από τα μεγαλύτερα έργα ανάπλασης στην Ευρώπη. Εμπνευστήκαμε ένα από τα μεγαλύτερα παράκτια πάρκα στον κόσμο. Η Lambda Development ξεκινάει το ελληνικό. Το σύμβολο της επόμενης ημέρας για τη χώρα. Ένα έργο εθνικής σημασίας γίνεται πραγματικότητα. Το ελληνικό ξεκινάει.
Hey, you. What do you want?
I want to see the sun.
I want an escape. You there?
An office with a beach view.
I want a natural town.
You?
I want to taste real food.
Something well-aged. And you?
I want to relax.
I want peace.
All you want is Greece.
Everything and nothing has changed. Even if the world feels uncertain, it's reassuring to know things that were important before still matter today. Connecting people, sharing ideas, and solving problems. These things will always be in our DNA. Working across borders, helping to keep doors open, business flowing, and continuing to realize the hopes and ambitions of our customers and colleagues. When you think about it like that, thankfully, not quite everything has changed.
Η ζωή στο Full, το νέο πλήρες πρόγραμμα υγείας από την Εθνική, την πρώτη ασφαλιστική.
Έχουμε διανύσει χιλιόμετρα σε θάλασσα και στεριά. Δουλεύουμε σκληρά. Επενδύουμε. Μεγαλώνουμε. Για να σας φέρνουμε κάθε στιγμή την ενέργεια που χρειάζεστε. Για να ζείτε το σήμερα όπως το ονειρεύεστε. Για να σας φέρνουμε σήμερα ένα αύριο πιο σίγουρο, πιο πράσινο, πιο φωτεινό. Εδώ και 15 χρόνια είμαστε δίπλα σας με όλη μας την ενέργεια. Ελπέντισον, δίπλα σας με όλη μας την ενέργεια.
Our future depends on the choices that we make today about how we produce and use energy every day. This is why we must change. We have believed this for more than 130 years. We are Europe's oldest electricity company. We see day by day whether we are doing our work well, whether we are really changing things. We believe we are, and continue to do so. We are becoming the energy that is changing everything in order to build a future of sustainable energy together.
The wealthiest, the most successful people are generally international.
The world is becoming an ever volatile, ever-changing place, changing much faster than it did before. There's a class of person out there now who's actually rapidly adapting to the changing environments.
The world is moving to global citizens.
Henley & Partners is a unique firm that is addressing the needs of this global citizen.
Like so many times in life, you don't get aware of the need until you really ended up in a situation, and then it's too late.
Or it's quite useful to have just options.
Ultimately, quality of life, education, mobility, security, and tax. In this international and global world that we're in, these are the tools you want.
Truly the ultimate symbol of freedom.
Yes, being free.
It's the ability to live where you want, travel where you want, raise your kids where you want, and not subject your family to the fate of where you happen to be born. You actually get to choose.
I find that Henley & Partners are a professional company, but they're also very approachable.
Very open communication. It's like you know somebody for 30 years.
Always starts with an initial meeting where we really establish whether we are the right people to deal with and whether the client is right for us.
Well, from the point of view of the clients, and I've heard this from so many of their clients, the word family just comes up over and over again. It doesn't feel so much like going and talking to a professional services firm. It feels like a family.
And what we found is when we turn to Henley & Partners is we get the answers right away, and it's straightforward, and the timelines are condensed dramatically, and that gives us very much a sense of comfort that we're in good hands and we're with people who know what they're doing. It's a fantastic kind of all-encompassing service that you get when you come to Henley & Partners.
They know what they're doing. They're professional, efficient, courteous.
They are providing a true service to these global high net worth individuals that are concerned about taxes, concerned about their freedom, concerned about the safety of their families.
And that's what Henley & Partners offers our clients, and that's what Henley & Partners helps create and construct for governments. The fact that they have so much experience actually working with governments to set up these investor schemes means, A, that they understand them back to front, because they've designed many of them themselves. I mean, they're there working with the governments to create them.
Henley & Partners is really the firm that created this industry, pioneering many of these programs.
I'm not aware of any other company that has the knowledge of both sides of the equation so deeply, so intimately, that they can really claim to be experts on both sides. That's what Henley & Partners does, and we do it very well.
Από την πρώτη μέρα, η Ελληνικός Χρυσός άσκησε μια μεταλλευτική δραστηριότητα υπεύθυνη και πολλαπλά ωφέλιμη για τον τόπο μας. Σήμερα ήρθε η στιγμή για την πλήρη ανάπτυξη μιας επένδυσης ορόσημο για την Ελλάδα. Τα μεταλλεία Κασάνδρας γυρίζουν σελίδα με ένα σύγχρονο επενδυτικό σχέδιο που μεγιστοποιεί τα ωφέλη για την εθνική οικονομία, την απασχόληση, την τοπική κοινωνία, το περιβάλλον. Με το νέο επενδυτικό σχέδιο της Ελληνικός Χρυσός, η υπεύθυνη αξιοποίηση του ορυκτού πλούτου γίνεται πηγή ευημερίας για όλους. Ελληνικός Χρυσός. Ο ορυκτός μας πλούτος, ανάπτυξη για όλους.
Successfully navigating digital transformation initiatives towards value creation is never a clear path. For many, the road ahead is often riddled with unexpected detours, speed bumps, and bottlenecks. The good news is, Iron Mountain can help, regardless of where you are on your transformation journey. We've partnered with thousands of customers around the globe to advance their digital initiatives. We've been protecting what matters most to our customers for 70 years, including 95% of the Fortune 1000 companies. And today, our mission has expanded to support over 225,000 customers worldwide, to protect and unlock value from their information, regardless of whether it was born on paper, media, or digital files. Through improving information governance practices, automating more efficient workflows, and integrating information across disparate systems and formats, our customers advance their digital journeys to yield quantifiable value. They save time and money, and they increase their ability to meet their overall business objectives. By applying purpose-built information governance practices and driving automated AI and machine learning processes against all your information, what once took customers weeks or months of manually intensive work to classify, access, or drive insights is now reduced to hours and minutes. Thanks to our powerful content services capabilities, our customers now have the key to bring together, analyze, and protect both paper and digital assets in one platform. With a few mouse clicks, they can unlock value through information workflows and gain meaningful insights from data stored across multiple formats, all the while governing that data to comply with regulations. We're helping our customers transform, with a measurable return on their time, cost, and even sustainability investments. Our integrated solutions enhance your existing systems and can provide a complete end-to-end solution with intelligent content management. It's time to rethink the value Iron Mountain can bring to your business. Let's continue our journey together today.
Ecom BX boasts some of the best global tech gurus, experienced bankers, and finance specialists who created a platform to rule them all. Designed to provide solutions to meet your expectations, the platform provides you with access to your accounts, enabling you to execute instant and fast payments all over the world with the use of intelligence, giving you absolute control, freedom, and power to convert your money to multiple currencies and perform your transactions wherever you are, however you want. We believe in building trusting relationships that enable our customers to utilize our services to the maximum while working towards the future to enhance our offering with more trustworthy connections that provide safety and security. Our devotion to quality service and alignment with regulation enabled us to become a member of SWIFT and SEPA and helped us provide ideal and timeless solutions as well as enhanced protection for your funds. FinTech we are.
Οραματιστήκαμε ένα από τα μεγαλύτερα έργα ανάπλασης στην Ευρώπη. Εμπνευστήκαμε ένα από τα μεγαλύτερα παράκτια πάρκα στον κόσμο. Η Lambda Development ξεκινάει το ελληνικό. Το σύμβολο της επόμενης ημέρας για τη χώρα. Ένα έργο εθνικής σημασίας γίνεται πραγματικότητα. Το ελληνικό ξεκινάει.
Hey you, what do you want?
I want to see the sun.
I want an escape.
You there?
An office with a beach view.
I want a natural town.
You?
I want to taste real food.
Something well-aged.
And you?
I want to relax.
I want peace.
All you want is Greece.
Everything and nothing has changed. Even if the world feels uncertain, it's reassuring to know things that were important before still matter today. Connecting people, sharing ideas, and solving problems. These things will always be in our DNA. Working across borders, helping to keep doors open, business flowing, and continuing to realize the hopes and ambitions of our customers and colleagues. When you think about it like that, thankfully, not quite everything has changed.
Η ζωή στο Full, το νέο πλήρες πρόγραμμα υγείας από την Εθνική, την πρώτη ασφαλιστική.
Έχουμε διανύσει χιλιόμετρα σε θάλασσα και στεριά. Δουλεύουμε σκληρά. Επενδύουμε. Μεγαλώνουμε. Για να σας φέρνουμε κάθε στιγμή την ενέργεια που χρειάζεστε. Για να ζείτε το σήμερα όπως το ονειρεύεστε. Για να σας φέρνουμε σήμερα ένα αύριο πιο σίγουρο, πιο πράσινο, πιο φωτεινό. Εδώ και 15 χρόνια είμαστε δίπλα σας με όλη μας την ενέργεια. Ελπέντισον, δίπλα σας με όλη μας την ενέργεια.
Our future depends on the choices that we make today about how we produce and use energy every day. This is why we must change. We have believed this for more than 130 years. We are Europe's oldest electricity company. We see day by day whether we are doing our work well, whether we are really changing things. We believe we are, and continue to do so. We are becoming the energy that is changing everything in order to build a future of sustainable energy together.
The wealthiest, the most successful people are generally international.
The world is becoming an ever volatile, ever-changing place, changing much faster than it did before. There's a class of person out there now who's actually rapidly adapting to the changing environments.
The world is moving to global citizens.
Henley & Partners is a unique firm that is addressing the needs of this global citizen.
Like so many times in life, you don't get aware of the need until you really ended up in a situation, and then it's too late.
Or it's quite useful to have just options.
Ultimately, quality of life, education, mobility, security, and tax. In this international and global world that we're in, these are the tools you want.
Truly the ultimate symbol of freedom.
Yes, being free.
It's the ability to live where you want, travel where you want, raise your kids where you want, and not subject your family to the fate of where you happen to be born. You actually get to choose.
I find that Henley & Partners are a professional company, but they're also very approachable.
Very open communication. It's like you know somebody for 30 years.
It always starts with an initial meeting where we really establish whether we are the right people to deal with and whether the client is right for us.
Well, from the point of view of the clients, and I've heard this from so many of their clients, the word family just comes up over and over again. It doesn't feel so much like going and talking to a professional services firm. It feels like a family.
And what we found is when we turn to Henley & Partners is we get the answers right away, and it's straightforward, and the timelines are condensed dramatically, and that gives us very much a sense of comfort that we're in good hands and we're with people who know what they're doing. It's a fantastic kind of all-encompassing service that you get when you come to Henley & Partners.
They know what they're doing. They're professional, efficient, courteous.
They are providing a true service to these global high net worth individuals that are concerned about taxes, concerned about their freedom, concerned about the safety of their family.
And that's what Henley & Partners offers our clients, and that's what Henley & Partners helps create and construct for governments. The fact that they have so much experience actually working with governments to set up these investor schemes means, A, that they understand them back to front, because they've designed many of them themselves. I mean, they're there working with the governments to create them.
Henley & Partners is really the firm that created this industry, pioneering many of these programs.
I'm not aware of any other company that has knowledge of both sides of the equation so deeply, so intimately, that they can really claim to be experts on both sides. That's what Hanley & Partners does, and we do it very well.
Από την πρώτη μέρα, η Ελληνικός Χρυσός άσκησε μια μεταλλευτική δραστηριότητα υπεύθυνη και πολλαπλά ωφέλιμη για τον τόπο μας. Σήμερα ήρθε η στιγμή για την πλήρη ανάπτυξη μιας επένδυσης ορόσημο για την Ελλάδα. Τα μεταλλεία Κασάνδρας γυρίζουν σελίδα με ένα σύγχρονο επενδυτικό σχέδιο που μεγιστοποιεί τα ωφέλη για την εθνική οικονομία, την απασχόληση, την τοπική κοινωνία, το περιβάλλον.
Successfully navigating digital transformation initiatives towards value creation is never a clear path. For many, the road ahead is often riddled with unexpected detours, speed bumps, and bottlenecks. The good news is, Iron Mountain can help, regardless of where you are on your transformation journey. We've partnered with thousands of customers around the globe to advance their digital initiatives. We've been protecting what matters most to our customers for 70 years, including 95% of the Fortune 1000 companies. And today, our mission has expanded to support over 225,000 customers worldwide to protect and unlock value from their information, regardless of whether it was born on paper, media, or digital files. Through improving information governance practices, automating more efficient workflows, and integrating information across disparate systems and formats, our customers advance their digital journeys to yield quantifiable value. They save time and money, and they increase their ability to meet their overall business objectives. By applying purpose-built information governance practices and driving automated AI and machine learning processes against all your information, what once took customers weeks or months of manually intensive work to classify, access, or drive insights is now reduced to hours and minutes. Thanks to our powerful content services capabilities, our customers now have the key to bring together, analyze, and protect both paper and digital assets in one platform. With a few mouse clicks, they can unlock value through information workflows and gain meaningful insights from data stored across multiple formats, all the while governing that data to comply with regulations. We're helping our customers transform, with a measurable return on their time, cost, and even sustainability investments. Our integrated solutions enhance your existing systems and can provide a complete end-to-end solution with intelligent content management. It's time to rethink the value Iron Mountain can bring to your business. Let's continue our journey together today.
EcomBX boasts some of the best global tech gurus, experienced bankers, and finance specialists who created a platform to rule them all. Designed to provide solutions to meet your expectations, the platform provides you with access to your accounts, enabling you to execute instant and fast payments all over the world with the use of intelligence, giving you absolute control, freedom, and power to convert your money to multiple currencies and perform your transactions transactions wherever you are, however you want. We believe in building trusting relationships that enable our customers to utilize our services to the maximum while working towards the future to enhance our offering with more trustworthy connections that provide safety and security. Our devotion to quality service and alignment with regulation enabled us to become a member of SWIFT and SEPA and helped us provide ideal and timeless solutions as well as enhanced protection for your funds. FinTech we are.
Οραματιστήκαμε ένα από τα μεγαλύτερα έργα ανάπλασης στην Ευρώπη. Εμπνευστήκαμε ένα από τα μεγαλύτερα παράκτια πάρκα στον κόσμο. Η Lambda Development ξεκινάει το ελληνικό. Το σύμβολο της επόμενης ημέρας για τη χώρα. Ένα έργο εθνικής σημασίας γίνεται πραγματικότητα. Το ελληνικό ξεκινάει.
Hey you, what do you want?
I want to see the sun.
I want an escape.
You there?
An office with a beach view.
I want a natural town.
You?
I want to taste real food.
Something well-aged.
And you?
I want to relax.
I want peace.
All you want is Greece.
Everything and nothing has changed. Even if the world feels uncertain, it's reassuring to know things that were important before still matter today. Connecting people, sharing ideas, and solving problems. These things will always be in our DNA. Working across borders, helping to keep doors open, business flowing, and continuing to realize the hopes and ambitions of our customers and colleagues. When you think about it like that, thankfully, not quite everything has changed.
Η ζωή στο Full, το νέο πλήρες πρόγραμμα υγείας από την Εθνική, την πρώτη ασφαλιστική.
Έχουμε διανύσει χιλιόμετρα σε θάλασσα και στεριά. Δουλεύουμε σκληρά. Επενδύουμε. Μεγαλώνουμε. Για να σας φέρνουμε κάθε στιγμή την ενέργεια που χρειάζεστε. Για να ζείτε το σήμερα όπως το ονειρεύεστε. Για να σας φέρνουμε σήμερα ένα αύριο πιο σίγουρο, πιο πράσινο, πιο φωτεινό. Εδώ και 15 χρόνια είμαστε δίπλα σας με όλη μας την ενέργεια. Ελπέντισον, δίπλα σας με όλη μας την ενέργεια.
Our future depends on the choices that we make today about how we produce and use energy every day. This is why we must change. We have believed this for more than 130 years. We are Europe's oldest electricity company. We see day by day whether we are doing our work well, whether we are really changing things. We believe we are, and continue to do so. We are becoming the energy that is changing everything in order to build a future of sustainable energy together.
The wealthiest, the most successful people are generally international.
The world is becoming an ever volatile, ever-changing place, changing much faster than it did before. There's a class of person out there now who's actually rapidly adapting to the changing environments.
The world is moving to global citizens.
Henley & Partners is a unique firm that is addressing the needs of this global citizen.
Like so many times in life, you don't get aware of the need until you really ended up in a situation, and then it's too late.
Or it's quite useful to have
So, welcome to this afternoon's session. In the interest of time, we're going to carry on and storm ahead, because I know that Gus Bilirakis has to catch a plane, so we're going to take the opportunity of his video presence here. I hope that we have the connection, do we, Congressman? Let us see, do we have the...
Can you see me?
There we go. Can you hear me?
Yes, I certainly can.
That's wonderful. Well, in the interest of time, you're catching us after our lunch, but we're also streaming out to the world. And so it's a great, I'm glad that I know you have I believe a plane to catch, so we're going to take the opportunity to talk to you while we can. And obviously you're a member of the House Committee on Energy and Commerce, and you're extremely well informed on the East Med energy region. So we'll be very much looking forward to having your perspective on the region. We've had quite a conversation about it already. It's such a core interest in this country. But please do give us your take on the East Med energy agenda.
Thank you so very much. And I want to thank the economists for including me here today. And here in Florida, it's Kalimera, but I know we're in Greece and we're almost at Kalispera. So anyway, thank you very much for allowing me to be here and giving me the opportunity to speak today as co-chair of the Congressional Caucus on Hellenic Affairs and the co-founder of and the co-chairman of the Congressional Hellenic Israel Alliance Caucus. I have worked again to nurture the special bond between the United States, Greece, Cyprus, and Israel. Time and again, these countries have proven themselves to be tremendous, unwavering allies for the United States, and I truly believe that we have only begun to scratch the surface when it comes to the potential that could be unleashed by continued cooperation. I'm also a firm believer that moderate countries in the Eastern Mediterranean who share a commitment to democracy and freedom have an obligation to strengthen their ties, because the stronger the bonds, the greater the opportunity for building a more prosperous, peaceful future. By further strengthening this quadrilateral partnership, we can promote stability within the region and maximize the mutually beneficial benefits for participating countries as well as the U.S. and the international community. One of the most important areas in which we can continue to improve collaboration is through the cultivation of energy production. I know you agree. For many years, the United States domestic energy policies centered around protectionism, scarcity mentality. However, in 2017, under the previous administration, we began to see a shift in that thinking really take hold, and understanding that if government sets basic parameters and then gets out of the way, the power of American innovation can truly be unleashed. We learned the importance of reducing unnecessary regulatory burdens to good business practices and incentivizing global business cooperation. We have proven that the world does not want to deal with unstable exporters like Russia or Iran if they don't have to. With increased energy exports, we were able to demonstrate that the U.S. can be a safe and dependable alternative to dealing with these international bad actors. And we sought to secure mutually beneficial strategic partnerships around the globe which helped to foster energy independence, economic development, and stability in difficult regions of the world. Any increased cooperation and competition insulates importers in Europe or Asia from energy dependence on a more nefarious country's natural gas supply. As different countries face different levels of economic challenges, the more secure energy alternatives they have, the better. United in our common interests, the progress of political and energy cooperation between Cyprus, Greece, Israel, and the EU continues to grow. I was thrilled that a bill I co-sponsored, the Eastern Mediterranean Security and Energy Partnership Act, was signed into law. This law doubled down on reinforcing the bilateral ties between the United States and Greece, especially in defense and energy. It expands U.S. involvement in regional energy pursuits, improves defense cooperation with regional states, and makes clear that Congress will not turn a blind eye to Turkey's regional aggression or pursuit of policies that threaten U.S. interests or that of our partners. We look forward to continuing to build upon this partnership to fully realize the potential of this flourishing regional alliance. I also filed an amendment in the fiscal year 21 National Defense Authorization Act that builds upon the successes of the Eastern Mediterranean Act by taking steps to increase the United States rotational deployments to Greece and diplomatic ties with the Cyprus-Greece-Israel trilateral agreement. This amendment was adopted and passed with the NDAA, showing Congress's continued support for regional security in the Eastern Mediterranean. Most recently, my colleague and I, Ted Deutsch, introduced the United States-Greece Defense and Interparliamentary Partnership Act of 2021. This legislation will strengthen the defense partnership between the United States and Greece, including by supporting the Greek military modernization and multilateral security efforts between Cyprus, Greece, Israel, and the United States. A companion bill introduced by Senators Bob Menendez and my friend Marco Rubio passed out of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee on June 22nd, 2021. This critical legislation bolsters Greece's efforts to modernize its armed forces while strengthening our strategic partnership among all our Hellenic partners. It also enables continued security cooperation to help facilitate enduring stability throughout the region. The legislation includes support for Greek military modernization, including authorization of the European Recapitalization Incentive Program, assistance to Greece, to support Greece's transition away from Russian-produced military equipment, and authorization of $1.8 million per year in international military education and training assistance to Greece for fiscal year 2022 through fiscal year 2026. It expresses the sense of Congress that the U.S. should provide direct loans to Greece for the procurement of defense articles, defense services, and design and construction services pursuant to the further development of Greece's military force. Also, the bill allows for the transfer of American military equipment to Greece by authorizing expedited delivery of any future F-35 aircraft ordered by Greece. It requires the Secretary of Defense, with the concurrence of the Secretary of State, to submit a report to Congress on Greece's defense needs and how the United States will seek to address such needs through transfers of excess defense equipment to Greece. Finally, the legislation encourages parliamentary engagement within the 3+1 framework by authorizing the establishment of an inter-parliamentary group among Cyprus, Greece, Israel, and the United States to serve as the legislative component of the 3+1 process launched among the governments in March 2019. This bill is the natural extension of the work we've already accomplished and will provide a strong foundation for maximizing the potential of this mutually beneficial partnership. I will work hard to ensure its passage. It will be a top priority of mine. I'm very proud to co-sponsor this legislation. These, as you know, folks, are turbulent times around the globe. Yet the path to stability and the promise of a brighter tomorrow is clear. It is forged by continuing to build a strong foundation of cooperation and support with our trusted allies. You have my commitment that this will continue to be a priority for me, as I said, and the United States Congress. Thank you very much. God bless you. Ο Θεός μαζί σας. Σας ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ.
Thank you very much, Congressman. Do we have just a few minutes to follow up on this, or do you have?
Unfortunately, I've got to catch the plane. But thank you so very much.
Okay. Well, let me just say in thanking you that what you told us just now was very much in line with what we heard from Ambassador Pyatt this morning about the strength of the U.S.-Greek relationship, and especially also in particular in the military area as well. So you're describing the underpinnings of it and the further stages of it. So fascinating for us to hear about that, and thank you very much for joining us today.
Closely. Yeah. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Thank you for joining us.
Gracias.
So I'm glad that we could catch the Congressman before he had to catch his plane. And now we're going to move straight on to the next session, which is one I'm excited about as well, because it focuses on young ingenuity, the future, if you like, of Greece in a very real way. And I'd like to invite, please, Diana Voutriakou to join me, please, on the stage. Thank you. Thank you. You're very welcome. Thank you. So this is, it's a great pleasure to have you with us. You know, our conference is 25 years old, and because of our 25th anniversary, I said it would be a good idea to have someone who represents those years and who represents the future of Greece. So here you are. It's a particular pleasure to have you with us. I'd love to hear about the work that you've been doing in inspiring innovation, I think particularly for the disabled, and the work that you do in coaching a winning team, if I understand it correctly, from Greece for this. So it would be lovely to hear about this history and a bit of the background to it. If we could start with that. You're very welcome.
Great. I will make my presentation in Greek.
Yes,
if that's
I have.
Okay.
Yes, of course.
Great. Καλησπέρα σε όλους. Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ για την πρόσκληση που είμαι σήμερα εδώ. Ονομάζομαι Διάννα Βουτυράκου και ασχολούμαι με τη ρομποτική περίπου από το 2008. Οπότε φέτος, όταν ξεκίνησε η πανδημία, όταν ανακήρυξε ο ΠΟΗ την πανδημία, ήταν κάτι πρωτόγνωρο για όλους μας, γιατί ξαφνικά άρχισε να γεννιέται το ερώτημα ρομποτική και πανδημία. Μπορούν να συνυπάρξουν? Τελικά ο COVID θα είναι ανασταλτικός παράγοντας για νέες τεχνολογικές εξελίξεις? Η αλήθεια είναι ότι σε κάθε κρίση, είτε αυτή είναι οικονομική είτε υγειονομική, επειδή υποκρύπτεται από πίσω και μια ανθρωπιστική κρίση, ξαφνικά δίνεται χώρος για κοινωνικές πρωτοβουλίες, ξαφνικά αναδεικνύονται ανάγκες για κοινωνική διάσταση της τεχνολογίας, για μια ανθρωποκεντρική προσέγγιση, ας πούμε. Παράλληλα, λόγω του COVID ενισχύθηκε πάρα πολύ και η έννοια της διακρατικότητας στην έρευνα, που μπορεί η διακρατικότητα να είναι πολύ συνυφασμένη με την παγκοσμιοποίηση, αλλά ίσχυε περισσότερο θεωρητικά. Ενώ τώρα ξαφνικά μπορούσες να βρίσκεσαι στην Ελλάδα, για παράδειγμα, και να δουλεύεις στο ερευνητικό σου εργαστήριο ή στο πανεπιστήμιό σου στο εξωτερικό. Οπότε ξαφνικά ενισχύθηκαν πάρα πολλοί συνεργασίες ανάμεσα σε κράτη, συνεργασίες ανάμεσα σε πανεπιστήμια και δόθηκε και η δυνατότητα να βρίσκεσαι στη δικιά σου χώρα και να δουλεύεις σε χώρες έξω, το οποίο ενδεχομένως να συνεχίσει και μετά την πανδημία. Μας η αλήθεια είναι ότι η πανδημία μας βρήκε λίγο περίεργα, γιατί προετοιμαζόμασταν για τη Διεθνή Ολυμπιάδα Ρομποτικής με την ομάδα εφήβων που προπονούσα τότε. Οπότε ξαφνικά έπρεπε να διαχειριστούμε την αλλαγή στη ζωή μας εντελώς. Τότε δουλεύαμε ένα project, ένα ρομποτικό μπαστούνι για ανθρώπους με προβλήματα όρασης, πώς θα μπορούσαν να μετακινούνται με ασφάλεια σε εξωτερικούς χώρους. Και είχαμε μόλις τελειώσει την έρευνα αγοράς. Δηλαδή, είχαμε μιλήσει με τους χρήστες μας, είχαμε βρει τι μπορεί να χρειάζονται, τι τους λείπει, τι μπορούμε να φτιάξουμε. Είχαμε προχωρήσει τα πρώτα μας καρυφήματα και ακούμε πρέπει να κλειστούμε, έχουμε lockdown. Οπότε έπρεπε να αναπροσαρμόσουμε όλη την έννοια της ρομποτικής, ώστε να μπορεί να γίνει εξ αποστάσεως. Και ναι, στο επίπεδο του προγραμματισμού, των simulations, είναι κάτι το οποίο μπορείς να το κάνεις, αλλά φυσικά η ρομποτική απαιτεί και φυσική παρουσία από ένα σημείο και πέρα. Οπότε, μόλις ξανανοίξαμε, είδα ξαφνικά παιδιά που σκεφτείτε ότι με την τηλεκπαίδευση, με τον εγκλισμό, είχε αλλάξει πολύ η ζωή τους, να έχουν τρομερή προθυμία να συνεχίσουμε και να αφιερώσουν και το καλοκαίρι τους και τα Σαββατοκύριακά τους για να μπορέσουμε να προετοιμαστούμε. Και το καλό ήταν ότι το δεύτερο lockdown μας βρήκε έτοιμος με το project μας έτοιμο. Και μπορεί να μην ταξιδέψαμε στην Ολυμπιάδα, αλλά όντως συμμετείχαμε και την κερδίσαμε, φέραμε το χρυσό μετάλλιο. Αλλά μιλώντας με τα παιδιά μετά από κάποιους μήνες, αυτό που πραγματικά συνειδητοποίησα ήταν ότι αυτό που τους κράτησε κινητοποιημένους, παρά την όλη αλλαγή που συνέβαινε στη ζωή μας καθημερινά, ήταν αυτή η κοινωνική διάσταση, αυτό το κοινωνικό αντίκτυπο. Δηλαδή, αυτό που λέγανε συνέχεια είναι ότι κάποια στιγμή θα δούμε αυτό το μπαστούνι να βοηθάει ανθρώπους. Και αυτό ήταν που τους κρατούσε τελικά τόσο κινητοποιημένους να βοηθήσουν και να συνεχίσουν να προχωράνε παρά όλες τις αντιξοότητες. Οπότε, σίγουρα ο COVID έχει αλλάξει τη ζωή μας σε πολλά επίπεδα. Αλλά αν προσπαθήσουμε να τον δούμε και σε σαν πρόκληση στο κομμάτι της νεανικής εφευρετικότητας, θεωρώ ότι μπορεί να αποτελέσει εφαλτήριο για νέες πρωτοβουλίες, για νέες κοινωνικές εξελίξεις. Γιατί μην ξεχνάμε ότι ανά τα χρόνια πάρα πολλές πρωτοβουλίες κοινωνικές γεννήθηκαν όταν δόθαμε τόσο ένταση στην ανάγκη τους. Πόσες ρομποτικές λύσεις, ας πούμε, είχαμε στο κομμάτι της υγείας από τότε που ξεκίνησε ο COVID. Οπότε, ας προσπαθήσουμε να δούμε τον COVID σαν έναν τρόπο να δημιουργήσουμε περισσότερο, να προσφέρουμε περισσότερο και θεωρώ ότι θα μας βοηθήσει πάρα πολύ τουλάχιστον να μην βάλουμε σε pause το πρόγραμμά μας και τη ζωή μας μέχρι να τελειώσει όλη αυτή η κατάσταση. Αυτά ήθελα να πω. Ευχαριστώ πολύ.
Thank you. Well, and congratulations on winning. But I'd love to hear, and I'm sure everybody would like to understand exactly what you invented and what your winning robotic development was. I've seen pictures of it, but I'd love to have you describe it.
Τέλεια. Φυσικά. Αυτό που κατασκευάσαμε είναι ένα μπαστούνι ρομποτικό, το οποίο έχει δύο σημαντικότερες δυνατότητες. Η πρώτη είναι ότι παρέχει μια τρισδιάστατη γνώση στον χρήστη που το χρησιμοποιεί του χώρου γύρω του, δηλαδή ενημερώνεται πόσο κοντά του είναι τα εμπόδια, αλλά και σε ποια μεριά. Με πλησιάζουν από τα δεξιά, με πλησιάζουν από τα αριστερά, από ευθεία, για να ξέρει πώς να τα αποφύγει. Το σημαντικότερο όμως είναι ότι τον ενημερώνει και για τα εμπόδια στο ύψος του κεφαλιού του, το οποίο μιλώντας με χρήστες καταλάβαμε ότι είναι πολύ σημαντικό εμπόδιο. Δηλαδή, μιλάμε για χρήστες οι οποίοι μπορεί σε ένα ανοιχτό παράθυρο, σε μία πινακίδα, ξαφνικά να χτυπήσουν και πολύ σοβαρά, ακριβώς επειδή δεν έχουν καμία ενημέρωση γι' αυτό. Και μάλιστα, ενώ το μπαστούνι, το λευκό που χρησιμοποιούν, μπορεί να τους βοηθήσει να καταλάβουν τα εμπόδια στο έδαφος, στην πραγματικότητα δεν τους παρέχει καμία ενημέρωση για τα εμπόδια που όντως είναι τα πιο σοβαρά και κινδυνεύει κάποιος να χτυπήσει. Και φυσικά, εντάξει, έχει πολλούς ακόμα αυτοματισμούς, όπως ότι ο χρήστης μπορεί να αναζητάει το μπαστούνι από το κινητό του, γιατί έχουν ειδική εφαρμογή και περιβάλλον στο smartphone που χρησιμοποιούν, και μπορεί να επιλέγει ποιες λειτουργίες του μπαστούνιου θέλει να χρησιμοποιεί, δηλαδή μπορεί να χρησιμοποιεί μόνο την προστασία στο κεφάλι, όταν για παράδειγμα είναι μέσα σε ένα λεωφορείο ή μέσα σε μία τάξη, ή να χρησιμοποιεί και τα δύο επίπεδα, δηλαδή και το χαμηλό και το ψηλό.
And are you taking this to the next level of development for actual commercialization or application to make it available to users, or does it remain just a concept for now?
Η αλήθεια είναι, επειδή συνήθως τέτοιες ιδέες σε Ολυμπιάδες ρομποτικής μένουν λίγο ιδέες, το είχαμε πάρα πολύ διάθεση να το προχωρήσουμε, οπότε καταθέσαμε την αίτηση για πατέντα, περιμένουμε το επόμενο διάστημα την απάντηση και ναι, θέλουμε να το δούμε να υλοποιείται και θα κάνουμε ό,τι μπορούμε για να δούμε τελικά τους χρήστες μας στον δρόμο να νιώθουν ασφαλείς και σίγουροι στις μετακινήσεις τους.
So I'd love to hear, in addition to this, you mentioned this strange period where, but maybe this does point to the future, where you can work all over the world and be connected in a team, work as a team. One of the problems that is often talked about in the Greek context is of a brain drain, that a talent gets drawn outside. How do you see the future for people who are innovative in technology from Greece? Do you see the future as being in Greece and that there being enough opportunities to pursue or develop talents within Greece? Or is it the case that Greek people will continue to want to develop outside, or will they go outside and come back? How is Greece looking as an attractive place to pursue a technological future?
Η αλήθεια είναι ότι δυστυχώς βλέπουμε όλο και περισσότερους νέους να τελειώνουν τις σπουδές τους εδώ σε τεχνολογικούς χώρους και μετά να φεύγουν έξω. Συνήθως με τη λογική ότι θα μείνω και έξω, μόλις κάνω κάποια μεταπτυχιακή εκπαίδευση ή πάω να δουλέψω έξω. Στην Ελλάδα δεν έχουμε τόσο μεγάλη βιομηχανία ώστε να μπορούν να απορροφηθούν πολλοί από τους ανθρώπους που τελειώνουν. Ωστόσο, είναι σαφές ότι αρκετές εταιρείες βλέπουν την Ελλάδα ως ένα χώρο που μπορούν να χτίσουν τεχνολογικά hubs, που μπορούν να χτίσουν κάποια innovation centers που θα μπορούσαν να απορροφηθούν νέοι. Φυσικά είναι δυσανάλογο με το πόσοι όντως αποφυτούν κάθε χρόνο και ψάχνουν δουλειά. Απλά αυτό που εμένα θα έλεγα με στεναχωρεί σε εισαγωγικά περισσότερο είναι ότι πολλοί από τους νέους της γενιάς μου δεν έχουν την επιθυμία να γυρίσουν πίσω. Δεν είναι κακό το να φύγεις, δεν είναι κακό το να πάρεις και την εμπειρία του δουλεύω έξω, του βλέπω τι γίνεται έξω. Αλλά νιώθω ότι πρέπει να έχουμε αυτή την ανάγκη να προσφέρουμε και στη χώρα μας, γιατί τελικά αυτή η χώρα μας μεγάλωσε, μας εκπαίδευσε και μας έδωσε όλες αυτές τις δεξιότητες που μπορούμε να αξιοποιήσουμε και που πρέπει να αξιοποιήσουμε για να παρέχουμε τις λύσεις στον τομέα μας. Οπότε νομίζω ότι πρέπει να δώσουμε και λίγη σημασία στο να ξανακινητοποιήσουμε τους νέους, να καταλάβουν ότι είναι καλό να θέλεις να προσφέρεις στη χώρα στην οποία γεννήθηκες και μεγάλωσες, και χωρίς αυτό να σημαίνει ότι πρέπει να το κάνεις δουλεύοντας στην Ελλάδα. Πιστεύω ότι ο κορονοϊός θα φέρει μια νέα πραγματικότητα στο χώρο εργασίας, οπότε ξαφνικά θα μπορείς, ελπίζω και εύχομαι, να έχεις αυτή τη διακρατικότητα που ανέφερα και πριν.
So what could start to change that, do you think? What would help if you were talking to, for example, Greek companies or the Greek government and saying, you should be doing this, and it would start to make it more interesting for my generation to come back to Greece at some point and to pursue opportunities in Greece. What should they be changing?
Νομίζω δύο είναι τα πράγματα που φοβίζουν κυρίως τους νέους, τουλάχιστον στην Ελλάδα. Το πρώτο είναι η εργασιακή ανασφάλεια, με την έννοια ότι θα μπορώ να έχω ένα σίγουρο επάγγελμα, μια σίγουρη δουλειά που θα μου εξασφαλίζει ένα μισθό, τον οποίο θα μπορώ να ζήσω, αλλά να έχω και σχέδια στο μέλλον μου, να κάνω μια οικογένεια. Και το δεύτερο για μένα είναι οι προοπτικές εξέλιξης. Δηλαδή, ναι, είμαστε στην πιο παραγωγική μας ηλικία, θέλουμε να νιώθουμε ότι προσφέρουμε και ότι μας δίνεται ευκαιρία και το βήμα να προσφέρουμε όλο και περισσότερο. Πρέπει να υπάρχει μέσα στις εταιρείες αυτός ο χώρος για innovation, αυτός ο χώρος που θα μπορούμε να παίρνουμε πρωτοβουλίες και να τις υλοποιήσουμε και να νιώθουμε ότι αναγνωρίζεται όλο αυτό που προσφέρουμε και ότι μας κινητοποιούν να προσπαθήσουμε περισσότερο και περισσότερο.
And so, for example, where did you find your team? You have to recruit a team for your robot project. How did you go about finding the members of this team? And was it difficult, or was it easy to find lots of people who could contribute creatively to that team?
Επειδή αυτό το κάνω πάρα πολλά χρόνια και αλλάζουν οι ομάδες κάθε χρόνο, φέτος ήμουν τυχερή και μας υποστήριξε μια εταιρεία, το Πλαίσιο, η οποία ανέλαβε όλη τη διαδικασία του να βρει τα παιδιά και μου έφερε έναν αριθμό παιδιών, το οποίο εγώ τους έκανα κάποιες δραστηριότητες πάνω στον προγραμματισμό, στην κατασκευή, για να διαλέξω τελικά τα παιδιά που θεωρούσα είχαν το μεγαλύτερο ταλέντο. Οπότε ήταν ευτυχώς κάτι που δεν χρειάστηκε να το κάνω εγώ. Και είναι και ένα παράδειγμα ότι τελικά υπάρχει χώρος για κοινωνική καινοτομία και μέσα στις επιχειρήσεις και είναι κάτι που στα πλαίσια του CSR τους θα πρέπει να ενθαρρύνεται στις ελληνικές επιχειρήσεις.
Okay, well, thank you very much. For my part, I find this hugely optimistic, despite the problems that you mentioned in persuading people to stay in Greece. Just to hear you give this sense of talent in Greece, and also the excellence as well that you've displayed by winning, and by coaching others, which is surely a way that you spread the knowledge. So thank you very much for joining us. Sorry, I'm getting an urgent message.
Yeah, no worries.
Oh, we have a video. I didn't realize there was a video. So
I didn't knew it either.
For this, about this? Yes,
okay.
Let's play the video. Fantastic. We should see what you've done. Let's please play the video. I should have said so at the beginning.
Έχετε προσπαθήσει ποτέ να περπατήσετε? Προσπαθήσει ποτέ να περπατήσετε χωρίς να χρησιμοποιείτε τη βοήθεια των ματιών σας? 20 εκατομμύρια άνθρωποι σε όλο τον κόσμο βιώνουν αυτό το συναίσθημα καθημερινά. Έτσι, αποφάσισαμε να βοηθήσουμε με τον τρόπο μας και να δημιουργήσουμε ένα μπαστούνι με υπερδυνάμεις, τον Body the Cane.
Το μπαστούνι μας έχει 3 αισθητήριες όπου κοιτάνε αριστερά, μπροστά και δεξιά, και έτσι μπορεί να καταλάβει ο χρήστης που υπάρχει ένα εμπόδιο. Έχει αισθητήρες που εντοπίζουν εμπόδια στο ύψος του κεφαλιού.
Θα μπορεί να διαβάζει το φανάρι σε περίπτωση που είναι κόκκινο και πράσινο. Επίσης, ένα πρόβλημα για αυτούς τους ανθρώπους είναι ότι δεν μπορούν να βρουν το μπαστούνι ακόμα και όταν είναι στο ίδιο δωμάτιο.
Σχεδιάσαμε ένα πρόγραμμα μέσω κινητού, το οποίο επικοινωνεί με τον μπαστούνι και το μπαστούνι στέλνει σήμα για το πού βρίσκεται.
Θα ωφελήσει πάρα πολύ οι ανθρώπους που δεν έχουν όραση και θα τους βοηθήσει πάρα πολύ στην καθημερινότητά τους.
Αυτό είναι το Body the Cane και ελπίζουμε μια μέρα να αλλάξει τις ζωές πολλών ανθρώπων.
Well, I must say, it's fantastic, and it really deserves to get out into the world because it looks incredibly practically useful. So I very much hope that happens. I'm sure you go with the goodwill of all the conference. Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you.
Thank you very much for having me here.
Sorry. Photograph.
A 10-minute break now, because we're actually ahead of our schedule for once since the start of our proceedings. So have a coffee, because we've got 2 really great sessions to finish off our proceedings. 10 minutes from now, we'll restart. Thank you. Where is he?
Yes. Here, the minister.
Okay, so we can get...
You can start. You're going to give us the cue for the video, right?
Yeah,
so let's
I
see
will
the video now, so we can...
So is Mr. Athanasiou mic'd up? Yeah. Okay, so I can start? Yeah. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, can I have your attention? We're now going to talk about something that's come to fruition after quite a long time, the Ellinikon project, which we've been talking about for some time. We're now going to be talking about this project moving forward. And I'm delighted that we can have a conversation now, The Economist, with the Minister for Development and Investments of Greece, Adonis Georgiadis, and Odysseus Athanasiou, the CEO of Lambda Development. After you've taken your photographs, let's get started. Welcome, both of you. Please join me on the stage. I think we should sit in the middle. Maybe the minister here and you here. Yes, please have a seat. Okay, so there's no speeches now. We're going to have a conversation. But before we do so, I'd like us to play a video about the development so everybody in the room knows exactly what we're talking about. So please. Okay, short and sweet, and it looks very nice. So we have been talking about this at our Economist events for many years. So it's quite exciting that it's actually happening now. So my first question is for the minister, which is why did this government choose to go ahead with the project?
I have to say that the Ellinikon project is something that gives pride to any Greek. It is the project that will change the image of Greece anywhere. Because now, the first thing you see when you come and the last thing you see when you go is a place of Attica that is almost a mess. After some years, when the Ellinikon project will be in place, the first thing you will see us coming to Athens with an airplane, and the last thing you will see when you go will be a marvelous place, something like paradise. Something that will really represent how really Greece is. And we are very proud, really proud, that we manage as a government, and if I can speak in a personal basis, I played a role in that we managed at the end to reach this point and make it happen. Because a lot of years, many people from the government of Greece, for various governments, had promised that this will start, but at the end it didn't start. With Kyriakos Mitsotakis' government, we managed to deliver, and I have to say that I'm really very happy, almost as it's my own property. It's not, unfortunately for me, but I see how well these first 15 days has gone for this project, and from the aspect of sales, and from the aspects of public opinion, feelings of this project. Something like the whole Greek people has been engaged in this project now, and I'm very happy about it.
Thank you. So, Odysseus, why did it take so long?
Why it takes so long? There's been a number of reasons. First of all, it's a colossal project. So there's...
Can you hear?
No.
No, microphone not working? Try again.
So, do I continue? Can you hear
No,
me?
No.
Wait.
There must be a technical issue.
They will come to fix it.
Maybe the batteries have gone.
Just a moment.
One moment. I know everybody wants to hear this because we've been waiting. We've been waiting a while.
You see, the problems with the project is all the way. So this is what I had to do.
Can you hear me now? Yes?
Yes.
Is it better?
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, 7 years plus 7 more minutes, right? No, it's been a long way, but and as I said, there is a number of reasons. I think one of them has to do with the project. It's a very complicated one. The other thing is the way that the institutional framework works in Greece. And that's why I think more important than saying why it takes so long is what lessons we got from this and how another one wouldn't take that long, and how we can build on Greece's image. I will tell you that when this started, it had been a tough period for Greece. It was the financial crisis, and I remember going to forums around the world and having a bitter taste on what we were hearing about the image of the country. And it became a passion for us to use this project and put Greece on the map for the right reasons. Meaning, we had to build credibility, and we had to create any opportunity for foreign capital to be employed in the country for many years. So, what changed is that we are seeing a totally different attitude for investments and for the business environment. And this is very, very important. And I'll tell you something. If you look globally, I like to see some examples of nations that have advanced against all odds. And if you look in the last 50 years, you will see Singapore, you will see South Korea, you will see, for example, Israel and Estonia. These are small countries that have done great. And the only thing they have in common is that they opened themselves to the world, they became extrovert to investments, and they were friendly to businesses. And it's very, very important to know that, of course, you will face difficulties, of course, you will face delays, but to know that you can pick up the phone and have a friendly partner in the government and trying to find common solutions is of extreme importance. And this is how we can build credibility as a country and bring more foreign capital to us.
Okay, thank you. So, I guess the big question for both of you, Minister, first of all, and also you, is what benefits is this going to bring to Greece? Now, you said it's a change of image, Minister, but obviously it's much more than that as well. So what benefits will it bring for the economy, for jobs, employment, for society, for people living in Athens and more widely in Greece, and for tourists, presumably as well?
Under the period of the construction, it has been estimated that there will be something like 10,000 new jobs, which is important. When all the project will be in place, the community around the project will be more than 70,000 jobs. But it will change everyday life, I think, of all the people of Athens. Because you see, many people thought that the Ellinikon project would be only a place for the elite, for the very wealthy people, that wouldn't matter for the other people of the city. This is not true, because Ellinikon project has inside a big park that will be open for everybody. It will have a beachfront more than 1 kilometer with sunny beach open to society that anybody could reach and go to swim. It will have restaurants, malls, sites for technology, and other good ideas that I don't want to announce here because we have a proper way to announce these decisions, but very, I think, wise and good decisions that will make all the society to be implemented in the project. And of course, the people that live near the project, I mean the municipalities around the project, will be really benefit because the values of their property will also go high, and the commerce around with this new society, this Ellinikon project is such a big scale that the truth is it's not just a real estate project. It's a small city in the city of Athens. It's as we have a new Athens in Athens. So, but with the luxury to put everything in place, to schedule it, to know what we want to do. So the people of Athens will benefit themselves from this new region in the Athens. The neighbors of the project will benefit from the rise of the values and all the other things. And the country will be benefited from thousands of jobs, a lot of income. And last but not least, we sold the property for almost $1 billion. This was not money to spare.
Great. And
you want me to add to this?
I do, yes.
If you want me to, because it's difficult to add to what specifically the Minister Adonis Georgiadis is saying, because he covers so well so many topics. But I'll say a couple more things. One is that we're in the era of digital, and we are in the era of green energy, and we believe that Ellinikon can be the ambassador of Greece in climate change. The reason for this is that all the energy that is going to be used is going to be green energy from renewable source of energy, and it's going to be a from scratch build smart city. Because you have heard examples around the world of smart cities, but here we have the opportunity to create something totally from scratch on a 100% basis. The other thing that I think the country is going to benefit from is tourism. We have quantity in tourism, but I think this is going to add to the quality and to the duration of tourism and fight the seasonality issue that we kind of suffer from, right? So these are two of the benefits. If you want me to add now for your international audience and the capital that can be employed, because of the diversity of the project, it's not, as the Minister said, just a real estate project, right? Mm-hmm. We have technology, the smart city element. We have a lot of infrastructure, telecommunication, waste management, water management, and you imagine. So there will be an exchange of know-how also between the foreign companies and the Greek companies, and many landmarks. You heard about Foster and Partners, probably, which is the first architect we announced. We have also organized 4 more tenders already. We're going to announce the names in the next coming weeks. So I think this is bringing a lot of visibility to the country.
So there's a lot of interest.
If I can add, and it is a very green project, because this project covers all the high standards of respecting the environment and the sustainable growth, which is something European Union and Greece want really to implement.
Yes, so you're saying that it's already got some momentum in terms of the interest that it's attracting from investors?
Yeah, actually, we have been, even the more optimists of us, and I was one of them, have been positively surprised by that. There is not only interest and expression of interest, we have real contracts being signed, and we're going to announce data on July 15th, which is, a week from today, on a global basis, and I think everybody will be surprised by real deals.
I wanted to ask about what lessons you've learned from this, which are going to be different, I guess, for the Minister and for you. You've been engaged in the project for so long. But for the Minister, do you think, what are the lessons for you that something like this has finally, come to fruition?
I will tell you the lesson as I'm going to explain how we made it happen. When we were elected, the project was almost blocked. So the Prime Minister decided that this is a top priority for his government, and he gave the authority to my ministry and my team to have a supervision of coordinating all the ministries and find ways to go over bureaucracy. We worked very hard, we found a way out. There were a lot of things in front, but we managed to pass them. But after all that has happened, now we are fixing a new legislation for all the big investments in Greece that we put inside all the experience of the problems we had to solve in order to make the Ellinikon project happen. Because our main idea and our main ambition is that an investor would never need us, that everything would work automatically. Until now, I haven't reached this point, but this is what we want to do. So all the experience of the work we did for this project, exactly because it was a huge scale and almost all kinds of Greek services were interfered, we're putting them in our new law, and I think this will make every investor's life much more easy.
Okay. Interesting. And yes,
My
please,
view?
for you, your lessons are going to be very different, I think.
I'll tell you my view on that. Apparently there are many lessons, but because of time considerations, I will name one or two. One is that, people count in everything, private sector, public sector, but especially in countries that do not have such a strong institutional framework, it is very important to have a focal coordinator that can solve issues and everything. And I think one of the wise decisions regarding Ellinikon that was made 2 years ago by the PM was to have a coordinator. Actually, it was the minister that is sitting next to me. The US has Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos that talk about space trips, and you have Branson, I think. I think we have here the Minister of Space Speed, and this made a difference, this coordination. And also the other thing is that it's been now created, actually last month it was passed by Parliament, to have a central bureau, a one-stop shop for permitting. And this is not only for Ellinikon. I think when the world looks at this process and sees that things accelerate and move fast, they will build more confidence in the credibility of the country that is an intangible asset but has immense value. And I think it's been built month after month in these last 12, 15 months.
I have to send a very clear message to everybody. As a government, we really believe that we have to respect other people's time and money. So we are here to make your life easier. And we can find ways to cooperate each other and solve the problems that will sure occur, because problems are there, but with the right will and with the right attitude, you can always solve it. And the proof is the Ellinikon project that I have to say, in the beginning of my term, a lot of people didn't believe that it would really happen. Many of our European partners, when we were saying that we will keep our deal, they were smiling a little bit. And a lot of people betted that at the end we would fail. But here we stand, with a project in progress, with the money in the state, with contract signing, people happy, jobs creating, and as a story of success.
I guess we didn't give up on the project, The Economist, because we did keep inviting you to come to our events and to talk about it, even though in the most difficult times, actually, during the crisis years, when it didn't really seem like a realistic proposition. So I think there's a lesson there also about resilience and belief, I guess, in the integrity of the project and the vision.
Yes, and since you're giving me the opportunity, by the way, this keyword integrity, another thing that this project can prove is that you can do a project in Greece of this magnitude. We're talking about 8 billion euros, and you can do it with the right way and the right integrity. The other thing that you said about resilience and passion, I think there is a distance between the spot that Greece has in the world and where it could be. And there is a lot of effort recently about bridging this gap, and we want to play a role in helping in bridging this gap. So we have passion about this project.
We're going to wind up, and we've got a very nice segue into our next discussion about business. We saved the best till last. The importance, I think, of this discussion is clear to everybody. So I just, as a final thing, obviously the project did have its critics over the years. Are you saying now that it's actually come to fruition? We're not hearing any criticisms, or are there still doubters? And what would you say to them? That's the kind of final words.
The Ellinikon project, one of the things that I think is a very good story for Greece, is that unites 3 different Greek governments with difference between them, especially between Samaras and Tsipras government. Because you see, this project was a vision of Prime Minister Samaras. This is the guy that wanted this to happen and made the tender and signed the first contract. At that time, Syriza, as an opposition party, was fighting the project and had the criticism you mentioned. But then, when Mr. Tsipras was the Prime Minister, he realized that this is a good project for the country, and then he supported the project. Even now, Syriza in the parliament voted for the project, even though in almost all the other things were against. In the Ellinikon project, we were together. And then Mitsotakis' government came and finished the job and delivered. So I think it's a very good message for the foreign investors of the country that don't know us so well, that even if they hear a lot of noise and quarrels and criticism, at the end, if we have to do a job, we can deliver and find a common way through. I think this is very good for business. So the voice of criticism is not really important anymore.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Final word?
Final word, huh? One thing is that it was voted by the parliament with record votes. I don't know if you know about this, but it was 265 out of 300. But this one side. If we go to society now, right, what we see is that 80% of the people not only won the project, big change from 6-7 years ago, but they are saying, why did it take so long? And in order to serve this as Lambda, we have planned, and we already started, very frequent communication. So for all the people, the average people, the people who will benefit from this project, to know what is going on and to express their opinions and to accommodate their opinions in this project. So we want to be very close to society about this and make Greece feel good about it.
Okay, let's hope then that it will be become this flagship project for the government, and I wish it all the success that you wish for it. So thanks very much. Now we're going to broaden out our discussion. The minister's going to stay on the stage with me, but let's say thank you.
Thank you.
And good luck.
Thank you very much.
And
please.
thanks a lot. And you can stay seated, and I will call, yeah, you might as well stay there. Okay, we're going to carry on the discussion, and as I say, broaden it out now to talk about the business environment more broadly, what's changed, what the plans are, what the prospects are for investors in Greece. So let me call to the stage the other speakers on the panel who will join us, and that is Christos Christodoulou, the CEO of Delphi Alliance. Welcome, please join us. Stavros Konstantos, CEO of Ethniki Insurance Company. Welcome, please take a seat. Kostas Axalogiou, Dean and Professor of International Business and Strategy, Alba Graduate Business School, the American College of Greece. Take a seat. Take a seat. Also, we have joining us as a commentator, Konstantinos Mikolos, President of the Athens Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Welcome. Please take a seat. Afternoon. Dimitri Argyropoulos, founder and CEO of Avant Global. Welcome. Please join us on the stage. And finally, Ekaterini Polymerou Kamilaki. Nice to see you. Take a seat. Or is this a video connection? I'm not sure about, yes, by video connection. Here we have it. Ekaterini Polymerou Kamilaki, a researcher and former director of the Hellenic Folklore Research Center. So, without further ado, Minister, I'm going to ask you once again to speak and to give us your thoughts on restarting business after COVID-19.
COVID-19 was a terrible experience for everybody, and of course for Greece. But I think it gave us the opportunity to realize some important things in our life that we managed to invent them during the pandemic crisis, and they will be very useful in the future. First of all, it helped the country to accelerate our digitalization progress, not only in the public sector, but also in the private sector. It helped the country realize that having an economy that can work at the end is very useful for everybody. I'm very proud, as Minister of Development and Investment of the country and a member of this cabinet, that the performance of the Greek economy under COVID-19 crisis was much better than anybody expected. I can remind you that in the beginning of the crisis, exactly because the tourist industry is so much important for Greece and everybody realized that tourism would be the most severe hit piece of the economy that would suffer from pandemic. The first predictions at early May 2020 was that Greece would have a huge recession, the worst in the European Union. Some predicted even more than 15%. At the end, we performed with a 7.8%, which is a big recession, of course, but much, much less than many people believed. I think this is a success of the Greek people that managed to find a way to work under these very difficult conditions. And now, the first elements we have from 2021, I have to say that are really very, very optimistic for the future. In the first quarter of 2021, we had an increase of investments 8.6% comparison to the first quarter of 2020 and 3% quarter to quarter. When the average European Union was 0.2% quarter to quarter. So that shows that there is really a big international interest and domestic interest for investment in Greece now. This is something anybody can feel. Anywhere you go in the country, people talk about investments, schedule plans, you meet new people that come from abroad, Greeks abroad that plan to come to live in Greece, or foreign friends that come to live in Greece, new companies that are coming. Microsoft came, Pfizer came, Digital Realty came, now Amazon is coming. I can really say that we are, in my ministry and the government, very, very optimistic about what is going to happen in the investment field in Greece in the next years. In this aspect, I think the decision of the Prime Minister to digitalize our energy sector has played a key role because it opened opportunities to the renewable energy that are really important and attracted huge investment in the renewable energy in the country. So it's not just tourism, it's other fields that looks very, very potential in Greece, as renewable I mentioned, logistics that are really very important, the privatization program of the government, of ports, that goes very well. Just 2 days ago, we had, I think, a very big success. We managed to finish the tender for the Skaramaga shipyard and find an amount of money much bigger than many people thought. But the most important, more than the money, is that the guy that bought the Skaramaga shipyard is a very credible and very important person in the country, Mr. Prokopiou, with a big vision of restructuring our shipyard industry, which is very good news for us. It comes after Onyx investment in Syros 1 year ago that already works and produces profit for Onyx. I'm totally sure that the same in a bigger scale will come in Skaramagas. In the industry, we have the all-time high exports in industry we had all our recent years. Our PMI manufacturing indicator is better than 20 years ago. So the feeling is that the future will be really, really good. The responsibility we have is to use the resources we suddenly have in our hands, and I mean the RRF resources, the new ESPA resources that are coming together, the European resources as a whole, which more than 70 billion, and this new spirit in the country, reform the country as fast as possible and give the opportunity to private economy to grow. And I think this will happen.
Thank you very much indeed. I'm going to take all of the speakers and then we'll have our discussion. So let me ask Christos Christodoulou, CEO of Delphi Alliance, to give us his perspective
Thank you.
on the outlook for Greece now.
Well, since we have limited time, I would like to show a picture which says that a picture worth 1,000 words. This is the 10-year government bond yield performance chart for the period 2001-2021, the Greek 10-year government bond. It shows the turbulent years of Greece in the Eurozone and how bumpy the road was until today. Each point in the graph corresponds to each of the bumpers that the Greek economy faced until today. We all know that high yield performance implies high risk, and high risk is not suitable for investments. However, we can see that the last couple of years we are very close, like the Prime Minister has mentioned last night, to growing steady into an investment grading rate, and this is what Greece is now targeting. Apart from that, Greece handled the pandemic with praises and has played a significant role in forming an EU common policy about the COVID certificate. Most importantly, Greece has demonstrated that it can be a significant player in the region. We know that the geopolitical circumstances now imply that Greece can be a major player in the Mediterranean area. And I believe that both the graph and the overall geopolitical circumstances imply that Greece is now steady going for gaining a financial respectability, if I must say. Actually, I quoted this from an Economist article in May 2021. I've watched the minister's announcements, the Prime Minister announcements, and I believe that there's political will that the plans will be implemented. Now, coming from Cyprus and being a professional living and working in Cyprus, I would like to bring from the Cyprus perspective, how we see things. And believe me when I say, Mr. Minister, apart from our national, cultural, religious bonds, we have financial bonds as well. And we can see from this slide that the performance yield of the 10-year government bonds have been going in parallel in the last years, although, of course, Greece is a larger economy, wider economy, but we have parallel paths. Now, Cyprus being an international business center for decades, enjoying investments from many jurisdictions, enjoying international business activity, allow me just to put our remarks for the Minister of what we know best of what the investors want when they are seeking for an investment jurisdiction. In very simple words, the investors want a friendly, steady business environment. They love fast tracks, government portals, that they can do their investments fast with limited bureaucracy, even if this requires stricter regulations. They also want a tax policy that will be steady, easily understood, easily to be implemented without surprises and changes every year. I understand that the government is continuously into reforms of several laws, and I do understand that this is not an easy task, but it's necessary. Now, my colleagues and I from Delphi Alliance are honored to be among you today in this very interesting economist event. And being a professional network with professionals in many countries, I would like to expand on the role of the professionals in bringing investments in the country and in the region. Because yesterday we hosted a press conference launching an international network in 38 countries, and Mr. Minister will be next to the Greek government in supporting and promoting investments in the country and in the region. We believe that Greece is very close to gaining this financial respectability, and professionals, we have a significant role to play towards this direction. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Good to get the Cypriot perspective on the business outlook for Greece. Our next speaker, Stavros Konstantas, CEO of Ethniki Insurance Company.
Yes. First of all, thank you very much for the invitation in your prestigious conference as every year. COVID make us think in a different way as insurance sector as a whole in Greece, and of course as the company I represent. First of all, we were all obliged to change our target operating model. We have to make sure that the health of employees and intermediaries in the sector was our first priority. So we have to follow all the necessary rules, but definitely adapt the way we interact with our clients, the way we interact with the intermediaries, so as to facilitate the flow of information between ourselves. So that was something that was done very quickly, and I can say that the Greek insurance market was very adaptive to that. Digitalization. I don't need to repeat. The Prime Minister yesterday and the Minister today talk about digitalization. We have seen improvements in the government that make us all very proud of what has happened in Greece. In that sense, all insurance companies have to follow the same pattern, each one with a different pace. So we are implementing, first of all, besides the simple digitalization, we are implementing RPAs, robotic process automation procedures, so as to move very fast on certain products, machine learning and artificial intelligence wherever we can. What we have seen is that new risks have emerged. For example, when data flow are in such, through internet, in such open exposure, we have cyber risks. So insurance companies have to be able to deliver products that can cover cyber risks. We are not there yet because we don't have enough data and we have to be supported by the reinsurers, but we are moving towards that direction to protect not only our companies, but also the general framework of companies. Of course, the environment becomes more restrictive. We have more regulations like GDPR, especially with this free flow of information. New products. We were obliged to issue new products. First of all, since the state took over the COVID burden, we had to provide products that at least cover the tests, COVID tests, all the other rapid tests, etc., and of course the implications of the COVID after exiting the hospital. And all the companies were adapted, no exemptions were used in our contracts, and we are there to support the government in this area. Let's not forget that insurance business is a long-term investor, and it can help the economy, and especially the Greek economy, at this accelerating incremental phase that it's right now. We can help with cooperation between state and private insurance company that this company definitely believes in both covering natural disasters, health plans, and of course pension plans. We have to make sure that the stack percentage of 2% of the GDP has to grow to the European standards, as happens in every other growing economy. Last but not least, I would say that as a long-term investors, and because just a minute ago we heard about the huge project of Ellinikon, which goes beyond a restructuring project, a real estate project, we are here to support through our huge investments, and maybe some companies have money outside Greece, in ESG funds, supporting green energy, supporting environmental projects, and become a partner to the government in supporting these growth initiatives. The only thing we need, and we heard the Prime Minister yesterday, is that these tax reforms continue and the insurance sector gets some tax incentives that can help us boost the economy, because now it's the time for all of us. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much indeed. So we're going to get an academic perspective now from our long-time collaborator at these events, and that is Kostas Axaloiou, who is the Dean and Professor at the Alba Graduate Business School.
Thank you, Joanne. Good afternoon, good morning to all, depending on the time zone you are. Thanks for being part of this prestigious session. Being an academic, I will focus on the human aspect and the human element of the post-COVID era. And I will focus also on learning, because academics always see learning around. So if we think a little bit about the COVID pandemic, I think that there are certain things that we have learned and we pretty much agree on. The first is that the pandemic really disrupted all elements of our life, including the way Economist is delivering its conferences. Second element is that the pandemic erupted in one part of the world and really propagated within a couple of weeks in all over the world. So the pandemic affected everybody around the world because of globalization. And the third element is that the new normal, now that we're getting out of the pandemic, will not be the same with the existing, the normal we used to, right? So we need to find ways to adapt to the new normal. So we are talking about a phenomenon that is a disruptive phenomenon. Now, the new normal will be full of new normals, which will be, I don't know what. They will be evolving. And these new normals will be changing frequently. How frequently? I don't know, but frequently. And when they change, they will change abruptly, suddenly. So we will not have enough time to predict. In this kind of new normality, we need to develop, all of us, we need to develop certain skills and competencies and certain attitudes, including adaptability, the way to adapt quickly, the way to learn quickly, the way to be flexible, and not being focused on the way we used to do things. That's our way of doing things. This will not work anymore. And being able to be agile enough to adjust to something that is totally unknown most of the time. In other words, all of us will be invited, will have to develop competencies and certain attitudes. Attitudes that have to do with collaboration. We move in a world that is full of collaboration. We are not going to be doing things alone. We'll be doing things with others. See, for instance, the Ellinikon project. It's a great example of an ecosystem where the various stakeholders of the ecosystem will collaborate to offer the experience in Ellinikon. We have ecosystems in the platforms and so on. So we will be talking about collaboration, and we will be talking about lifelong learning. That will be our response to the new normal, to continue learning, to continue collaborating, to continue innovating, in order to be able to adjust to the new normality, which will be changing abruptly. But if we have the attitude to continue learning, and if we have the attitude to collaborate, we will be able to deal with the new normal. So I think that the message for all of us is that learning. Now, one last point, and I'll conclude. This new normality defies location, makes sometimes location irrelevant. And that's a great opportunity for all of us. And this is going to change significantly the labor market. Yesterday, Daniel talked about the digital nomads. It's a totally different way of working. So expect new normals that change frequently, and we need to adapt to that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'm delighted to have the president of the Athens Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Konstantinos Mikolos, to give us your views at the heart of Greece, from Athens. What's happening?
Not just Athens, I'll refer to the whole of Greece, being also the president of the Union of Greek Chambers of Commerce and Industry. First of all, I would like to thank you for the invitation to participate in this 25th Roundtable, and especially at such an important junction, not just for the Greek economy, but Greek society in general. The state, and I don't need to recap on the measures, I think that they've been repeatedly heard over the last few months, has taken many measures for supporting the business community and, of course, above all, jobs. However, careful planning will be required in order to support the economy's recuperation after these measures are lifted. And I think that the National Recovery Plan will play an extremely important role in transforming the Greek economy, which I would say is probably one of the last opportunities, if not the last opportunity, that we will have in this country in order to be able to transform the way of living in an everyday business. However, we need to assess what is the current situation and what we need to change and what we need to reform. So first of all, we have a tremendous difficulty in accessing finance through a systemic banking system, which, although it has been recapitalized 3 times over the last 8 years, literally with tremendous sacrifices by every Greek citizen, we have the appalling situation whereby out of the 840,000 businesses which are registered in this country, only 25,000, less than 10%, have direct access to the systemic banking system in this country. That is absolutely appalling. And a further statistic is that 22% of the loan applications which are made to banks today are being rejected.
How many?
22% is being rejected when the European Union average is 8%. Now, during the pandemic, we had tremendous accumulation of debt in the private sector. One of the major moves that we made as chamber institutions over the last 6 months is that we addressed this problem, both to the European Union and also to Mrs. Christine Lagarde, the head of the European Central Bank. Not just as the Greek business community, not the Greek chamber community, but we motivated all our colleagues across Europe and all 27 member countries through their chamber organizations essentially requested that we have some debt forgiveness for the debt that was built over this period. Unfortunately, only about a month ago, I received a negative response from Mrs. von der Leyen, and essentially what she concluded in her response was that it is against the principles of the EU when the EU, or the EEC at that time, was originated. What we need to remind Mrs. Lagarde and Mrs. von der Leyen is that when the EU was originally designed in the late 50s, in the mid-50s, we didn't have a pandemic. So although I firmly believe that at the end of the day we will end up with debt forgiveness, I hope that it will take place sooner rather than later, because if it takes place later, we're going to have many victims as far as the business community is concerned. I repeat, not just in Greece, but throughout Europe. Also, there is a problem as far as the critical mass of the business community in Greece. In a recent survey which we carried out as ACCI with Ernst & Young here in Athens, 99.9% of the economy comprises of small and medium-sized enterprises. So we need to, and that of course creates a fragmentation of the production base. So we need to change that, but in order to change this fabric as far as the economy is concerned, we need to have motivation, we need to have incentives by the government. And I have to be clear and honest, I think that the government, and here is the Minister, Anthony Georgiadis, to confirm that, is preparing a list of such incentives in order to begin to change the, essentially the fabric of the Greek business community. I have to say that there have been positive developments from the government. For example, the reduction of the business tax rate down to 22%, the further reduction of the tax prepayment, which in Greece, it's a paradox, but it takes place a year before you actually complete your profitable or not term. New labor law, which is on the positive side, but I need to say that in order for the new labor law to succeed, we need the rules to be adhered to by all parties involved. And finally, as far as the National Recovery Plan is concerned, we need to avoid the populist policies that took place in the past, and we need to concentrate by allocating these funds to the production-based sectors, because I've always said that added value comes through the production-based sectors of the economy, but we need to include more SMEs. We can't have a recovery plan that concentrates only on the very, very big players, but we need to open up with the right amount of criteria, but we need to open up the game for SMEs. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That's very useful, and obviously we're going to come back to some of these points, and the Minister will, I'm sure, as well want to. Let's finish off with the panelists. So our next guest speaker is Dimitri Argyropoulos, who is the founder and CEO of a fairly new company. Well, not that new anymore, but I want to ask you really how you see the opportunities and risks of doing business in Greece from your recent experience.
Thanks. I've been back about 9 months. I've been, the company's 22 years old.
Okay.
So, yeah.
And since your return. Yes.
And it's great to be back, and thank you for having me. Thank you to The Economist. We love Greece. We love investing in Greece. We believe in it. We think that the government has done a great job. We believe in the opportunities here. We have seen, as I've been building an office and an operation here in the last 9 months, a year approximately, we found that the talent is tremendous. We find that people are highly educated, tremendous knowledge and skills, many of which have traveled abroad, been educated in the U.S., come back, have had experience in the U.S., around the world, come back to Greece. And there's just a tremendous amount of talent that is untapped. As an operator and as a CEO of a company, we really think that Greece is an extraordinary place to find talent. So we find that to be a great spot. We believe that it's also a great place for executives to come here. You know, whether you're a part of the Greek diaspora or part of, you know, just somebody who likes to be in a great culture with great weather. We think that Greece is an incredible country to be able to be a digital nomad, to operate. If you have tremendous trust and you're in your 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s and you operate a company, you can work anywhere these days. COVID taught us, the pandemic taught us that. So I think it's a great country. I think that, and I also think that we live in a KPI culture. So if you follow KPIs, people can do great remotely. So that's another reason to be here. I think it's also affordable. We're looking at, we own a spirits business here that's doing great. We're very interested in CPG brands. You walk down the aisles in the United States and you see the word Greek is on thousands of products around the world, but in the US it seems to be more and more everywhere. So people like this country and they like it all over the world. And we believe that we can be a great synergy between the US and Greece with our network and helping to commercialize products for export. And that's an area that we're looking to invest in, including, food products, real estate. I'm also impressed with the Golden Visa program. I think it's a great way to build the economy in Greece. I'm impressed with the privatization processes that have happened. I'm kind of impressed with the taxes, although I think they can get better. But I think it's well on their way. I think Netherlands has done great with FDI. I think they rank amongst one of the top countries in Europe. And if we can model them more, I would appreciate that. In terms of the challenges, the digital skills, I think, in this country are super important. I've been very much advocating for a digital academy in this country you can educate people for small amounts of money and give them the skills of tomorrow. We need to educate this country to give the young people, the skills of tomorrow. They are in need of that, and also for the future of this country. So attracting FDI will also come if we are able to do that, I think. Greece needs more capitalistic policies as well, I think. It sometimes frustrates me, the socialistic policies that are from the past, not from this government, of course. So I think those are the things that, again, my hat's off to Adonis and the Mitsotakis government for doing a great job. But I'm bullish and looking forward to investing more in this country for years to come.
Thank you very much. So let's join now by video link. I hope it's still happening. Thank you. Okay. So Ekaterini Polymerou Kamilaki is not connected at the moment, but as soon as she is, I'll bring her into the discussion. So actually, we've got about half an hour to discuss the business environment, so it's great. We can address some of the things that have been raised already. And I think it is very important to recognize what has been achieved over the past 2 years. And I think most of the speakers have done that, acknowledged that, the steps that this government has taken. And indeed, we shouldn't forget that a lot of reforms preceded this government after the crisis. A lot was done before, but we've certainly seen an acceleration over the past 2 years of the reform legislative agenda, the digitalization efforts, overhaul of the public administration. A lot has been achieved, but perhaps it's better now to focus on what more needs to be done now in the time that we've got. So quite a lot of things have been flagged by the minister and also by others. I want to bring all of you in to give your advice or perspective or whatever it is. So, the things that I made a note of, we look in great detail at the business environment in Greece. We actually have a forward-looking model, our business environment rankings, that looks at key aspects of the business environment. So we see, in terms of our forecast, we see Greece rising up the rankings actually in the next 5-year period compared with the historical period. And the reasons for that, the most important improvements that we're seeing are in government effectiveness, policy towards foreign investment. We do see some improvements in financing, but it's still a very big question. We've seen some progress, but there's still very big challenges. That is something that I do want to focus on. Really critical issue, I think, for Greece. The privatization program, which has kind of been a bit of a bane of the business environment in the past, whether we're going to see an acceleration there. Taxation's been mentioned by several speakers, efforts to widen the tax base, tax collection, but also the stability of the regime is important as well. Labor market, infrastructure, and tech readiness. I think those are all kind of key things I think we should now focus on. So perhaps first of all, because quite a few questions have been raised, maybe you want to, Minister, first of all, to come back on some of the things that have been raised. Maybe there's still the kind of problem areas that we need to prioritize.
First of all, we have a very ambitious pipeline in our privatization program that is totally on track. The only privatization that has frozen was the airport of Athens, but that was because of the pandemic. It didn't look a good time to privatize an airport for obvious reasons. All the other privatizations, the port of Kavala and Igoumenitsa and Alexandroupoli, the Skaramangas I mentioned before, Elvo, Depa, they're on track and are going, and I think they're going very, very well. In all the tenders, we're in the second round with a lot of participants and of great expectations of achievements. So I wouldn't dare to say that we have something more to put in the pipeline, because all the ideas we had are in place. Our ambition is to privatize as much thing as we can. We believe in private economy. We want to welcome investors. We think investors are our partners, and we can do things together. This is the spirit this government has. As if of the other reforms you mentioned, of course there's a lot job to be done, but I will tell you how we work. Under the leadership of my ministry, we work by ministerial with all my other colleagues. We took the advices from the World Bank. We look ministry by ministry, all the problems that we have in any kind of our legislation. We have put a timeline in order to reform the country in all the aspects we can. We have already made a lot of progress, and if you see all the rates, we're much better now than we were 2 years ago. But of course, there are big challenges in front. I can say that we have a big challenge in our justicial system, in which we have put in place more than 26 reforms in the next months in order to make it go much, much faster than it goes until now, in order to accelerate all the processes. In the way we register all the real estate projects, we go really much faster now than we did some months ago, and the digitalization of the government has helped a lot on that. In the labor market reform, we tried and we voted a law that is much more flexible than it was before, and gives the opportunity to a business to adjust with their employees in a much more safer way and transparent way how they can work together. We see them as partners and not as opponents. Even though there were some rejection from the opposition party, the society didn't follow. Everybody backed the reform, to be honest, and I'm very happy as Minister of Investment for that. The thing that the President of our Commerce mentioned, our banking system now, it's much, much more solid than it was before. Now our banks are very, very sustainable. You know, under the pandemic crisis, I have to mention that through the Development Bank of Greece, we managed to give liquidity to our economy of a scale more than 9 billion. For a size of our economy, this was not a small amount of money. There was a lot of amount of money. And I think we played a key role in order to sustain the economy under the pandemic and make the survivor of businesses a reality that now we have in front. You see that unemployment didn't explode in Greece as many people was afraid in the beginning of the pandemic crash, and now we're a little bit low, to be honest, lower than we were before the pandemic. So things in front, I think, will be in place.
Can I just ask one question about that, just to press you a little bit on that? I mean, I guess the expectation was across Europe among economists and so on that we would see a big rise in insolvencies,
Yes.
you know, at some point. But actually what's happened is that this, huge fiscal stimulus that has been provided by governments, the liquidity that's gone into the system has actually stopped that from happening. So there's been big support for households, big support for companies. But at some point that will be withdrawn. And the expectation is that there will be a rise in insolvencies. a rise in NPLs. So it's true that they've been kept under control. We discussed this in early sessions of the conference. But are you really so sure that we're not going to see a rise in insolvencies, and especially for the SMEs? This is the question that came from here. And just to say a bit more about the financing, I mean, what we do see is that the banking system, despite the improvements, is still under incredible pressure, and the banks are risk averse in terms of lending. I know you want to come back in, but
okay.
just to press you a bit more.
If I have a fear as Minister of Development that we'll have a new round of red loans in Greece, I will make this statement because I want this to be recorded in such a special event as The Economist. No. Why? And this is an argument we have with Mr. Michalis. When we have to decide in the beginning of the pandemic if we would jeopardize the criteria of the banks of giving the loans to credible business or really credible business or medium credible business, we didn't press the banks at all to jeopardize their criteria. So we were very careful, and the loans we gave were given to businesses that were totally sure that they can pay back. And I can proudly say to you that after 1 year of the first 10,000 of loans that we gave through the Development Bank, the program was the PIH, for the people of Greece that follow us now. After 1 year, we have not even a single red loan. Everybody, they pay the money back to banks exactly as they promised. And even more important, the 96% of the companies that borrowed this money, they haven't reduced their employees, not even by 1 seat. The 96%, they keep all the jobs in their businesses.
They're not allowed to do it anyway.
They were not allowed for the first 4 months, not for the year. So after 8 months that they were allowed, they didn't let anybody out. So the system works. Of course, the President of Commerce would like us to be more generous in how we're spreading the loans. But exactly because we wanted to be sure that we never would have again a second round on red loans in Greece, because we never wanted to live again what we had in the last 10 years, we were very careful. This was more difficult to handle in the beginning of the pandemic, but now gives us a very stable ground in the banking sector, which will be a big advantage for the future. And after the recapitalization of Piraeus Bank and Alpha Bank, that they were very successful, and the reducing of red loans that was even under the pandemic went very fast, I have no worries in this area at all. So if in the real economy now, the other part, in the SMEs would see an insolvency in a big, this is something it led to be seen. But if the prediction of our growth will be fulfilled, I personally am more optimistic than the prediction. But okay, let us say that we will manage to fulfill the predictions of European institutions, for example, the 4.3 and 6% for 2021, 2022. The growth will cover the problem of the SMEs, and then the real economy will give a way out to this fear. So the big bet of the government and of the country is the rhythm of the growth. If we manage to do that, everything will look good.
Okay, I really appreciate that you're responding in this way to the difficult questions. And I do want, if you want to follow up, that is fine. It's good to have this conversation.
Yeah, I would just want to make clear that with the Minister, Adonis Georgiadis, we've been in an extremely close working relationship throughout the COVID-19 period, and he has been extremely supportive as far as pressuring the banking system to allow more funding to go to the SMEs. It's just that his powers and his authorities stop at a particular level, and then it really is up to the banking system. What I beg to disagree with him is the fact that
you can never disagree with me.
No, no. We disagree on one issue, which is the banking system is hiding behind the numbers concerning the NPLs, which I have to be absolutely clear. Who is responsible for the creation of the NPLs up until 2 or 3 years ago? The vast majority of the responsibility lies with the banking system, because they were the ones that were supplying those loans, and we need to see the fabric and the canvas of the loans that were given out to who, and you will see that the large percentage, as far as funds, not percentage of loans, but in terms of funds, is in very small number of companies that very simply did not perform what they should. However, the banking system over the last 9 months has been enhanced with 14 billion additional deposits and also 44 billion that came as an injection from the European Union, from the ECB. So the balance sheet, as far as the banks are concerned at the moment, is extremely healthy. All we're saying is diversify and open up the criteria. Don't make it absolutely loose. Of course, we would never be advocates of such a policy, but loosen up the criteria so the small and medium-sized enterprises can enter the loan market, because I'm sure that the figures that I mentioned earlier on, and they have not been disputed, are extremely dangerous for the banking system themselves. Because if you continue with 25,000 clients in terms of 840,000 which form the total business community, at the end of the day, you will begin by closing down 1 or 2 banking institutions, and you will remain with 1 or 2 for the whole country. This is not what we need at the moment. So it's extremely difficult, and also have to say that although I'm very pleased to hear that the EU has projected 4.3% growth for the economy here in Greece, despite the fact that we're still fighting the coronavirus, despite the fact that we still have 17% unemployment, and obviously with the difficulties which I mentioned concerning the finances, and of course we need to speed up all the major reforms in terms of oversimplifying the processes of the business community, cutting even further red tape and regulating certain issues so that we have the right criteria, the right climate for local and, more importantly, FDI to come to this country. Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, so I'm sure I can see the perspectives of both, and I think there obviously is something in between a situation of irresponsible lending and irresponsible borrowing that we had way back in time, and that the consequences of which, Greece...
The new Greece is very responsible.
Yes, and so things have moved on, and but the legacy of that, I think, is still clear. We discussed this in the early sessions of the conference, that there is a certain then reticence on the part of the banks as well, which is why probably we need to broaden the discussion about financing. So I'd like to hear from other panelists. We've got these inflows of funds from the RFF. That's going to be very important once the government does start to withdraw this support. So in what other ways, can we see kind of diversification of the financing scene in Greece? Maybe, Christos, did you want to say a bit more about that?
Yes, well, apart from financing, there are other means of bringing investments into the country with the private funds. And I understand the government is seeking to promote this. And investments in a country and for a project require a process. This process requires analysis of the economy, of the project itself through a due diligence. So coming back to the role of the professionals have a significant role to play. And this is why I have related my remarks with the professionals and the networking abroad, because the private sector is a valuable partner of the government, and either the Chamber of Commerce or the professional associations or think tanks or networks like ours are very, very important in promoting investments into the country and into the region. We have witnessed this, as I said, in Cyprus. I believe Greece is doing the same thing and is promoting the cooperation between the private sector and the government sector. And I believe that the private funds will play a significant role in implementing the plans of the government. We were discussing with the minister a while ago that there are currently investments looking forward to come here in Greece. We have been promoting as a network these kind of investments, and we are looking forward to find ways of how private funds will lead to the Greek economy. Of course, the banks, again, have a significant role to play from their due diligence and the anti-money laundering processes, which makes the whole regulation stricter. But again, as I pointed out, serious investors, they don't mind of strict regulations. They only mind about fast-track processes and minimum bureaucracy. And I'm very happy to hear that this is also part of the government plans.
Okay, thank you. We've got a few minutes left, and unfortunately our digital connection is not going to work. Maybe we can talk a bit more about digitalization as well. Several speakers have mentioned this. Tech readiness, I mean, that's also a component of our business environment ranking. So I think it's an area which the government recognizes Greece needs to speed up, and it's an important pillar of the reform program of the government. So I'd welcome any comments, any further comments on that. And I wanted to ask the Minister also about kind of what you would think would be the main kind of structural problems now that might be difficult for the government to undertake. I mean, there's been quite a fast legislative agenda, but there's quite a lot more to come. Do you anticipate that this could run into opposition, more labour market reforms, and you know, things that are not going to be so popular maybe? Then
I don't want to be perceived as arrogant, because I don't like that thing at all. But the things I will tell you, it's the total truth of the political environment in Greece now. Prime Minister Mitsotakis, our government and our party New Democracy have a huge support from the people. I mean, I think it's totally unique in our recent political history that one government in our midterm, not only we are in front of the opposition party, but we have doubleized the distance that had during the election period. It has never happened before. Always in Greece, in the midterm, the opposition is in front, and sometimes the government manages to reverse it, and sometimes not. But in the midterm, always opposition is in front. The first time in our recent political history that the government in the midterm is not only in front, but had such a huge scale, is this government and this Prime Minister. So I can say to our people that looks us abroad, this is good for them as people that seek to invest in Greece, that our political environment now is totally boring. You know, Kyriakos Mitsotakis won all kinds of elections exist in Greece. I mean, the elections in the parliament, in the municipalities, in the region, in the Euro Parliament, in the societies, everywhere. I try to find in my office when some institution comes that he's not from my party, and it's very rare. So I don't think that we'll have any real difficulties to pass any kind of agenda we decide. This is the truth.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I take that on board. I mean, having been covering Greece through all these difficult years, I'd agree. Our forecast is the government will serve its term.
But I have to say
win
that
the next election.
Even though we have this kind of political power, you have my word on it. Me personally and all the ministers, we try in the parliament to find a common ground and with the opposition party. We don't want to use this force in a bad way. Mm-hmm. And if we find ways to work with them and find legislation that could be voted with a huge majority, we'll speak this rule. But if we believe something is good for the people, we would not hesitate to legislate.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm glad you raised this, because obviously political stability, government effectiveness, political effectiveness is a very important component of the business environment. It's something that investors look to in the first instance. It's very high up the list of issues that foreign investors look at. So it's it is of great importance that we're in a situation where we're not asking, is the government going to fall? Is there going to be another upsurge of social unrest? But things can change quite quickly, actually. I can see now the government's in a very strong position. It probably is likely to win the next election, but there are some challenging times ahead and difficult reforms to come, so never say never.
No, I didn't say that.
No, I know you didn't.
I didn't say that because as an experienced politician, I know that always politics can surprise you. I just say what happens today. The people will decide at the end of our term if we are good enough to continue or not. And this is democracy.
Yes. Okay, so just to finish maybe on this, because we've got a few minutes left. I mean, you're talking about accountability ultimately, and you have your agenda. I know the government has a certain way of working to make sure that the plans that you put in place are actually being implemented in all the ministries. So I'd just like to ask our panelists really to come back on this and say, there's been a lot of emphasis on the positives, and I want to hear your final points really on what you consider to have been the most important change and what you consider to be the most important outstanding issue to be addressed. So let's start from the end and work this way.
I think taxation, but I would speak up. Taxation, I think, is the biggest improvement.
Yeah, can somebody sort out the mic? Let's go to the next, and I'll come back to you, Dimitri. Yeah.
Okay. I think
You're working.
Before answering this question, one or two remarks based on the things said before, very, very shortly. We faced during the COVID period that the insurance sector was not affected. Was not affected with either in the retail or the corporate. That was because of the liquidity provided to the system by the government, which did not hurt us at all. On the other hand, we benefit from very good results, both in motor business because of the low traffic, as well as in the health sector. So it's our duty as insurance companies to return back to the clients and to the SMEs that trust us very low premiums that can give back the benefit that the companies gain. Regarding digitalization that the minister said, I think the name of the game will be products that, for example, wearables for the health, that can monitor your health activity, that can give you discounts in the products that you offer, that can be offered. And in that way, we look at prevention rather than curing, which is the intended issue here. A third point is that in the insurance sector, there's going to be huge consolidation. There is still a long way. There are a lot of new directives coming, very strict, which I think the total insurance sector cannot survive in this segmented way. So funds that I heard before are already present, and I feel their presence is going to be further. So going back to your question, for my sector, tax incentives, I think very easily we can return the taxes that the government will save for us to the economy by creating more growth, increasing the insurance pie, and producing more profits.
Thank you, Mr. Konstantos. Let's go back to Dimitri. No, it doesn't. Okay.
You have a mic.
One
more turn. Okay.
Yeah, Mike.
Always use the last resort. So taxation, I think, is the best strategy. Is one of the best strategies. If you want to bring FDI in, you have to continue to lower taxes. I'm a big believer of that. I also think that creating more products for export to international markets like the U.S., Asia, et cetera, developing nations, huge opportunity. And, you know, I come from Silicon Valley, and I've been a tech entrepreneur for all my life. Silicon Valley is, in California, 5th largest economy in the world because they sell software around the world. So if you improve the digital skills in this country, whether they're older people, medium age, and especially the young, you are training the future economy to evolve. And that is, I think that is a very big void still in this country that has tremendous potential, not only just for its own population, but also for tremendous industries to develop, for emerging industries and technologies. So that's.
Thank you very much. And Christos? Yeah.
Well, as a final remark, I would say that Greece is on its way for gaining this overall credibility and financial respectability. It needs to maintain, to create a status that will be steady for the investors, create this business-friendly environment, and since there's political will and the numbers and the geopolitical circumstances allow Greece to slowly come back to the investment grade, I believe that Greece has a very big opportunity to become a very big player in the region.
Thank you.
Thank you, John. Do we have 40 minutes to go or 4 minutes to go?
We have
4 minutes to go.
3 minutes to go.
Well, I'm about to open up a big question. We have discussed about privatization and deregulation, the banking industry and financing, taxation, and so on. In other words, facilitators of investment. Me, as a macroeconomist, seeing macroscopically, the question is, what is the business opportunity for a domestic or a foreign investor to make an investment in Greece? And that, I guess, is the big question. You might have ample money, but if there is no business opportunity to locate yourself in Greece, then what's the point? Now, I'm going to keep it 30 seconds, right? We are moving in a world where companies will be located in a certain location and have their focus all around the world. We're moving in a world of companies that are not through hierarchies, but through networks. That's what Dimitri's company is all about. They have different locations, they have different parts of the company all over the world. Greece can play this type of role, where companies can be located here, not looking necessarily about the Greek economy, but looking about the world economy in a kind of network as a company, as opposed to just typical hierarchies. I'm not despising the local companies as well, right? The local companies have a role, but this might be big enough to grow the company. So the question in my mind is what to do in Greece, given all this improvement in the environment. Okay.
Yeah, very quickly I would say that I think we all recognize that Greece needs an investment leap. The resources are there in order for us to be able to implement this investment leap. However, we need to realize that we're on razor's edge, not locally, but on a global basis, because the global financial system at the moment is on fragile ground in the sense that we've got, once again, inflation fears, which we've seen recently. We're having a trade war between Asia and Europe coming through the financial system, through the financial world. A very brief example is that freight rates from Asia to EU and the US have increased in the last 5 months by 525%. It's absolutely illogical. So we're in the midst of a trade war that the business communities across the world, developed communities, business communities, will pay the price. So what we need here in Greece, knowing the internal fabric, is that we need consensus. We need to find methods and ways to agree, firstly, within the political system. I know it sounds difficult. I know it hasn't been done before, but we need to do it now because it is the last opportunity. We can learn something from the events of the previous decade, and that political confrontation was absolutely disastrous for all. So I think now that the stakes are extremely high, we must all accept our responsibilities and we must attempt to find ways for consensus. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Last word to the Minister.
I told you before, renewable energy is a place that Greece has a lot of potential, and we're going to invest a lot of money, and opportunities are there. Logistics are an area that Greece can play a key role. Tourism, for obvious reasons, but even manufacturing is an area that we can play a key role, and we have starting to prove that. But beyond all that, I want to comment only one thing. One of the first laws we voted when we came in the government was the non-dom legislation. The idea was to say to people that they wanted to come to live in Greece and experience the kind of life we have in Greece, and at the same time having a small taxation, to be able to do it. All the predictions we had about how many people would like to apply were overcome in just 6 months. Much more people than we believed in the start decided to come and tax resident in Greece, buy a house in Greece, live in Greece, and rule their businesses throughout the world from Greece. I believe in a much bigger scale this could happen to enterprises. The pandemic would help us on that because now many people realize that they can do their job far distance, and many people would think, I think, in the future that living in an environment as Greece can offer, in a member state of the European Union, and do their job wherever they want, in a low taxation scale and a good infrastructure, would be a reasonable choice. And I think this will happen at the end. Dimitris is just the start. Much more people like Dimitris will follow, and I'm very happy that he was here to promote the experience he has in these 6 months. So I think the sky is the limit for Greece.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Minister, for staying with us all this time for this two
It's an honor. It's my honor to be here.
And a very, very important discussion, obviously, for Greece. And thank you all of you on the panel for your contributions. We've come to the end of the sessions, the main daytime sessions, talking of dialogue and consensus and so on. We have the gala dinner tonight, where we have the leader of the opposition, as is our tradition at these economist government roundtables. For 25 years, we've had the Prime Minister of Greece, and we've also had, whoever they are, the leader of the opposition speaking at our events as well, and we believe it's very important to carry that on. So we will continue tonight, and we have the gala dinner, and that is at 9 o'clock tonight, with arrival for cocktails from 8 o'clock. I hope you enjoyed the dinner with the Prime Minister last night, and that you'll be joining us tonight. So it just leaves me now to say thank you, all of you still in the room, everybody who's watching online, as I know many people are. Thank you again, Minister, and thanks all of you. It was a great discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very happy.
Η ζωή στο Full, το νέο πλήρες πρόγραμμα υγείας από την Εθνική, την πρώτη ασφαλιστική. Έχουμε διανύσει χιλιόμετρα σε θάλασσα και στεριά. Δουλεύουμε σκληρά. Επενδύουμε. Μεγαλώνουμε. Για να σας φέρνουμε κάθε στιγμή την ενέργεια που χρειάζεστε. Για να ζείτε το σήμερα όπως το ονειρεύεστε. Για να σας φέρνουμε σήμερα ένα αύριο πιο σίγουρο, πιο πράσινο, πιο φωτεινό. Εδώ και 15 χρόνια είμαστε δίπλα σας με όλη μας την ενέργεια. Ελπέντισον, δίπλα σας με όλη μας την ενέργεια.
Our future depends on the choices that we make today about how we produce and use energy every day. This is why we must change. We have believed this for more than 130 years. We are Europe's oldest electricity company. We see day by day whether we are doing our work well, whether we are really changing things. We believe we are, and continue to do so. We are becoming the energy that is changing everything in order to build a future of sustainable energy together.
The wealthiest, the most successful people are generally international.
The world is becoming an ever volatile, ever-changing place, changing much faster than it did before. There's a class of person out there now who's actually rapidly adapting to the changing environments.
The world is moving to global citizens.
Henley & Partners is a unique firm that is addressing the needs of this global citizen.
Like so many times in life, You don't get aware of the need until you really ended up in a situation, and then it's too late.
Where it's quite useful to have just options.
Ultimately, quality of life, education, mobility, security, and tax. In this international and global world that we're in, these are the tools you want.
Truly the ultimate symbol of freedom.
Yes, being free.
It's the ability to live where you want, travel where you want, raise your kids where you want, and not subject your family to the fate of where you happen to be born. You actually get to choose.
I find that Henley & Partners are a professional company, but they're also very approachable.
Very open communication. It's like you know somebody for 30 years.
Always starts with an initial meeting where we really establish whether we are the right people to deal with and whether the client is right for us.
Well, from the point of view of the clients, and I've heard this from so many of their clients, the word family just comes up over and over again. It doesn't feel so much like going and talking to a professional services firm. It feels like a family.
And what we found is when we turn to Henley & Partners is we get the answers right away, and it's straightforward, and the timelines are condensed dramatically, and that gives us very much a sense of comfort that we're in good hands and we're with people who know what they're doing. It's a fantastic kind of all-encompassing service that you get when you come to Henley & Partners.
They know what they're doing. They're professional, efficient, courteous.
They are providing a true service to these global high net worth individuals that are concerned about taxes, concerned about their freedom, concerned about the safety of their families.
And that's what Henley & Partners offers our clients, and that's what Henley & Partners helps create and construct for governments.
The fact that they have so much experience actually working with governments to set up these investor schemes means, A, that they understand them back to front, because they've designed many of them themselves. I mean, they're there working with the governments to create them.
Henley & Partners is really the firm that created this industry, pioneering many of these programs.
I'm not aware of any other company that has the knowledge of both sides of the equation so deeply, so intimately, that they can really claim to be experts on both sides.
That's what Henley & Partners does, and we do it very well.
Από την πρώτη μέρα, η Ελληνικός Χρυσός άσκησε μια μεταλλευτική δραστηριότητα υπεύθυνη και πολλαπλά ωφέλιμη για τον τόπο μας. Σήμερα ήρθε η στιγμή για την πλήρη ανάπτυξη μιας επένδυσης ορόσημο για την Ελλάδα. Τα μεταλλεία Κασάνδρας γυρίζουν σελίδα με ένα σύγχρονο επενδυτικό σχέδιο που μεγιστοποιεί τα ωφέλη για την εθνική οικονομία, την απασχόληση, την τοπική κοινωνία, το περιβάλλον. Με το νέο επενδυτικό σχέδιο της Ελληνικός Χρυσός, η υπεύθυνη αξιοποίηση του ορυκτού πλούτου γίνεται πηγή ευημερίας για όλους. Ελληνικός Χρυσός. Ο ορυκτός μας πλούτος, ανάπτυξη για όλους.
Successfully navigating digital transformation initiatives towards value creation is never a clear path. For many, the road ahead is often riddled with unexpected detours, speed bumps, and bottlenecks. The good news is Iron Mountain can help, regardless of where you are on your transformation journey. we've partnered with thousands of customers around the globe to advance their digital initiatives. We've been protecting what matters most to our customers for 70 years, including 95% of the Fortune 1000 companies. And today, our mission has expanded to support over 225,000 customers worldwide to protect and unlock value from their information, regardless of whether it was born on paper, media, or digital files. Through improving information governance practices, automating more efficient workflows, and integrating information across disparate systems and formats, our customers advance their digital journeys to yield quantifiable value. They save time and money, and they increase their ability to meet their overall business objectives. By applying purpose-built information governance practices and driving automated AI and machine learning processes against all your information, what once took customers weeks or months of manually intensive work to classify, access, or drive insights is now reduced to hours and minutes. Thanks to our powerful content services capabilities, our customers now have the key to bring together, analyze, and protect both paper and digital assets in one platform. With a few mouse clicks, they can unlock value through information workflows and gain meaningful insights from data stored across multiple formats, all the while governing that data to comply with regulations. We're helping our customers transform with a measurable return on their time, cost, and even sustainability investments. Our integrated solutions enhance your existing systems and can provide a complete end-to-end solution with intelligent content management. It's time to rethink the value Iron Mountain can bring to your business. Let's continue our journey together today.
EcomBX boasts some of the best global tech gurus, experienced bankers, and finance specialists who created a platform to rule them all. Designed to provide solutions to meet your expectations, the platform provides you with access to your accounts, enabling you to execute instant and fast payments all over the world with the use of intelligence, giving you absolute control, freedom, and power to convert your money to multiple currencies and perform your transactions wherever you are, however you want. We believe in building trusting relationships that enable our customers to utilize our services to the maximum while working towards the future to enhance our offering with more trustworthy connections that provide safety and security. Our devotion to quality service and alignment with regulation enabled us to become a member of SWIFT and SEPA and helped us provide ideal and timeless solutions as well as enhanced protection for your funds. FinTech we are.
Οραματιστήκαμε ένα από τα μεγαλύτερα έργα ανάπλασης στην Ευρώπη. Εμπνευστήκαμε ένα από τα μεγαλύτερα παράκτια πάρκα στον κόσμο. Η Lambda Development ξεκινάει το ελληνικό. Το σύμβολο της επόμενης ημέρας για τη χώρα. Ένα έργο εθνικής σημασίας γίνεται πραγματικότητα. Το ελληνικό ξεκινάει. What do you want?
I want to see the sun.
I want an escape.
You there?
An office with a beach view.
I want a natural town.
You?
I want to taste real food.
Something well-aged.
And you?
I want to relax.
I want peace.
All you want is Greece.
Everything and nothing has changed. Even if the world feels uncertain, it's reassuring to know things that were important before still matter today. Connecting people, sharing ideas, and solving problems. These things will always be in our DNA. Working across borders, helping to keep doors open, business flowing, and continuing to realize the hopes and ambitions of our customers and colleagues. When you think about it like that, thankfully, not quite everything has changed.
ζωή στο Full, το νέο πλήρες πρόγραμμα υγείας από την Εθνική, την πρώτη ασφαλιστική.
Έχουμε διανύσει χιλιόμετρα σε θάλασσα και στεριά. Δουλεύουμε σκληρά. Επενδύουμε. Μεγαλώνουμε. Για να σας φέρνουμε κάθε στιγμή την ενέργεια που χρειάζεστε. Για να ζείτε το σήμερα όπως το ονειρεύεστε. Για να σας φέρνουμε σήμερα ένα αύριο πιο σίγουρο, πιο πράσινο, πιο φωτεινό. Εδώ και 15 χρόνια είμαστε δίπλα σας με όλη μας την ενέργεια. Ελπέντισον, δίπλα σας με όλη μας την ενέργεια.
Our future depends on the choices that we make today about how we produce and use energy every day. This is why we must change. We have believed this for more than 130 years. We are Europe's oldest electricity company. We see day by day whether we are doing our work well, whether we are really changing things. We believe we are, and continue to do so. We are becoming the energy that is changing everything in order to build a future of sustainable energy together.
The wealthiest, the most successful people are generally international.
The world is becoming an ever volatile, ever-changing place, changing much faster than it did before. There's a class of person out there now who's actually rapidly adapting to the changing environments.
The world is moving to global citizens.
Henley & Partners is a unique firm that is addressing the needs of this global citizen.
Like so many times in life, you don't get aware of the need until you really ended up in a situation, and then it's too late.
Or it's quite useful to have just options.
Ultimately, quality of life, education, mobility, security, and tax. In this international and global world that we're in, these are the tools you want.
Truly the ultimate symbol of freedom.
Yes, being free.
It's the ability to live where you want, travel where you want, raise your kids where you want, and not subject your family to the fate of where you happen to be born. You actually get to choose.
I find that Henley & Partners are a professional company, but they're also very approachable.
Very open communication. It's like you know somebody for 30 years.
Always starts with an initial meeting where we really establish whether we are the right people to deal with and whether the client is right for us.
Well, from the point of view of the clients, and I've heard this from so many of their clients, the word family just comes up over and over again. It doesn't feel so much like going and talking to a professional services firm. It feels like a family.
And what we found is when we turn to Henley & Partners is we get the answers right away, and it's straightforward, and the timelines are condensed dramatically, and that gives us very much a sense of comfort that we're in good hands and we're with people who know what they're doing. It's a fantastic kind of all-encompassing service that you get when you come to Henley & Partners.
They know what they're doing. They're professional, efficient, courteous.
They are providing a true service to these global high net worth individuals that are concerned about taxes, concerned about their freedom, concerned about the safety of their families.
And that's what Henley & Partners offers our clients, and that's what Henley & Partners helps create and construct for governments.
The fact that they have so much experience actually working with governments to set up these investor schemes means, A, that they understand them back to front, because they've designed many of them themselves. I mean, they're there working with the governments to create them.
Henley & Partners is really the firm that created this industry, pioneering many of these programs.
I'm not aware of any other company that has knowledge of both sides of the equation so deeply, so intimately, that they can really claim to be experts on both sides.
That's what Henley & Partners does, and we do it very well.
Από την πρώτη μέρα, η Ελληνικός Χρυσός άσκησε μια μεταλλευτική δραστηριότητα υπεύθυνη και πολλαπλά ωφέλιμη για τον τόπο μας. Σήμερα ήρθε η στιγμή για την πλήρη ανάπτυξη μιας επένδυσης ορόσημο για την Ελλάδα. Τα μεταλλεία Κασάνδρας γυρίζουν σελίδα με ένα σύγχρονο επενδυτικό σχέδιο που μεγιστοποιεί τα ωφέλη για την εθνική οικονομία, την απασχόληση, την τοπική κοινωνία, το περιβάλλον. Με το νέο επενδυτικό σχέδιο της Ελληνικός Χρυσός, η υπεύθυνη αξιοποίηση του ορυκτού πλούτου γίνεται πηγή ευημερίας για όλους. Ελληνικός Χρυσός. Ο ορυκτός μας πλούτος, ανάπτυξη για όλους.
Successfully navigating digital transformation initiatives towards value creation is never a clear path. For many, the road ahead is often riddled with unexpected detours, speed bumps, and bottlenecks. The good news is Iron Mountain can help, regardless of where you are on your transformation journey. we've partnered with thousands of customers around the globe to advance their digital initiatives. We've been protecting what matters most to our customers for 70 years, including 95% of the Fortune 1000 companies. And today, our mission has expanded to support over 225,000 customers worldwide to protect and unlock value from their information, regardless of whether it was born on paper, media, or digital files. Through improving information governance practices, automating more efficient workflows, and integrating information across disparate systems and formats, our customers advance their digital journeys to yield quantifiable value. They save time and money, and they increase their ability to meet their overall business objectives. By applying purpose-built information governance practices and driving automated AI and machine learning processes against all your information, what once took customers weeks or months of manually intensive work to classify, access, or drive insights is now reduced to hours and minutes. Thanks to our powerful content services capabilities, our customers now have the key to bring together, analyze, and protect both paper and digital assets in one platform. With a few mouse clicks, they can unlock value through information workflows and gain meaningful insights from data stored across multiple formats, all the while governing that data to comply with regulations. We're helping our customers transform with a measurable return on their time, cost, and even sustainability investments. Our integrated solutions enhance your existing systems and can provide a complete end-to-end solution with intelligent content management. It's time to rethink the value Iron Mountain can bring to your business. Let's continue our journey together today.
EcomBX boasts some of the best global tech gurus, experienced bankers, and finance specialists who created a platform to rule them all. Designed to provide solutions to meet your expectations, the platform provides you with access to your accounts, enabling you to execute instant and fast payments all over the world with the use of intelligence, giving you absolute control, freedom, and power to convert your money to multiple currencies and perform your transactions wherever you are, however you want. We believe in building trusting relationships that enable our customers to utilize our services to the maximum while working towards the future to enhance our offering with more trustworthy connections that provide safety and security. Our devotion to quality service and alignment with regulation enabled us to become a member of SWIFT and SEPA and helped us provide ideal and timeless solutions as well as enhanced protection for your funds. FinTech we are.
Οραματιστήκαμε ένα από τα μεγαλύτερα έργα ανάπλασης στην Ευρώπη. Εμπνευστήκαμε ένα από τα μεγαλύτερα παράκτια πάρκα στον κόσμο. Η Lambda Development ξεκινάει το ελληνικό. Το σύμβολο της επόμενης ημέρας για τη χώρα. Ένα έργο εθνικής σημασίας γίνεται πραγματικότητα. Το ελληνικό ξεκινάει.
What do you want?
I want to see the sun.
I want an escape.
You there?
An office with a beach view.
I want a natural town.
You?
I want to taste real food.
Something well-aged.
And you?
I want to relax.
I want peace.
All you want is Greece.
Everything and nothing has changed. Even if the world feels uncertain, it's reassuring to know things that were important before still matter today. Connecting people, sharing ideas, and solving problems. These things will always be in our DNA. Working across borders, helping to keep doors open, business flowing, and continuing to realize the hopes and ambitions of our customers and colleagues. When you think about it like that, thankfully, not quite everything has changed.
Ένα. Ένα. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ένα. 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 1, 2, 3, 4. 4. Ένα. Ένα. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4. 4. Ένα. 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 1, 2, 3, 4. 4. Ένα. 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 1, 2, 3, 4. Μια χαρά.
Η ζωή στο Full, το νέο πλήρες πρόγραμμα υγείας από την Εθνική, την πρώτη ασφαλιστική. Έχουμε διανύσει χιλιόμετρα σε θάλασσα και στεριά. Δουλεύουμε σκληρά. Επενδύουμε. Μεγαλώνουμε. Για να σας φέρνουμε κάθε στιγμή την ενέργεια που χρειάζεστε. Για να ζείτε το σήμερα όπως το ονειρεύεστε. Για να σας φέρνουμε σήμερα ένα αύριο πιο σίγουρο, πιο πράσινο, πιο φωτεινό. Εδώ και 15 χρόνια είμαστε δίπλα σας με όλη μας την ενέργεια. Ελπέντισον, δίπλα σας με όλη μας την ενέργεια.
Our future depends on the choices that we make today about how we produce and use energy every day. This is why we must change. We have believed this for more than 130 years. We are Europe's oldest electricity company. We see day by day whether we are doing our work well, whether we are really changing things. We believe we are, and continue to do so. We are becoming the energy that is changing everything in order to build a future of sustainable energy together.
free.
The wealthiest, the most successful people are generally international.
The world is becoming an ever volatile, ever-changing place, changing much faster than it did before. There's a class of person out there now who's actually rapidly adapting to the changing environments.
The world is moving to global citizens.
Henley & Partners is a unique firm that is addressing the needs of this global citizen.
Like so many times in life, you don't get aware of the need until you really ended up in a situation, and then it's too late.
Or it's quite useful to have just options.
Ultimately, quality of life, education, mobility, security, and tax. In this international and global world that we're in, these are the tools you want.
Truly the ultimate symbol of freedom.
Yes, being free.
It's the ability to live where you want, travel where you want, raise your kids where you want, and not subject your family to the fate of where you happen to be born. You actually get to choose.
I find that Henley & Partners are a professional company, but they're also very approachable.
Very open communication. It's like you know somebody for 30 years.
Always starts with an initial meeting where we really establish whether we are the right people to deal with and whether the client is right for us.
Well, from the point of view of the clients, and I've heard this from so many of their clients, the word family just comes up over and over again. It doesn't feel so much like going and talking to a professional services firm. It feels like a family.
And what we found is when we turn to Henley & Partners is we get the answers right away, and it's straightforward, and the timelines are condensed dramatically, and that gives us very much a sense of comfort that we're in good hands and we're with people who know what they're doing. It's a fantastic kind of all-encompassing service that you get when you come to Henley & Partners.
They know what they're doing. They're professional, efficient, courteous.
They are providing a true service to these global high net worth individuals that are concerned about taxes, concerned about their freedom, concerned about the safety of their family.
And that's what Henley & Partners offers our clients, and that's what Henley & Partners helps create and construct for governments.
The fact that they have so much experience actually working with governments to set up these investor schemes means, A, that they understand them back to front, because they've designed many of them themselves. I mean, they're there working with the governments to create them.
Henley & Partners is really the firm that created this industry, pioneering many of these programs.
I'm not aware of any other company that has the knowledge of both sides of the equation so deeply, so intimately, that they can really claim to be experts on both sides.
That's what Henley & Partners does, and we do it very well.
Από την πρώτη μέρα, η Ελληνικός Χρυσός άσκησε μια μεταλλευτική δραστηριότητα υπεύθυνη και πολλαπλά ωφέλιμη για τον τόπο μας. Σήμερα ήρθε η στιγμή για την πλήρη ανάπτυξη μιας επένδυσης ορόσημο για την Ελλάδα. Τα μεταλλεία Κασάνδρας γυρίζουν σελίδα με ένα σύγχρονο επενδυτικό σχέδιο που μεγιστοποιεί τα ωφέλη για την εθνική οικονομία, την απασχόληση, την τοπική κοινωνία, το περιβάλλον. Με το νέο επενδυτικό σχέδιο της Ελληνικός Χρυσός, η υπεύθυνη αξιοποίηση του ορυκτού πλούτου γίνεται πηγή ευημερίας για όλους. Ελληνικός Χρυσός. Ο ορυκτός μας πλούτος, ανάπτυξη για όλους.
Successfully navigating digital transformation initiatives towards value creation is never a clear path. For many, the road ahead is often riddled with unexpected detours, speed bumps, and bottlenecks. The good news is Iron Mountain can help, regardless of where you are on your transformation journey. We've partnered with thousands of customers around the globe to advance their digital initiatives. We've been protecting what matters most to our customers for 70 years, including 95% of the Fortune 1000 companies. And today, our mission has expanded to support over 225,000 customers worldwide to protect and unlock value from their information, regardless of whether it was born on paper, media, or digital files. Through improving information governance practices, automating more efficient workflows, and integrating information across disparate systems and formats, our customers advance their digital journeys to yield quantifiable value. They save time and money, and they increase their ability to meet their overall business objectives. By applying purpose-built information governance practices and driving automated AI and machine learning processes against all your information, what once took customers weeks or months of manually intensive work to classify, access, or drive insights is now reduced to hours and minutes. Thanks to our powerful content services capabilities, our customers now have the key to bring together, analyze, and protect both paper and digital assets in one platform. With a few mouse clicks, they can unlock value through information workflows and gain meaningful insights from data stored across multiple formats, all the while governing that data to comply with regulations. We're helping our customers transform, with a measurable return on their time, cost, and even sustainability investments. Our integrated solutions enhance your existing systems and can provide a complete end-to-end solution with intelligent content management. It's time to rethink the value Iron Mountain can bring to your business. Let's continue our journey together today.
EcomBX boasts some of the best global tech gurus.
Εσένα σου αρέσει, πώς βγαίνει? Πες μου. Καθόλου. Ίσα-ίσα, εγώ αυτή τη στιγμή παίζω πολύ πιο χαλαρά από όσο, γιατί ακούω ότι βγαίνει δυνατά έξω. Το μαζεύω δηλαδή μόνος μου, δεν τσιτώνομαι καθόλου. Ναι.
Η ζωή στο Full, το νέο πλήρες πρόγραμμα υγείας από την Εθνική, την πρώτη ασφαλιστική.
Έχουμε διανύσει χιλιόμετρα σε θάλασσα και στεριά. Δουλεύουμε σκληρά. Επενδύουμε. Μεγαλώνουμε. Για να σας φέρνουμε κάθε στιγμή την ενέργεια που χρειάζεστε. Για να ζείτε το σήμερα όπως το ονειρεύεστε. Για να σας φέρνουμε σήμερα ένα αύριο πιο σίγουρο, πιο πράσινο, πιο φωτεινό. Εδώ και 15 χρόνια είμαστε δίπλα σας με όλη μας την ενέργεια. Ελπέντισον, δίπλα σας με όλη μας την ενέργεια.
Our future depends on the choices that we make today about how we produce and use energy every day. This is why we must change. We have believed this for more than 130 years. We are Europe's oldest electricity company. We see day by day whether we are doing our work well, whether we are really changing things. We believe we are, and continue to do so. We are becoming the energy that is changing everything in order to build a future of sustainable energy together.
The wealthiest, the most successful people are generally international.
The world is becoming an ever volatile, ever changing place, changing much faster than it did before. There's a class of person out there now who's actually rapidly adapting to the changing environments.
The world is moving to global citizens.
Henley & Partners is a unique firm that is addressing the needs of this global citizen.
Like so many times in life, you don't get aware of the need until you really ended up in a situation, and then it's too late.
Or it's quite useful to have just options.
Ultimately, quality of life, education, mobility, security, and tax. In this international and global world that we're in, these are the tools you want.
Truly the ultimate symbol of freedom.
Yes, being free.
It's the ability to live where you want, travel where you want, raise your kids where you want, and not subject your family to the fate of where you happen to be born. You actually get to choose.
I find that Henley & Partners are a professional company, but they're also very approachable.
Very open communication. It's like you know somebody for 30 years.
Always starts with an initial meeting where we really establish whether we are the right people to deal with and whether the client is right for us.
Well, from the point of view of the clients, and I've heard this from so many of their clients, the word family just comes up over and over again. It doesn't feel so much like going and talking to a professional services firm. It feels like a family.
And what we found is when we turn to Henley & Partners is we get the answers right away, and it's straightforward, and the timelines are condensed dramatically, and that gives us very much a sense of comfort that we're in good hands and we're with people who know what they're doing. It's a fantastic kind of all-encompassing service that you get when you come to Henley & Partners.
They know what they're doing. They're professional, efficient, courteous.
They are providing a true service to these global high net worth individuals that are concerned about taxes, concerned about their freedom, concerned about the safety of their family.
And that's what Henley & Partners offers our clients, and that's what Henley & Partners helps create and construct for governments.
The fact that they have so much experience actually working with governments to set up these investor schemes means, A, that they understand them back to front, because they've designed many of them themselves. I mean, they're there working with the governments to create them.
Henley & Partners is really the firm that created this industry, pioneering many of these programs.
I'm not aware of any other company that has the knowledge of both sides of the equation so deeply, so intimately, that they can really claim to be experts on both sides.
That's what Henley & Partners does, and we do it very well.
Από την πρώτη μέρα, η Ελληνικός Χρυσός άσκησε μια μεταλλευτική δραστηριότητα υπεύθυνη και πολλαπλά ωφέλιμη για τον τόπο μας. Σήμερα ήρθε η στιγμή για την πλήρη ανάπτυξη μιας επένδυσης ορόσημο για την Ελλάδα. Τα μεταλλεία Κασάνδρας γυρίζουν σελίδα με ένα σύγχρονο επενδυτικό σχέδιο που μεγιστοποιεί τα ωφέλη για την εθνική οικονομία, την απασχόληση, την τοπική κοινωνία, το περιβάλλον. Με το νέο επενδυτικό σχέδιο της Ελληνικός Χρυσός, η υπεύθυνη αξιοποίηση του ορυκτού πλούτου γίνεται πηγή ευημερίας για όλους. Ελληνικός Χρυσός. Ο ορυκτός μας πλούτος, ανάπτυξη για όλους.
Successfully navigating digital transformation initiatives towards value creation is never a clear path. For many, the road ahead is often riddled with unexpected detours, speed bumps, and bottlenecks. The good news is Iron Mountain can help, regardless of where you are on your transformation journey. we've partnered with thousands of customers around the globe to advance their digital initiatives. We've been protecting what matters most to our customers for 70 years, including 95% of the Fortune 1000 companies. And today, our mission has expanded to support over 225,000 customers worldwide to protect and unlock value from their information, regardless of whether it was born on paper, media, or digital files. Through improving information governance practices, automating more efficient workflows, and integrating information across disparate systems and formats, our customers advance their digital journeys to yield quantifiable value. They save time and money, and they increase their ability to meet their overall business objectives. By applying purpose-built information governance practices and driving automated AI and machine learning processes against all your information, what once took customers weeks or months of manually intensive work to classify, access, or drive insights is now reduced to hours and minutes. Thanks to our powerful content services capabilities, our customers now have the key to bring together, analyze, and protect both paper and digital assets in one platform. With a few mouse clicks, they can unlock value through information workflows and gain meaningful insights from data stored across multiple formats, all the while governing that data to comply with regulations. We're helping our customers transform, with a measurable return on their time, cost, and even sustainability investments. Our integrated solutions enhance your existing systems and can provide a complete end-to-end solution with intelligent content management. It's time to rethink the value Iron Mountain can bring to your business. Let's continue our journey together today.
EcomBX boasts some of the best global tech gurus, experienced bankers, and finance specialists who created a platform to rule them all. Designed to provide solutions to meet your expectations, the platform provides you with access to your accounts, enabling you to execute instant and fast payments all over the world with the use of intelligence, giving you absolute control, freedom, and power to convert your money to multiple currencies and perform your transactions wherever you are, however you want. We believe in building trusting relationships that enable our customers to utilize our services to the maximum while working towards the future to enhance our offering with more trustworthy connections that provide safety and security. Our devotion to quality service and alignment with regulation enabled us to become a member of SWIFT and SEPA and helped us provide ideal and timeless solutions as well as enhanced protection for your funds. FinTech we are.
Οραματιστήκαμε ένα από τα μεγαλύτερα έργα ανάπλασης στην Ευρώπη. Εμπνευστήκαμε ένα από τα μεγαλύτερα παράκτια πάρκα στον κόσμο. Η Lambda Development ξεκινάει το ελληνικό. Το σύμβολο της επόμενης ημέρας για τη χώρα. Ένα έργο εθνικής σημασίας γίνεται πραγματικότητα. Το ελληνικό ξεκινάει.
What do you want?
I want to see the sun.
I want an escape.
You there?
An office with a beach view.
I want a natural town.
You?
I want to taste real food.
Something well-aged.
And you?
I want to relax.
I want peace.
All you want is Greece.
Ζωή στο Full, το νέο πλήρες πρόγραμμα υγείας από την Εθνική, την πρώτη ασφαλιστική.
Έχουμε διανύσει χιλιόμετρα σε θάλασσα και στεριά. Δουλεύουμε σκληρά. Επενδύουμε. Μεγαλώνουμε. Για να σας φέρνουμε κάθε στιγμή την ενέργεια που χρειάζεστε. Για να ζείτε το σήμερα όπως το ονειρεύεστε. Για να σας φέρνουμε σήμερα ένα αύριο πιο σίγουρο, πιο πράσινο, πιο φωτεινό. Εδώ και 15 χρόνια είμαστε δίπλα σας με όλη μας την ενέργεια. Ελπέντισον, δίπλα σας με όλη μας την ενέργεια.
Our future depends on the choices that we make today about how we produce and use energy every day. This is why we must change. We have believed this for more than 130 years. We are Europe's oldest electricity company. We see day by day whether we are doing our work well, whether we are really changing things. We believe we are, and continue to do so. We are becoming the energy that is changing everything in order to build a future of sustainable energy together.
The wealthiest, the most successful people are generally international.
The world is becoming an ever volatile, ever-changing place, changing much faster than it did before. There's a class of person out there now who's actually rapidly adapting to the changing environments.
The world is moving to global citizens.
Henley & Partners is a unique firm that is addressing the needs of this global citizen.
Like so many times in life, you don't get aware of the need until you really ended up in a situation, and then it's too late.
Or it's quite useful to have just options.
Ultimately, quality of life, education, mobility, security, and tax. In this international and global world that we're in, these are the tools you want.
Truly the ultimate symbol of freedom.
Yes, being free.
It's the ability to live where you want, travel where you want, raise your kids where you want, and not subject your family to the fate of where you happen to be born. You actually get to choose.
I find that Henley & Partners are a professional company, but they're also very approachable.
Very open communication. It's like you know somebody for 30 years.
Always starts with an initial meeting where we really establish whether we are the right people to deal with and whether the client is right for us.
Well, from the point of view of the clients, and I've heard this from so many of their clients, the word family just comes up over and over again. It doesn't feel so much like going and talking to a professional services firm. It feels like a family.
And what we found is when we turn to Henley & Partners is we get the answers right away, and it's straightforward, and the timelines are condensed dramatically, and that gives us very much a sense of comfort that we're in good hands and we're with people who know what they're doing. It's a fantastic kind of all-encompassing service that you get when you come to Henley & Partners.
They know what they're doing. They're professional, efficient, courteous.
They are providing a true service to these global high net worth individuals that are concerned about taxes, concerned about their freedom, concerned about the safety of their family.
And that's what Henley & Partners offers our clients, and that's what Henley & Partners helps create and construct for governments.
The fact that they have so much experience actually working with governments to set up these investor schemes means, A, that they understand them back to front, because they've designed many of them themselves. I mean, they're there working with the governments to create them.
Henley & Partners is really the firm that created this industry, pioneering many of these programs.
I'm not aware of any other company that has knowledge of both sides of the equation so deeply, so intimately, that they can really claim to be experts on both sides.
That's what Henley & Partners does, and we do it very well.
Από την πρώτη μέρα, η Ελληνικός Χρυσός άσκησε μια μεταλλευτική δραστηριότητα υπεύθυνη και πολλαπλά ωφέλιμη για τον τόπο μας. Σήμερα ήρθε η στιγμή για την πλήρη ανάπτυξη μιας επένδυσης ορόσημο για την Ελλάδα. Τα μεταλλεία Κασάνδρας γυρίζουν σελίδα με ένα σύγχρονο επενδυτικό σχέδιο που μεγιστοποιεί τα ωφέλη για την εθνική οικονομία, την απασχόληση, την τοπική κοινωνία, το περιβάλλον. Με το νέο επενδυτικό σχέδιο της Ελληνικός Χρυσός, η υπεύθυνη αξιοποίηση του ορυκτού πλούτου γίνεται πηγή ευημερίας για όλους. Ελληνικός Χρυσός. Ο ορυκτός μας πλούτος, ανάπτυξη για όλους.
Successfully navigating digital transformation initiatives towards value creation is never a clear path. For many, the road ahead is often riddled with unexpected detours, speed bumps, and bottlenecks. The good news is, Iron Mountain can help, regardless of where you are on your transformation journey. We've partnered with thousands of customers around the globe to advance their digital initiatives. We've been protecting what matters most to our customers for 70 years, including 95% of the Fortune 1000 companies. And today, our mission has expanded to support over 225,000 customers worldwide to protect and unlock value from their information, regardless of whether it was born on paper, media, or digital files. Through improving information governance practices, automating more efficient workflows, and integrating information across disparate systems and formats, our customers advance their digital journeys to yield quantifiable value. They save time and money, and they increase their ability to meet their overall business objectives. By applying purpose-built information governance practices and driving automated AI and machine learning processes against all your information, what once took customers weeks or months of manually intensive work to classify, access, or drive insights is now reduced to hours and minutes. Thanks to our powerful content services capabilities, our customers now have the key to bring together, analyze, and protect both paper and digital assets in one platform. With a few mouse clicks, they can unlock value through information workflows and gain meaningful insights from data stored across multiple formats, all the while governing that data to comply with regulations. We're helping our customers transform, with a measurable return on their time, cost, and even sustainability investments. Our integrated solutions enhance your existing systems and can provide a complete end-to-end solution with intelligent content management. It's time to rethink the value Iron Mountain can bring to your business. Let's continue our journey together today.
EcomBX boasts some of the best global tech gurus, experienced bankers, and finance specialists who created a platform to rule them all. Designed to provide solutions to meet your expectations, the platform provides you with access to your accounts, enabling you to execute instant and fast payments all over the world with the use of intelligence, giving you absolute control, freedom, and power to convert your money to multiple currencies and perform your transactions wherever you are, however you want. We believe in building trusting relationships that enable our customers to utilize our services to the maximum while working towards the future to enhance our offering with more trustworthy connections that provide safety and security. Our devotion to quality service and alignment with regulation enabled us to become a member of SWIFT and SEPA and helped us provide ideal and timeless solutions as well as enhanced protection for your funds. FinTech we are.
Οραματιστήκαμε ένα από τα μεγαλύτερα έργα ανάπλασης στην Ευρώπη. Εμπνευστήκαμε ένα από τα μεγαλύτερα παράκτια πάρκα στον κόσμο. Η Lambda Development ξεκινάει το ελληνικό. Το σύμβολο της επόμενης ημέρας για τη χώρα. Ένα έργο εθνικής σημασίας γίνεται πραγματικότητα. Το ελληνικό ξεκινάει.
Hey, you. What do you want?
I want to see the sun.
I want an escape.
You there?
An office with a beach view.
I want a natural town.
You?
I want to taste real food.
Something well-aged.
And you?
I want to relax.
I want peace.
All you want is Greece.
Everything and nothing has changed. Even if the world feels uncertain, it's reassuring to know things that were important before still matter today. Connecting people, sharing ideas, and solving problems. These things will always be in our DNA. Working across borders, helping to keep doors open, business flowing, and continuing to realize the hopes and ambitions of our customers and colleagues. When you think about it like that, thankfully, not quite everything has changed.
Η ζωή στο Full, το νέο πλήρες πρόγραμμα υγείας από την Εθνική, την πρώτη ασφαλιστική.
Έχουμε διανύσει χιλιόμετρα σε θάλασσα και στεριά. Δουλεύουμε σκληρά. Επενδύουμε. Μεγαλώνουμε. Για να σας φέρνουμε κάθε στιγμή την ενέργεια που χρειάζεστε. Για να ζείτε το σήμερα όπως το ονειρεύεστε. Για να σας φέρνουμε σήμερα ένα αύριο πιο σίγουρο, πιο πράσινο, πιο φωτεινό. Εδώ και 15 χρόνια είμαστε δίπλα σας με όλη μας την ενέργεια. Ελπέντισον, δίπλα σας με όλη μας την ενέργεια.
Our future depends on the choices that we make today about how we produce and use energy every day. This is why we must change. We have believed this for more than 130 years. We are Europe's oldest electricity company. We see day by day whether we are doing our work well, whether we are really changing things. We believe we are, and continue to do so. We are becoming the energy that is changing everything in order to build a future of sustainable energy together.
The wealthiest, the most successful people are generally international.
The world is becoming an ever volatile, ever changing place, changing much faster than it did before. There's a class of person out there now who's actually rapidly adapting to the changing environments.
The world is moving to global citizens.
Henley & Partners is a unique firm that is addressing the needs of this global citizen.
Like so many times in life, you don't get aware of the need until you really ended up in a situation, and then it's too late.
Or it's quite useful to have just options.
Ultimately, quality of life, education, mobility, security, and tax. In this international and global world that we're in, these are the tools you want.
Truly the ultimate symbol of freedom.
Yes, being free.
It's the ability to live where you want, travel where you want, raise your kids where you want, and not subject your family to the fate of where you happen to be born. You actually get to choose.
I find that Henley & Partners are a professional company, but they're also very approachable.
Very open communication. It's like you know somebody for 30 years.
Always starts with an initial meeting where we really establish whether we are the right people to deal with and whether the client is right for us.
Well, from the point of view of the clients, and I've heard this from so many of their clients, the word family just comes up over and over again. It doesn't feel so much like going and talking to a professional services firm. It feels like a family.
And what we found is when we turn to Henley & Partners is we get the answers right away, and it's straightforward, and the timelines are condensed dramatically, and that gives us very much a sense of comfort that we're in good hands and we're with people who know what they're doing. It's a fantastic kind of all-encompassing service that you get when you come to Henley & Partners.
They know what they're doing. They're professional, efficient, courteous.
They are providing a true service to these global high net worth individuals that are concerned about taxes, concerned about their freedom, concerned about the safety of their family.
And that's what Henley & Partners offers our clients, and that's what Henley & Partners helps create and construct for governments.
The fact that they have so much experience actually working with governments to set up these investor schemes means, A, that they understand them back to front, because they've designed many of them themselves. I mean, they're there working with the governments to create them.
Henley & Partners is really the firm that created this industry, pioneering many of these programs.
I'm not aware of any other company that has knowledge of both sides of the equation so deeply, so intimately, that they can really claim to be experts on both sides.
That's what Henley & Partners does, and we do it very well.
Από την πρώτη μέρα, η Ελληνικός Χρυσός